And a pleasant good morning from the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad, to all our viewers and to our listeners likewise. We want to welcome you to the third day's play in this regional four-day championship between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So, neighborly rivals, and what an interesting situation we have here at the Queen's Park Oval. Having a bit of a very dark clouds overhead. Let's hope that they clear up as they did the last 2 days. So welcome here to the Queen's Park Oval. My name is Anil Raja. And we have a situation where the Leeward Islands, they are in a very commanding position here at the Queen's Park Oval. As a matter of fact, they lead by 224 runs. They had a first innings lead of 160 and they closed yesterday evening on 64 for 2. So the overall lead is 224. They've got 8 wickets in hand and we've got 2 days of cricket, so in a very strong position here. We know that sometime there's going to be a declaration either later on between lunch or... But we'd have to wait and see. They're not out batsmen. Ross Powell, he is on 14 not out, and Devon Thomas, he is on 3 not out. The batsman out, Monson Hodge, he was caught off the bowling of Thomas for 24, and Kieran Powell, he was caught off the bowling of Max Green for 18. So Leeward Islands 64 for 2, as I said, an overall lead of 224. As I said, good morning and welcome my fellow commentator, the former West Indies youth captain and former Trinidad and Tobago senior player. Good morning, Mr. Colin Murray.
Good morning, Mr. Raja. Well, we're not, there's a slight drizzle at the moment. It's a kind of stop-start drizzle. And unfortunately, if we had started, then they could have probably played through it. But once it's drizzling, they're not going to let the players come onto the field until that drizzle stops. So it's, you know, the sun is out. It's slightly overcast. The sun has come back out. The ground staff, they've not put the entire covers onto the surface yet. They've just put the one cover for the pitch itself, and they're covering that. But I think the umpires are just waiting to see if this thing stops, and I think it has. And we should be getting underway shortly because they're asking the ground staff to remove that cover on the pitch, and they're taking back the bigger covers for the square. So it's interesting, Anil. I'm not sure if this weather is going to be so today. It will change the tactics of the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, it certainly will. When I came, as a matter of fact, the pitch, the entire square was covered. It was drizzling slightly, so I thought that it was going to be a late start. But then, in less than a couple of minutes, I saw that the covers was removed. The rain had stopped, and I asked the reserve umpire Bassarat, I think it is, that if it's going to be a start on time, and he indicated yes. And lo and behold, next thing I saw that the covers was coming back on, so you'd have to wait a couple of minutes. The sun is with us, so that's good news, but we have a heavier overcast sky than we did the last couple of days. So if that's an indication that we may have a rainy day, it's quite possible. The first 2 days we had some light grey clouds overhead, but they were very high and we had a fairly strong wind. There's no wind today, and the clouds are just that bit heavier. So let's hope that that can blow as well, and we would have some good cricket, because we have seen some exciting cricket over the last 2 days. And we'll have a look at the scorecard here. Leeward Islands, Hodge, that is in the first innings. Yes, 14 Hodge, Powell 19, Ross Powell 9, Thomas 25, Django 2, Sharma Hamilton 52, and the big one in the end, Colin Archibald, record breaking 106, batting a number 10, a regional record, and together with his last wicket partner, Durham, they put on a regional record for the last wicket as well, so that was something to have witnessed. He really batted exceptionally well, Durham and Archibald. Are you okay there, Mr. Murray?
Yeah, you saw me sort of sliding into my chair in a very uncompromising position, didn't you?
With some pace as well.
And with some pace, that's correct. But the good news is that the players are coming out. The umpires are already there. And we keep talking about the Leeward Islands and their tactics. We've lost, we wouldn't lose any play at the moment because it's still 90 overs left in the day's play. Whether we'll get through that, that's a different story. We look at the Windward Islands batting scorecard, 173. The only score of significance, or the two scores of significance, Devon Smith 35 and Kieran Kotoy, who got 73 not out until he ran out of partners. But a very dismal looking scorecard there, Anil, for the Windward Islands, really on a pitch that offers no terrors.
Yeah, they batted badly. And
the bowling, of course, Rakeem Cornwall, 5 for 61. Jeremiah Louis, he continues to be among the wickets. Jeremiah Louis, he tends to bowl that ball full length, just moving it away. He moves it, swings it both ways, but he's a steady bowler. And then Rakeem Cornwall, 5 for 61. He bowled unchanged at one time, 22 overs. So it's a situation where I just think the Windward Islands, the batsmen, except for the Smith and Kotoy, didn't really apply themselves.
No, of course not. But you would have to give credit to as well to Jeremiah Louis and Rakeem Cornwall. They bowled extremely well under the situation. I thought that Cornwall was really, really on target. He created a lot of pressure and he picked up a fiver.
Well,
No
McSween
surprise.
starts the bowling, and his first delivery just outside that line of the off stump to Devon Thomas. He's on 3. And Ross Powell is with him. He is on 14 not out. And they're 64 for 2. And the lead so far is 224. One would think that the Leeward Islands would want to get that lead up to 400 just to feel secure and put the Windward Islands batsmen under real pressure and set attacking fields for most of the day. So we'll just have to wait and see how they approach this innings. And Thomas is playing this one nicely out to the square cover on the boundary. He picks up an easy single, but that was a nice, pleasant shot. He was on the front foot, Anil, and he just stroked it nicely. The ball, he would like that because the ball coming off the middle of the bat and it sounded good when it hit the bat.
Yeah, well, that's how Devon Thomas bats, actually. He's a pretty attractive-looking batsman when he plays his shot. Always beautiful to look at. Pretty impressed with Devon Thomas. He's on 4. Powell, the left-hander, is on 14. He took a while yesterday. He did it in 40 deliveries, but I thought in 1 over, he got 10 or 9 runs in that over and really pushed up the score because he was really going at snail's pace.
Full toss. He's going to pick up a run. It's going to be interesting how he progresses today because he's not really a big hitter of the ball. He's more very much in defense, pushing the ball around, nudging it, looking for the single when he can. But it's going to be a little different today because they've got to take the attack to the Windward bowlers, and I would expect the Windward bowlers would bowl just a good line, good length, and wait for the batsmen to make the mistake. Because if they're going to attack them, which I would expect the Leeward Islands batsmen will be looking to get after the bowling, once they bowl steady, they can certainly pick up some wickets.
Well, there are going to be a couple here, or just a single?
Just a single. And that man, McSween, he already had 5 in the first innings. He's picked up 1 already. Got Powell, Kieran Powell, with one that pitched outside the line of the legs, the off stump, and just moved away from him slightly. He was looking to drive, got the outside edge, and a nice low catch taken by Alec and Alec Athen. Yes, it was Alec. Was it? Who took the catch? Athanase, yes, Alec Athanase took the catch, came up with a nice catch. It was low down. That's a good delivery. Movement from McSween, pitching, had a little bounce as well, and moved away from the left-hander.
That was big movement.
Yeah, and it made some height as well, I thought, outside when it pitched. Made some height, which was good.
Moved appreciably. Well, they would have to really keep thinking their strategy every so often. The Leeward Island Hurricanes, they've got to keep in mind that the weather can be a factor as well.
That's another good delivery.
That
just
one didn't move away as much.
Yeah, but it was really a good delivery because it was just outside the line of the off stump. Powell eventually played it well, I thought, because he was thinking of coming forward to it, and didn't. Let's have a look at that.
Remember what happened to him in the first innings? He left alone a ball that was pitch in line with the stumps, and he lost his middle and off stump. That one was close. If that had come back just slightly,
he would have been in trouble.
Some pressure for him again. So a cautious start, more or less, here by the Leeward Islands. I know that they would have done some homework tonight in thinking how they're gonna go about today's approach, the Leeward Islands, because they need to score fairly quickly. They've got to secure some batting points as well, because they've got to keep in mind the situation as far as the points are concerned and the lead for the top spot in that area, that they've got to push their noses ahead, because they've got a couple batting points in the first inning with the 333. I think Barbados failed to get to 300, 290 odd. So they are probably gone ahead by a point there. Not on the standings, but they have gained 1 point more than Barbados in the batting points area. So they would be thinking in terms that they would have to score at least 200 and more, Colin.
Yeah, I would think so. Well, Darius Martin is into the attack. I thought he bowled well yesterday afternoon. And there is Thomas just guiding it down to the square cover boundary for a single. Melias is down there. He's doing the fielding. One more to the total. Thomas goes to 6 from 6 balls. He looks so at ease, Devon Thomas.
Yeah, he plays quite elegantly, and he hits the ball with a lot of power as well. Very nice to look at. One of the things about the Hurricanes, Colin, is that they've got quite a lot of batsmen who can up the tempo when they need to. And if you go through the batting lineup, you'd see a lot of good hitters up the ball there, and good shots as well. Hamilton, Cornwall, Louis, Archibald, Django. You've got Thomas out there.
It's well played by Powell. That one, you could see that one coming back at Ross Powell. As I said, it's going to be interesting in his approach today, Anil. I think they're just getting some sighters at this point in time, the two batsmen. And we should see some fireworks within 15, 20 minutes. Because they've got to get a sizable lead and set the Windward Islands a near impossible victory target. As it is, the way they have been batting, some people will say they could declare now.
That's well
runs
played.
in it. That's just a single, because there is protection. Kotoy is out there at that fine leg position, and they pick up just a single. So Powell is on to 16. So he's added 2 for his overnight 14. Thomas has added 3 from his overnight 3. And the total 69 for 2. Martin in his first over hasn't really settled in as yet. It's just bowling a little bit too short, and that one was just too much leg side for Powell. I think he needs to get back on that off-stump line. Let's see as he bowls to Thomas, and again a delivery angled into him. This is just going to be a single, but he needs to just get back on that off-stump, because he was bowling middle and leg to the left-hander, and then he bowled middle and leg to the right-hander, and they each picked up a single. So the singles come in very easily at the moment, and I would think the Windward Islands would want to just curb that. You would want them to maybe go over the top if they have to score runs, or get it through the infield. Right at the moment, they're just content pushing the ball around and getting the singles and getting the pace and bounce of the pitch. At one swings, but swinging after it passed the batsman. That's probably one of his better balls in terms of the pace and the swing. Was a little bit quicker as well from Martin. A very tall man he is, so you would expect him to get a little bit of bounce. This pitch still continues to play well. Anil had a look at it yesterday. We had a look at it as we were walking past. It held no real terrors. There's just some footmarks outside the left-hander's off stump, but other than that, it looks a belter.
Yeah, it would remain a good wicket more or less for the duration of the match, I believe. If there's a bit of spin, or it keeps get an even bounce, I wouldn't be too surprised, but it is a good wicket. The thing about young Ross Powell, Colin, is that he has just come on to the team. He wasn't there in the last game, so he obviously is a bit new to this level of the game, and I don't think that he would want to get out that easily, because he's got to secure his place as well. So he might be under some pressure to try to get on with it. He'd be hoping that his partner on the other end could get it going, but he's in a situation really, it's difficult for him.
Well, he's replaced Casey Carty. Of course, Casey Carty has gone off to with the West Indies team to Holland and then to Pakistan. It's cut away. That's going to run into the boundary for 4. That was too short from McSween. And Devon Thomas was just cutting it, and it went one bounce to the right of Athenes, who was diving away but couldn't stop it. He parried it, but it still had enough pace in it to beat the man at a squarish third man in Ogis, and it went down to the boundary for 4. So Thomas is into double figures now. It's on 11, and you would think if they need to get Thomas out, because he scores his runs very quickly, and he could be a real danger to this Windward Islands attack. It's a good ball from McSween, just wide. Maybe if you had to fault it, you would say he was just a little too wide of the off stump, and Thomas wasn't forced to play at it. So the conditions here again at the Oval, very good. The sun has come back out, but still it may be one of those days where there may be a little bit of shower, but there's certainly, when you look over towards the east where the rain tends to come from, we're not seeing any dark clouds, and so we should be okay for a while. But you know, as soon as you say that, suddenly a dark cloud hovers over the ground and we get rain. But we've had 2 good days thus far, and let's just keep our fingers crossed that we get a full day's play in.
Well, it looks a lot better than it did 3/4 of an hour ago, Colin. When I came in, the pitch was covered, and there was a drizzle, and there were very dark clouds overhead. So I thought that we would have a late start. That lo and behold, as I turned around, I saw the covers were removed. So I had to hustle up to get up here as well.
Well, another single for Thomas, but far too short, and he was cutting it. There is protection out in the deep. There are 2 men. There's a squarish third man, and then there's the cover point right out on the boundary. So it's going to take precision in terms of trying to bisect those 2 men when Thomas plays that cut shot. And even though it was going to the left of Milius there, yes, it was going to his left, he was still able to get around and prevent them from going back for 2 runs. McSween in his 7th over, 1 for 15 so far. He's picked up 6 wickets in the game.
Not a bad idea calling for the Windward Islands to not get Ross Powell out. That can probably slow the rate of scoring.
I've heard those suggestions about in a cricket match before, Anil. Even at T20 level, when someone is not hitting the ball well, they said, drop him.
Yeah.
Don't get him out. Leave him. The end of the over from McSween, 75 for 2. The Leewards in their second innings with an overall lead now of 235.
Yeah, they're going pretty slowly here. They've added just 11 runs so far for the morning. Let's hope that from a Leeward Islands point of view that Devon Thomas can really get it moving along. And those guys who are in the dugout that they are raring to go. We expect to see some fireworks sometime during the day. I don't know when it's going to come.
Darius Martin is going to continue. Darius Martin from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. And they go through for an easy single because Thomas was just taking the pace off of the delivery, pushed it in front of him on the onside. And they went through for the easy single as Demba, who is at a whitish mid-on, he had to do the fielding but couldn't prevent them from going through for that run. Thomas on to 13 from 12 deliveries, brings Powell back into strike, 16 from 49.
Yeah, he was at pedestrian pace yesterday.
Well, you have to wait and see what transpires today with him. Allowing it to go through.
Bit of late swing there for Martin. It moved in after it had passed the line of the wicket. The previous over, he bowled a beautiful delivery that came in with the angle and left Powell, but he was not playing a shot. If that delivery was just a bit closer to Powell, it would have been a very difficult delivery to negotiate. In with the angle and away on pitching.
Well, he's wrong the wicket to Powell. They're going to go through for a single. Powell he started to make a few steps down the pitch and realized that Melius is at forward square leg, and so they decided against going through for that run. So, of course, we have games throughout the country. The Brian Lara Stadium, the Red Force are in serious trouble. They trail by 110 runs and they've only got 7 wickets intact. They were bowled out in their first innings for 133. Barbados replied with 294. And then in the second innings, the Red Force, they were 51 for 3. Keegan Simmons is still there and 26 not out. But the 3 wickets included the loss of Darren Bravo and the night watchman, Brian Charles, who went in to protect Bravo. And not only did he not protect Bravo, Bravo had to come out, and he then got out. And of course, down at Diego Martin Complex, runs are plenty down there. Okay, the Scorpions, 393, the Jamaica Scorpions, and the Ghana Harpy Eagles, they are 213 for 1. Powell drives there, but straight to mid-off. So the Harpy Eagles, 213 for 1. Tej Narain Chandapal, 96 not out and going strong. Somebody saw me this morning in the car park on my way here, Anil, and they were making the point that this Tej Narain Chandapal, you know, the Western selectors have got to look at him now because he loves to bat. He's obviously is a player for the longer version of the game. And he continues to make runs. And I suppose at the end of the day, that's all he can do. It's the end of the over from Martin. At the end of it, the Leewards are 76 for 2. Yeah, the only thing he can do is make runs and force the selector's hand. Now, a lot of people talk about, his demeanor in terms of how he makes the runs. He's very slow. He's very how should I put it, in terms of his run scoring ability, doesn't find the gaps in the field, but you can't get him out. And you got to take that into consideration. The other side of that argument is that he may, because of the slow nature of his batting, he may sometimes put pressure on the other batsman to score. That one strikes him on the pad, but clearly going down the leg side, no appeal. Yeah, so it's really, you got two sides of the argument. But at the end of the day, if a man is scoring hundreds, you got to look at his scores. You got to look at him and say, well, does he have the ability to play Test match cricket? And if the answers to that is yes, then you got to pick him. So it's an interesting thing because I would like to see him. I would certainly like to see him in the Test team, but I would also like for the coaches to sit with him and work on his run scoring. His defense seems to be intact. How do you now work on his run scoring in terms of getting him to find the gaps in the field, and not necessarily find the gaps to hit a 4 or a 6, but to get a single and maybe to work it for 2. That type of innings we're talking about. Here's Thomas driving. He's gonna just get a single again because that's a bad misfield, so they're gonna come back for the second. Yes, they picked up 2 runs there because a little bit of a misfield in the deep. So Thomas goes to 15 and 78 for 2.
Well, I think that Chandra Paul Colin, he's fulfilling the number 1 requirement for getting onto the West Indies Test team, and that is making runs, and he's making a lot of runs. So I don't really want to look at the time he takes to make his runs because more or less the West Indies are losing Test matches and there's so much time left after a game is finished. So you can't say a guy is batting too slowly because your entire team, they should be adopting that sort of attitude to bat longer. And if he can do it and he gets the exposure, you don't know to what level the guy can improve.
That's
I made
right.
the comment previously that what he should be working on after having been playing the first class level so long, he's got a good coach, he's got a good dad. He should be looking to improve, as you just said, his stroke making ability, is power hitting if he needs to get into the gym as well, and if he needs to train as well to play the shot with a lot more power if the ball is there to be hit, and improve his game because he's got some good qualities because he can stay in the wicket and he's making runs, so his technique defensively more or less has to be good. So I don't see any reason why he should not be selected.
Yeah.
You still don't know how much the guy can improve.
No, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
The thing is, he came in the second innings against Barbados when they were chasing 71 for victory. And Ghana was struggling at 48 for 5. He was sent down the order at number 7 and came in and scored a quick fire 23.
Yeah.
So, so that it shows as well that maybe if he has to get on with it, he can. So, but he's in the crossroads of his career, in my view, and you're right. He's fulfilled the first criteria: batting for long, scoring runs. That's what you need in a Test opener. And who knows? As you rightly said, playing at that level, he may very well improve his stroke making, his running between the wickets, his finding the gaps in the field. And I mean, Shivnarine Chanderpaul, when he first started, he was very much in that mold. Shivnarine Chanderpaul, I mean, no disrespect to him, but when Shivnarine Chanderpaul came to the wicket, you tend to go to the bar to order a drink, But by the time even if you sat by the bar for an hour, when you came back, he was still at the crease. And that's the important thing. Oh, that could be close. Not out, says the umpire. As Thomas was looking to whip this through the onside, came back at him. Yeah, but I mean, but the kind of and he improved. There was no doubt he improved dramatically as a Test batsman. Ugly to look at in terms of his stance, but effective, and not effective, very effective. And the kind of runs he scored, I mean, he ended up, 16 runs short of Brian Lara's test aggregate. So it's, there's time. That's a good shot.
Well played.
That's a good shot. Runs in it. I thought Demba tried to cut off the ball instead of running around it, and so enabled them to pick up 2 runs. Yeah, and you've got to give a man like that the opportunity because he's scoring runs.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of that, Colin.
But I suppose that's down the road. Bangladesh comes here next month for a 2-test series. So it's going to be interesting, the makeup of the team. And Chandapal must now, in my view, must be a front runner to open the innings with Craig Brathwaite. Runs for Thomas, they're going to come back for 2. That's a good shot because he was playing it. There's a man at deep square leg, and then there's one at fine leg, and he was playing it between the 2 men, and he picks up 2 more runs. So Thomas quickly goes to 20 now from 19 deliveries, and 83 for 2. So he is starting to up the tempo slightly. He hasn't been able to hit boundaries, but he's picking up the 2s and the singles almost with every ball that he faces.
243 the overall lead, Leeward Islands. They need to get a move on. Here is Martin. Oh, and is that leading edge? Yeah, it went where a gully would have been. That's down to third man. So he was looking to turn it on the onside. Thomas got the leading edge, and it was in the air, passing where probably a third or fourth slip would have been.
Yeah, he's going to take chances, no doubt, Devon Thomas. He's that type of player. He wants to get on with it. And once he wants to get on with it, he's going to take the attack to the bowlers. So he will always give them an opportunity to get his wicket because he's trying to play shots to deliveries that may not be there. As Powell still can't find a gap and maybe get a single or so. He's only added 2 so far this morning, whereas Thomas, he's added 18. And 20 runs in all added this morning. And of those 20, as I said, 18 of them to Thomas.
Yeah, I said it was a difficult situation for the young Powell.
Good sunny conditions here now prevailing at the Queen's Park Oval. Powell gets a single because he's playing that towards a backward square leg, and Kotoy had to run around to his left. He's at a forward square leg, and they pick up a single. Powell keeps the strike because he goes to 17, 85 for 2.
Oh, and he takes the strike as well, Ross Powell. I thought that Devon Thomas would have been in much more free flow by now, but he's being put under a bit of pressure as well because his young partner at the other end, Ross Powell, he has just scored 3 runs there for the entire morning's play we've had so far. McSween 1 for 18 off 8 overs. He had a 5 in the first innings, 5 for 92. He swung the ball beautifully. He is swinging it this morning as well, but so far he hasn't had any luck. Beat the edge of young Powell a couple of times. 2 slip. There's a point on the boundary, a short extra cover, a cover, and a mid-off. And this one skews off.
That's gonna go. That's gonna go for 4, no doubt about it. Yeah. So the third man is very, very square, and that went fine where maybe a straightish gully would be, and took the edge and goes down for 4. Preston McSween walks back looking very, very discontented.
Well, that was another good delivery, yeah. Colin. It bounced, it made some height. You could see Powell was trying to take the bottom hand away on contact.
He's
hit the outside edge and went down to the third man area.
He's McSween. You could see him disappointed with that outside edge from the bat of Powell. And then he gets a single now because he's pushing it out to a squarish point. More of a square point. There's just a cover point that is pretty deep. And then the short extra cover who had to run around to his right to do the fielding. You know, I would put Powell under a little pressure. I would sort of close in the field, let him try to go over the top. You know, don't give him an easy single, because that's what he's going to do. He's going to look for that easy single to put Devon Thomas back on strike. Put him under some pressure. Don't allow him to get that easy single. Let him try to go over the top, and who knows, he may very well play a false shot. And Devon Thomas, that's not a false shot. That's a well hit by Thomas, an excellent shot for 6. It was in the slot, and Devon Thomas just played straight through the line, hit it high, over, long on for 6 good-looking runs. That's a wonderful shot. He goes to 27, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes now go up to 96 for 2. The lead is now 256.
Wow, that's a glorious shot there by Thomas. Up in the slot, just a bit of bottom hand, tugging it to the onside a bit. Beautiful shot off the middle, Colin. And look how far that traveled. Wow,
Yeah,
good camera work there as well.
He's timing it so very well.
Yeah, this is what we are expecting from the Leeward Islands this morning. And even though Powell is want to play a bit cautious and try and safeguard his wicket, he would be well advised to try and get Thomas on strike. Look to pick up the singles, rotate the strike, you know.
And that's the thing. So the Windward Islands, they need to stop Powell from getting the single, you know, and let him work for the ball, for the shots going over the top. If he goes over the top, that's fine. But do not give him the easy single, because he will get that easy single and he will loud appeal, but the umpire may have felt, umpire Gustav, let's see, waits on the signal. Let's just see, no signal. So he must have felt that there was bat first before pad. That he must have felt that there was bat first. And I myself thought he played it before the ball hit the pad.
This the 6?
No.
Oh,
That's
okay.
loud appeal from McSween, but I thought that was bat onto pad and the ball trickled out on the offside. Good. I thought that was a good decision by umpire Gustav.
But his front foot as well looked to be just outside off some, Colin.
Yeah.
Because he was even pulling it back as well while making contact with the bat. Can't tell from here exactly if it hit bat or pad first. Very difficult. But you saw that it hit the bat, Colin. Okay, your eyesight is a lot better.
Well,
than
I've got
mine.
4 eyes. That's a good shot from Powell. Was not well lined by McSween. He wants to keep it away from that middle and leg stump, because Powell was just on driving nicely to the left of Ogis at mid-on, who gave chase, and they were able to pick up 2 runs.
So 99 is the score. That gives a lead of 259, the overall lead.
Actually, that was Denver at mid-on. Ogis is down at a deep backward square leg, almost a fine leg. Runs in it? No. He's played it a little too close to Melius. Melius just had to move to his left. And I thought there may have been a single, but it was not on. So the end of the over from McSween, starting to look a little bit jaded, isn't he? 9 overs, 1 for 32. It's 99 for 2. Just found that he, you know, even when he's walking back to his mark, walking away, he looks a little jaded, maybe dejected that he hasn't picked up another wicket early this morning.
Yeah. Well, there's not a lot in it for the Windward Islands. They are playing more or less a waiting sort of game to see what the Leeward Islands would try to do. I'm sure that they're expecting that there's going to be a bit of an onslaught if the Leeward Island batsmen decide, well, look, it's time to get going. So they are pretty content with what is happening at the moment. I think that they're not too worried, because with Powell at the wicket, they know that the run scoring is not as much as they were probably hoping it would have been today.
So Martin is going to continue. He's had 9 overs. He's about to bowl his 10th, none for 35. He's been very steady in his line and length. Again, just outside the line of the off stump. Thomas has batted very well this morning. I thought he batted with a lot of composure so far. Anil, he's picked the right balls to go over the top. The 6 off of McSween was an excellent shot. And he played a couple square cuts, square drive. He's looked good. He's been getting on the front foot and stroking the ball out to the deep point position, hitting it off the middle of the bat.
Yeah,
certainly, when you think of it, he's added 25. Again, just dabbing this one, and he's looking for 2, and they're going to come back. He's got a hustle. That's good running in the end. But from the time he played that, he was looking for 2, and that's a good shot. He waited in it and then just dabbed it late down to Kotoy, who is at a square cover point, and they picked up 2 runs. So the 100 is now up. It's 101 for 2. The lead increases to 261. And Thomas, he's added 27 so far for the morning, whereas Powell has only added 10.
A very defensive field here for Devon Thomas. There are 6 men patrolling the boundary, 3 on each side. This one takes it on the tie pad. Very defensive field he's got set for Thomas, and not surprising, Colin.
Yeah, and I can understand that feel for Thomas, but for Powell, they've just got to put him under a little more pressure. He wants to score, but you can't allow him to pick up the easy singles, because if he gets the easy singles, it means that Devon Thomas would be in strike. Stop him from getting the single, make him work for it, make him go over the top.
Well, there are a couple easy singles available. The entire region here from short mid-wicket to fine leg is open. And the same happens here from slip to the man at wide third man.
And there again, he picks up that single.
Yeah, that's
You can't allow him, Anil, to get those easy singles, because it brings Thomas back into strike, which puts pressure now on the bowlers, because they know that if they bowl that ball slightly too much up or too short, Devon Thomas is going to take advantage of it.
Yeah. It's a bad little tactic here being used by the Windward Islands. They should really put a bit more pressure on Powell to ensure that they keep him on strike. But 6 men patrolling the boundary for Thomas as well, so if he is to score a boundary, or even a 6, he's got to play pretty good. He has to find the gap. Whips it down. That's a good bit of feeling down in the deep there.
Yeah, that's Melius. He's only going to get a single because he was. He might be a little disappointed because it was short, and he pulled it down to fine leg. He might have felt that he could have done better with that shot, Thomas. That he could have maybe got it a little finer. But Melius was quickly round to his right. Did well. But Powell is back into strike. They've got that deepish point position, and then there's a short cover. But the single is there for the taking on the offside for Powell. This time he turns that down to fine leg. That could run away. Oh, well, that was interesting from Martin. I thought he had the ball in his hand when he went over the boundary rope. He threw it back, but I thought he misjudged it slightly. By the time he was throwing it back, I thought he was over the boundary rope. Anyway, there's no third umpire here and when I say no third umpire, to look at replays.
That was okay, Colin. I thought he released it before he actually went over the ropes.
Okay, well,
yeah,
nothing is wrong with that, Anil, if you think that way. But he gets 2, Powell, 106 for 2, and Powell is on 27. Thomas is back in strike, and McSween is going to continue. This time, I think he's going around the wicket to Thomas. Probably bowl. Yes, he has been bowling around the wicket to the right-hander and over the wicket to the left-hander. So he's coming in for his 10th over this morning. We've been playing now for just about 45 minutes. It's been a long spell. That's a good delivery coming back at McSween. And Thomas, you could see him at one point in time, was looking with that high backlift, looking maybe to smash it through the offside, and then realized it darted back at him. Let's have a look, Anil.
Yeah.
Had to come down on it quickly.
Yeah, well, I don't know what he was trying to do there, because that ball was right up to him, Colin, and he was still standing in the crease. I don't know, he was looking to play square on the offside, but it did come back a long way as well.
Yeah, I thought he was looking to play it square on the offside. This one, he's having a go at it outside the line of the off stump. No movement of his feet. He just stood there and slashed at it. Could have gone anywhere, and luckily it didn't take the edge of the bat.
His head was in the air for a while, Thomas. That's probably the first shot I see him attempt, and he lost the shape there entirely. He was very far away from it. I mean, if he had made contact, that would have probably gone past the man down at third man for a six as well.
It's another good delivery. He was looking to open the face here and didn't make contact. So McSween bowling a pretty good over. He's keeping Thomas quiet.
Remember as well, Colin, he had 28 overs in the first innings. It was a great effort on the part of Preston McSween. He got 5 for 92, but that's quite a lot of overs for a fast bowler, and he's now here in his 10th over, 1 for 32. So a heavy workload in this game for Preston McSween, and good delivery again.
Yeah, he's kept Thomas quiet.
Yeah, he's cramped in there.
Which is a good feat, because Devon Thomas is looking to score, and he has not been able to do that in this over thus far. You know, Preston McSween, what I like about him is he's different with left arm medium pace. You don't get many of them in the region, and is one that, you know, I would love to see the West Indies bowling coach work with him and improve him, because he's got some potential and some talent.
Dot ball again by McSween, so even Devon Thomas is unable to score freely off Preston McSween. It'll be interesting to see the batting lineup, the order of the batting lineup. I'm thinking that Captain Jamal Hamilton is probably working his brain overtime to get the right attack in his batting for.
That's been a good over, hasn't it? An excellent over from McSween. When you can keep Devon Thomas quiet when they're looking for runs, they lead 266. He is on 31, and you can bowl him and keep him quiet. You know, with dot balls, it says a lot about the talent. Not only your talent, but it says a lot for your line, your length, and how you're approaching the innings as a bowler. It's been a really excellent spell so far from McSween.
Yeah, you would have to admire Preston McSween.
In the meantime, Devon Smith is shadow batting at the striker's end, because the bowling was supposed to come from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and he is just seems shadow batting at the northern end. I hope when he gets in to bat, because he's going to have to do a lot of batting if the Windward Islands are to survive this game. Devon Smith, very talented.
Well, after 45 minutes, Colin, they have added 42, so it isn't all that slow. But this guy has got to get moving a bit.
Would you have been, if you are the coach of the Leeward Islands, would you have been happy with that, or you would have preferred maybe 60, 65?
Yeah, well, if you had a bit more runs, you would have been a bit more satisfied. But it's a difficult situation, as I said, for young Ross Powell. But I thought that Devon Thomas batted quite well. And 42 or 45 isn't all that bad too, Colin. I mean, you have an overall read of 266 now, so it's just a matter of, trying to work out the time. You might want to make the declaration, the amount of overs you want to bat. You have to keep in mind that rain can be a factor as well. You need batting points also.
Well, that's not good fielding, because that should not have been a single there. That's skipper Hodge. If he's short, he's a short cover. He's got to close it down and ensure that Powell is looking for the single, because he wants to give Thomas the strike. And as a fielding unit, you must be aware of that. And I'm very disappointed there in Hodge allowing the single to be taken. He should have been coming in much quicker and trying to prevent Powell from getting that run. Thomas misses out there. It's one short and wide of the off stump.
Gets a bit low.
Yeah, but he was standing there trying to cut it. Thought he needed to get a little closer to the ball.
You can get close to 100 in this session, Colin. They may think in terms of batting, let's say, about an hour after lunch.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I would think they would want to bat maybe an hour after lunch. That's a good shot, but it's in the air, and it's heading down to the man at long off. It goes over his head. So he timed it much better than anticipated. He went after Martin, a ball pitched up, just on or around the off stump. He lifted it, got under it, lifted it high towards the long off fieldsman. The substitute is on, Ryan John, and he was getting under it at one time, and you thought, well, that he's gone, and then all of a sudden that ball sailed over his head. Let's have a look at that shot again.
What timing? A check shot. Look at that. Not a lot of follow through there, Colin. That was a magnificent timing, and a lot of bottom hand as well. Great shot by Devon Thomas.
He goes to 37 now.
He missed out there.
Yeah, I think he was more looking to get it down towards third man.
He could have played that wider.
Yeah.
He was annoyed with himself. He knew he probably could have picked up a run or two if he got it in the gap between the man at fine third man and the man at point at the boundary like he did in the previous over. It would have been two. That was a tremendous shot, Colin. And the one in the previous over from the top end. Over long or that.
That's right. But that one, the one over long off, I thought John gave the impression that he was getting under it, and then all of a sudden he looked skywards and that ball was sailing over his head.
What a bit of fielding down there at fine leg. Tremendous there by Melius. He covered about 15 meters to his right at top pace and a tumbling save, just inches away from the rope there down at fine leg. Wonderful feeling.
So they lead now 275.
Well, you were saying the man down at long on thought he had a chance.
Long off, yeah.
Well, I was looking at the batsman still because I knew he had hit it well, and he didn't even move. He was not bothered, Devon Thomas. He knew that was traveling.
The thing is, Brian John at the long off, he started to move. This is another good shot. That's probably going to run away. No, it's not. Kotoy is going to cut it off. Good bit of fielding. So just a single. Yeah, John started to look up, and he was sort of positioning himself as if he was going to get under the ball. He was going to the left, and then he started to move back. And all of a sudden, the ball started to climb. And he was then looking over his shoulder.
Well, I knew he was beaten a long time.
Well, he was really giving everybody an impression that he had it. But it was a great shot from Devon Thomas. He timed it so well. And that's the thing with him. What I find with him, since he's come out this morning too, his timing has been excellent. The two shots he went over the top was excellent. His square driving down to the third man and to square cover point has been excellent. It's been a good knock. 40, and then you look at it, 40 from 37 balls. It's been really good going from him. He's added 37 runs so far this morning. has been excellent. He's been the main man that allows the Hurricanes to get to 116 and a lead of 276.
Well, Colin, for the last couple overs, he has had most of the strike, and you see immediately the scoring rate has picked up.
Yeah, its current run rate now is just about 3.9.
Yeah, well, he himself should be trying to look to keep strike. He should be looking to rotate the strike and get on strike when the last ball look for the single, instead of putting all that pressure on young Powell, because Powell himself is getting some problems to get singles.
Well, the change in bowling as McSween is finally out of the attack, and Josh Thomas, who had 1 for 12 yesterday, is into the attack. And this one, Devon Thomas, well, when you're batting well and things are going for you, you just can't seem to put a foot wrong, because he was looking to turn that delivery. The first one from Thomas got the leading edge. It went in the air, where if there was a backward point, it would have been a comfortable catch. Of course, there's nobody at backward point. They're right out on the boundary, and they were able to pick up a single. So he goes to 41, 117 for 2.
Leading edge. Looking to turn it on the onside there, Thomas. That flew in where a point would have been.
Powell's going to get a single. So things are very much easy now for the two batsmen. Just working the ball around, in particular Powell, and whereas Thomas is certainly going after the bowling in a much more flamboyant manner than Powell, who is just very content to push it around, get the single, maybe look for a 2, whereas Devon Thomas, he is looking to go beyond the boundary. Going to pick up a single. I don't think they're going to get 2. No, they will not. Martin, the man down there, is it, doing the fielding. So 1 more to the total. Josh Thomas, who I thought bowled well yesterday, had 4 overs for 12 runs. Sorry, 5 overs, 1 for 12. Bowled much better yesterday than he did in the first innings. His line was good, his length was good, he moved the ball, and more importantly, he didn't bowl any no balls.
Oh, that's a nice looking try by Powell.
It's just going to get a single.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to. The thing with Powell, unlike Devon Thomas, Anil, the ball doesn't seem to come off as sweet in terms of the middle of the bat when Powell hits it, as opposed to Thomas. When Thomas hits the ball, it really comes off the bat quickly, and it seems to come off the middle of the bat all the time.
Oh, quite a difference between the two batsmen, Colin.
Great conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. The sun is out in all its glory. And Thomas goes after this one, and he's cleared the man at mid-wicket. Well, is that John? I think that's John again. He started to look skywards.
The same way he did.
It all got long off.
Yeah.
He started to look skywards, and then this one, though, he just looked to his left as that ball was climbing high over his head. That's another well-timed shot, isn't it? He hit it so well. And that's 6 runs there. John just retrieving the ball. He says, okay, I've got it. Don't be too worried. Don't be too alarmed.
Again, a lot of bottom hand in that shot. A lot of bottom hand and perfect timing as well.
Oh, it certainly was.
Deep mid-wicket there. Have a look at this. Look at the timing in this. And he knew he had hit it well as well. Look at that. He didn't move.
He hit it really well.
Look how far behind the man at deep mid-wicket that ball landed. What timing there by Devon Thomas. He races to 48 now, calling out 40 deliveries, and they've gone past 60 runs, and we are still inside the first hour of the morning's play.
He's looking to cut a delivery. Didn't really get across it. He just stood there and was trying to dab it down towards third man and didn't make contact. Luckily for him, it went through to the keeper. So the end of Thomas, his first over, been roughly treated. 10 runs coming from it. And after 6 overs, he's now 1 for 22.
So this is what the Leeward Island Hurricanes wanted. They wanted one of their batsmen to pick up the pace, and as expected, Devon Thomas was that man, and he has done that magnificently in the last few overs. That's the third six we have seen in the last 3 overs. He raced to 48 or 41. Powell moves on slowly on 30 of 67 deliveries.
A double change in the bowling, Anil, because Kenneth Demba is going to operate from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, so he's going to replace Martin. And
the scoring rate has already picked up because, as I said, still within the first hour, and that's 60 they have added.
It's going to be interesting. Demba bowling to Devon Thomas. That should be some fireworks. But he's actually bowling to Ross Powell. So we'll just wait and see how Powell approaches the off spinner.
I would not have put the deep extra cover and even the long off for Powell. I would have tried to keep him on strike. A lot of singles available.
So Demba round the wicket to the left-hander, and he leaves alone the first ball. Well, I don't think we've seen that much for the morning, where the batsman is leaving alone a delivery. Just out of our picture, the wicket keeper, Smith, has gone to have a word with the square leg umpire. Not too sure what that is about. But he's back, and Demba is going to continue. He's tugging it down to mid-on, so he's quite content to do that. Powell.
Yeah, they should have cut off the singles there for Powell. Make it difficult for Thomas to get on strike, because he's the man who can really raise the tempo here, and he's done that quite well over the last 3 to 4 overs. He's just 2 away from a half century.
It's going to be interesting, his approach to Demba. Let's have a look. Well, he's just going to get a single because he's pushing it out towards mid-wicket. There's no one in the inner ring on the onside. You look at that field for Devon Thomas. There was a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, a long off. So the field fairly well spread with 4 men on the boundary on the leg side. Then, of course, there's that long off, waiting for that lofted drive over the top.
Pretty flat so far, Demba. Didn't seem try to spin or loop it. He's got a bit of a flat loop, not a high loop. You don't see him tossing the ball up too high, but he still is able to loop the ball. Haven't seen any of that yet. Most of the delivery is just flat and quick.
And Powell in defense for the last 3 deliveries. Maybe he was playing for the refreshment break, because that's what's going to happen now. We are just an hour into the 3rd morning, and the players are just about walking off to get their refreshments. It's 128 for 2, the Leeward Islands in their 2nd innings. Powell is 31. Devon Thomas is on 49. The lead now is 288. And while the players take a little bit of a refreshment break, we also will take a break and be right back. So Thomas, 6.1 overs, 1 for 23. As this is Josh Thomas with Devon Thomas just completing his 50 from 43 deliveries. Excellent knock from him. So after the refreshment break, Devon Thomas completing his 50, which would be yet another 50 for him in this tournament. Just got to 25 in the first innings, but he's now completed from 7 innings. He's now had 4 50s and 100. Talk about consistency, Anil. Maybe the one thing, if you want to say, well, some of those 50s he should have converted into hundreds, but still, 4 half centuries out of 7 innings is not a bad return.
Well, I can tell you this one was extremely impressive. Colin, I'm sure you would have been impressed by his stroke making and his overall batting.
Yeah, and his timing of the ball has been excellent as well. Powell gets a single, a wide delivery from Josh Thomas. And Powell opening the face and guiding him down towards the third man. He's looking for his 50. Powell, he's on 32 at the moment. Yeah, he's another one, when he gets into the international arena, hasn't really lived up to his expectations. Makes a lot of runs at regional level. Yeah, but he needs to step up when he gets the opportunity. And a lot of these guys, when they get the opportunity, they need to step up. But some of them don't. Of course. Angled across the left-hander. Yeah, you know, the thing is, when you play test cricket, you may get 1 bad ball every 2 overs. In regional cricket, you get maybe 2 bad deliveries every over. And it's a big difference. And that's why they tell you to play international cricket and test cricket. You've got to be patient. You've just got to wait, and you bat and wait for the bad ball. And when it comes along, make sure you put it away, because you're not going to get another one for maybe another 2 overs.
I think the thing is as well, once you reach to the international level, you have to up your training regime, and you've got to intensify your training methods. You will obviously be learning a lot of new things from the senior players, their methods of batting or bowling, if it's specialized in whatever particular shot, how they intensify their training, and they try to bring their training up to the level that they are playing at. It is no longer regional or first class. So when you get there, I think it probably would depend on your mindset and how much you want to do well at the top, and how much you attention to play to improving your training and improving generally your entire game.
Yeah, and how hard you practice, because that's so very important. The kind of work you put in for regional cricket is totally different to the type of work you'll have to put in at an international level. This is Denver. He's going to continue.
Very fast hand action there from Denver. Colin, have a look at him. When he's not trying to give it a little flight on you, his hand speed is very quick. It looks like a fast bowler at times.
Yes, you're quite right. He's
pushing him. Well,
yes.
He can fool you with the hand speed, and the ball not only coming. That one appeared as though he flipped it off the top.
There goes too far. Quick single. Oh, trouble here. If he hits, he's gone. He's missed it. Well. Powell called for the run, and then Thomas responded, and all of a sudden Powell tried to send him back.
Well, Powell
Thomas
should be
was
aware.
Thomas was in no man's land when he went. By the time he sent him back, he was in no man's land. Which is such a pity, because he responded to the call of Powell, and when you respond to the call of a batsman and you decide you go through for the run, you're going. All of a sudden, when he says to you no, it's real problematic, because you're halfway up the pitch or whatever. You got to stop and try to get back. He's okay because he's going back. He's probably taking about 3 steps down the pitch.
Yeah, well. Ooh, bowled him.
Bowled him. Well. He's played right over that. So he survived the run out in the previous delivery. And now Denver has bowled him. He was almost yorked, it appeared, because he didn't come down on that delivery. By the time he was coming down on it, it was through him. And Thomas goes. As soon as he got to his 50, Denver has struck. He's bowled Devon Thomas for 51 from 45 deliveries. It's now 133 for 3. The lead 293. Let's have a look at this. Denver over the wicket to the right-hander. As he came down the track, and seemed to york himself, because at the last minute he was trying to flick it.
Yeah, he turned the bat.
Yeah.
He turned the bat at the very last second there. So he ended up playing across the line of the ball. It was a very good yorker as well. So well bowled by Denver. But I thought that Thomas was thrown off a bit by the previous delivery, Colin. He survived what would have been a run out by a couple of yards. He had given up there, so that would have rattled him a bit, because the very next delivery he was on strike, and he didn't seem to have settled back. And but he played a bad shot. That was probably the only bad shot I saw in the innings. It was a very, very exciting innings to look at from Devon Thomas.
Yeah, he was coming down the track, and at the last moment he was looking to flick it rather than trying to play it back past the bowler. He might have survived with that, but basically he yorked himself.
Yeah,
so
he made it into a yorker as well.
Well, Amir Jangu has come out. Jangu, who's had a good knock of 58 against the Red Force. Other than that, hasn't really been doing that well. Only got to 2 in the first innings. He's got 76 runs from his 5 innings. And when you think one of those innings he got to 58, means 18 runs have been scored in his next 4 innings. So it's not the kind of return he would want. Certainly needs to establish himself on this Hurricanes team. Well, I was about to, yes, he is going to get off the mark, because at 1 minute when he played the shot, I said I was about to say, well, he's off the mark, and Denver did pretty well to dive to his left to partially stop it, and they were able to pick up a single. The end of the over from Denver, a successful over in which he picked up the wicket of Devon Thomas. Jangu is 1. Powell is still there. He is on 34. And the total, 134 now for 3, a lead of 294.
Well, the Windward Islands getting their first wicket for the morning makes it that was at 133 for 3. Amir Jangu getting off with the very first delivery. He had a good knockdown at Diego Martin, Jangu, when he got 58, I thought it was, against the Red Force. He looked pretty good in that innings, Colin.
Yeah, he did. You know, when you looked at that knock, you just can't understand how he hasn't been a little bit more consistent at for the Hurricanes. I think he just lacks that little bit of consistency. But he's facing up to Josh Thomas.
Well, he likes this sort of situation. He likes to play shots as well, Amir Jangu. So he's got the stage set here for his type of cricket. He started off playing a lot of T20 shots when he came onto the scene for the first time. He was going over mid-off, going over mid-on, hitting over mid-wicket, and quite fluently as well. He has curved out a bit since he's playing the Regional 40. That knock down Diego Martin was a pretty good knock. Played the ball on its merit, but he still scored a lot of boundaries down there. Here is Powell. That's very wide indeed.
You could see what Thomas is trying. He's trying to take it across the left-hander, but he's starting a little too wide of that off stump. That wouldn't worry Powell. He's quite content to stay there. He's on 34 from 81 deliveries. He's only added 20 today. He's added just 20. Whereas Devon Thomas has made his 50, and he's gone.
Even though young Powell scored fairly slowly, Colin, in the first hour, they still were able to score 64 runs.
And that's mainly because of Devon Thomas.
Yeah,
and
quite so.
I would expect that Django has come out with that mindset as well to get on with it. And maybe Powell has the instructions to anchor the innings. You stay there and bat, pick up the single, and the other batsmen at the other end will take the bull by the horns. In other words, they will try to get on with it and take the risks.
Well,
Powell doesn't seem to be the kind of player, Anil, that is going to look to go over the top. He did it yesterday, I think, once or twice. But once they have the field well spread, I don't think he's going to play those type of shots. Yeah, he's just guiding this one down to third man. Just a single in it. McSween is there to do the fielding. Preston McSween. So Django back on strike. The field well spread for Amir Django. There's a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Square cover right out in the boundary and a third man. So 6 men on the boundary ropes. That's a better delivery. Django couldn't do much with it. Didn't have the room in which to play an expansive drive or punch it through the cover region. He was more or less just in defense. Probably looking for the single, but it went straight to Devon Smith, who is at a short cover. No slip. So the Windward Islands now totally on the defensive.
yeah.
As they should be.
Would you think that 250 would probably be a good score, Colin? That might take them away midway between lunch and tea. Add that to 160.
Yeah. 250, you're talking now, we're looking at another 114 runs.
Yeah.
We've still got 40 minutes to lunch. Let's say they add the 40. Yeah, and hour and a quarter max after lunch and declare at 400 and maybe 405, 410. It depends how quickly they score between now and lunch, and then how much they will feel comfortable with. I think they should feel comfortable with 400. Whether they would want to just ensure and totally bat the Windwards out of the game at 450, I don't think that is needed, because based on the batting so far of this Windward Islands team, it tells me that it's very unlikely that they're going to get to 400, but they've got some players that are capable. They're just not showing that potential at the moment. I mean, when I talk about, you talk of Melius, Smith, Hodge, Athenaeus, Ogis, Kotoy, they're all capable. And if 2 guys get hundreds, who knows? But based on how they've been batting in this series, it's very unlikely. Django is going to get a single here as reaching out to a delivery from Demba and just opening the face and playing it out to the deep cover point. They pick up a single, 138 for 3 now. They lead just 2 runs away from a lead of 300.
Well, I was just suggesting that they might want to bat till they reach 250. That would bring them close to 400 overall, Colin.
Well, that would bring them to
Right,
410.
that should be enough. But the thing is, the bonus batting point, an extra 50 run. If they go to 300, remember how close it is between the Leeward Islands and the Hurricanes in terms of the points.
Understand, yeah.
They need to bat quickly.
Yeah. You are looking really more than you're looking more or less for them to get to 300.
Well,
and then declare.
You would get the extra
For the
batting
extra point, yeah.
instead of 250.
So which would mean for them to get to 300, they'll really have to up the tempo.
They have to up the tempo.
Yeah.
So this is why I don't know if any messages are coming out to young Powell if Django if they spoke about it in the with the technical team if they need to send a message to
Well,
him to try
again,
to
Anil,
get it going a bit.
they may very well just decide, look, let's get through the lunch period and then go at it after lunch.
Yeah,
So
but
if they've got,
a shot.
that's a good shot. Just a single, I think. I don't
This
think
is
they're
what
going
he
to come
needs
back
to
for
do.
two.
He needs to
No.
play a bit freer.
Yeah,
He's been there a while. He batted since yesterday, and remember rain could be a factor as well.
Yeah. That's interesting. So it's the end of the over, though, from Denver. At the end of it, it's 139 for 3. Django is on 3. Powell is 37. And it's 200. The lead now, 299.
And you got some good ball bangers there in the dugout. Chama Hamilton, Raheem Cornwall, Jeremiah Louis, and
Archibald. Yeah.
Archibald, the man just broke a record. A couple records, really.
But it could be that they would want to not lose maybe just one wicket again, if possible, to go to lunch with. And then right after lunch, assault, have an assault on the Windward Island bowlers.
Well, if they calculated it right, I think that they don't mind. They shouldn't mind losing a wicket or two here and there along the way. But what they should concentrate on is trying to achieve the goal of whatever they want to get.
But you're right. Even if they end up 300 for 8 or 300 for 9, that's
no problem with the
they get
wickets.
the batting point.
Yeah,
the batting bonus.
and they would have done it in a quick time.
Yeah.
You never can tell as well what can happen with the weather. I mean, we have been fortunate over the last day and so far for the morning that we have not been affected by the rain, but we are into the rainy season here in Trinidad and Tobago. And there are parts of the country that have been having rain over the last couple of days.
Powell gets a single. He's got to hurry. Did well. Good running. Because as he played that ball, he called for the single immediately, and Django responded. So he goes to 38. 140 for 3, which brings the lead now up to 300.
Have a look here. Calling with the point standing. 47.2 Barbados.
Yeah, 46.4 Leewards.
And 46. So
Yeah.
just, less than a point separate those two teams. So they've got to be aware as to where they stand and what they need to do, Leeward Islands.
Yeah, I think it's how quickly they can score after lunch. And in even this little period here, we're talking about 35 minutes. If they can get another 35 runs, get it up to, say, 180, it means you're looking at 120 after the luncheon interval.
I don't know if I'm seeing things, but I'll get back to this after this delivery. Do the stumps at the strikers end? It's off the screen now. When it comes back, the stumps at the strikers end. Do they look as though they are closed in at the top? I mean, have a look at that.
Closed in
At the top, sometimes the umpires have to come and widen back the stump so the reel can fit properly. Does it look that way, Colin?
Yes, it does.
Or am I seeing things?
Yeah, no, it does. It does. Now that you're pointing it out to me, it does.
Probably our cameraman can give us a
close up.
Yeah.
Powell is going to pick up a single. He's running the first one hard, but that was never 2 in it. And eventually he had to settle for the single, 142 for 3.
Yeah, it does look a bit that way to me. Well, I don't think that will make much of a difference, really.
Well, the ball is not hitting the stumps, is it? 142 for 3. Django back on strike. Nice conditions again. The sun is out in all its glory, so no immediate threat of rain or anything like that. So the Leeward Islands would be happy and contented with that.
Shot. Good shot there by Amir Django.
Yeah, misfield by Athanaze, so they were able to pick up the run. So Django on 5 at the end of the over. And it's 143 for 3. No doubt Denver is going to continue. Kenneth Denver picking up the wicket this morning of Devon Thomas. Thomas just trying to whip a ball that was up to him. He used his feet and then was bowled all over the place as he was yorked as he used his feet and then found that he was playing just over the ball, over the top of the ball, and he was bowled. Go through for easy single in the end. That's good cricket.
Yeah,
Django on the front foot, realizing where Koto is. He's more of a backward point, and he was pushing it more square. And immediately he pushed it, called for the single. Good cricket.
Yeah, I thought that Devon Smith was not doing what Amir Django is doing, getting the message to Powell that he needs to put a bit of urgency in his game. That run-in was good there. So this is what he needs to do, you know. Once the ball is anyway in the gap, you've got to be taking the singles. Big gap between the man at short fine leg and short mid-wicket, and on the offside, a big gap as well between the man at short extra cover and backward point. Look, another signal there. That's what you got to do. So Django has brought another dimension here in running the singles with
He's
a bit
pushing
more
him, isn't
urgency.
it? He seems to be pushing Powell.
Yeah, this is what Powell needs to do. He needs to up his game a bit. That's a good offer. You can see Django is intent on looking to go at it.
That was a good, just, I don't know, he just didn't seem to get across to it. He stood there and was trying to reach for that, trying to hit it through the offside. But
he was opening up a bit.
Yeah, that's much better. Gets the single. So they're getting about 3-4 runs and over, not in boundaries, but in singles, which is not bad. They would need to keep that scoreboard ticking over. And if they're going to get 4 singles and over, don't think they win. Loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. He's finally given him. Well, it took a little while, umpire Blaze, because he stood for a while. He thought about it. And eventually, the dreaded finger went up as Powell was just pushing at the delivery. He's gone across there, probably to have a word with the Windward Islands players, as if to say, well, it seemed to be a situation. Let's have a look at that replay, because I'm not sure why umpire Blaze took so long to send him. Let's have a look. Well, it's difficult. He seemed to have played and then tried to withdraw the bat. He must have been a little too late, Anil, in withdrawing the bat.
Well, the wicketkeeper and the bowler were fairly confident. They were almost certain that he had edged that. Also, the man had slipped. Couldn't really see from where we are. We were blinded by the wicketkeeper and the batsman as well. So that's the fall of wicket number 4, 146. Powell goes after getting to 40, sorry, Ross Powell, 40 of 95 deliveries. So Captain Jama Hamilton has now come out, and I'm sure this is going to raise the excitement of the game a bit here, Colin.
Oh, he's gonna go after the bowler, no doubt about it. But that's a good delivery from Denver, because it was pitching just outside the line of the off stump. And Powell was looking to play at it. He actually played at it and tried to withdraw the bat. But I thought he did that a little too late. It took the edge. And that's a good catch by wicketkeeper Smith.
Yeah, any catch close up to the wicket is got to be a good catch.
Thomas continues. And Django looking to cut at a delivery. So that wasn't the correct shot. He should have been just backing across and playing it out to maybe an extra cover with a straight bat. But here he was looking to cut it and didn't make contact, luckily for him. Let's have a look. Yes, he was getting that left leg across it and then trying to cut it. And it was always leaving him, was always going away from the left-hander. And so luckily he didn't get the edge. is not well lined outside the leg stump, and Django just gets a single, turning it down to the deep backward square leg, almost a fine leg, and they pick up a single. Django goes to 8. The lead now up to 307, and Jamar Hamilton is going to face his first delivery from Josh Thomas.
It's fairly economical in its first when he bowled yesterday. Josh Thomas, he had 5 overs, conceded only 12 runs, and he also picked up a wicket, that of Monson Hodge.
Hamilton cuts immediately, is off the mark with a boundary. That was a delivery just outside the line of the off stump, and Hamilton waited on it and then just cut it beautifully. There is a man at deep point, there's a third man, he beat both of them, and it went down to the boundary for 4. We see now more reinforcements being added to that position deep on the boundary, because they're putting a third player. So they've got a third man, they've got a deep backward point right out on the boundary, then they've got a deep cover. So they've got 5, 3, 4, 7 men now on the boundary. And no ball. So Thomas, from the time he seems unable to come under pressure, he bowls no balls. He bowled none yesterday, he bowled none this morning, and now being struck for a boundary by Hamilton, he's produced his next delivery, he's produced a no ball.
Yeah, that was a good shot by Jamar Hamilton. He was coming onto the front foot, and he drove it square, or just behind square on the offside off the front foot. A delightful shot. And that was his very first delivery. So he means business, the Leeward Island Hurricane captain. And he certainly can hit the ball a long way. Django looking to play shots to every delivery. He's got a lot of shots as well, Django.
Yeah, he's an attractive batsman.
Yeah.
I think he should score more runs than he's really getting.
Trying to find the long on, or he took a bit a shade over there. He was in the concrete stand chilling a bit, but he's now come back on the field of play.
There is a long on and a long off. Django can't find the gap, so he's contented to play those 2 deliveries out to cover. 313 the lead.
Well, you don't really have to look for gaps in the infield, because there are just 3 fieldsmen in the infield, and all the others are protecting the boundary.
Yeah, but in those 2 deliveries, 2 dot balls, he's hitting it straight to Devon Smith, who's at cover. Just wants to get it either to his right or to his left, so he can pick up a single. That's what Django, he's been there for 14 deliveries now. And now he's going to get a single. Getting it down to McSween at third man. Not a good delivery to end the over from Thomas. It was just short and wide, and gave Django the opportunity just to work it down to the third man position. The end of the over from Thomas. He's now bowled 10 overs, 1 for 40, and it's 154 for 4.
So the captain, Jamar Hamilton, has come out. He's on 5 off 2 deliveries. Very powerfully built. Not a very tall guy, but he can hit the ball with a lot of power. So he's going to need that power, because the Windward Islands will be looking in terms of a declaration sometime after the luncheon interval. When, we do not know yet, but I'm sure that the declaration is going to come. They would be looking for an outright victory here. Here's Demba. Django driving down to long off a single, gets his captain on strike. That's more like it now, Colin. Even though you can't get the boundaries, pick up the singles, and I'm sure that once the ball is there to be hit, these guys have the capability to do that.
Well, Hamilton he's not going to prod and push. He's going to go after the boundaries. There's no doubt about it. That's his DNA. He's certainly likes to hit the ball hard. He likes to go over the top. Whereas Django's going to push it, get the single. If he gets the bad ball, he's going to put it away. But Jamar Hamilton, he's going to go after Denver. There's no doubt in my mind. Look at, he's hustled for the first. He's looking for the second. It's not on. Good bit of fielding there on that by Ogis, who is at long on. He came in quickly. He realized Hamilton was looking for the second, and he came in quickly off that long on position and just limited the scoring to a single.
Well, they had 7 men on the boundary for Hamilton. Now a couple of them have come back in the circle. There are 4 men in the inner circle. So 5 men on the boundary, 4 really.
Hamilton, look at him. He's hustling for that first run, thinking he might be in a second, while Django was just jogging the first. Hamilton was hustling, and he's going to have a word with Django now, because he's probably going to say, listen, we've got to put them under pressure, run the first run hard, make them think that we're looking for 2, and who knows, they can attack the ball, misfield, anything is possible. But Hamilton was hustling that first run, and Django was just trotting. He was comfortable with just a single.
4 boundary riders on the leg side for Hamilton. He whips it.
Look at Hamilton again. Look how he hustles that. And this time Django was hustling the first run as well. That's what you've got to do. Put the fieldsman under pressure. Even though it may just be a single, if you run the first run hard, who knows what can happen with the fieldsman. They take the eye off the ball, looking at the batsman. Anything is possible.
Well, difficult to get a 2-run here to a fieldsman on the boundary, because there's no bigger side in this game, Colin. They're more or less using
the middle strip.
Mid strip. So I don't think they're going to get a 2 runs unless the ball is hit with, very slowly it goes to the man in the deep.
Yeah, but while I accept that, I think Hamilton's approach is the right one.
Yeah, of course.
Push them. Let them think that, hey, look, like he's looking for 2. And you can never tell when they think you're looking for 2, they run into the ball, take the eye off of it, anything is possible. And that's a great approach from Hamilton. And I think he's encouraged Django to also look for that second run. Well, he's just, this time it's a single because it's going down to third man. And he's not hustling that single because the difference with a third man as opposed to maybe a deep mid-wicket, the third man is approaching that ball straight on, if you catch what I'm saying.
He doesn't have to cover much
That's
ground.
right.
Well, the thing that peeves me, I mean, when I do coaching, Colin, I work with some of the youngsters in the East there. Nothing peeves me as like what you just described today, that taking that first round as though there's no second, and taking the second as there's no third. And you have to keep telling them about it over and over and over. But you've got to be urgent with your running.
Of course.
You've got to ground quickly, you've got to turn, you've got to be in a position if 2 is on or not. If the fieldsman fumbles on the boundary, you're in a position to take 2. A lot of young batsmen take the first run very slowly, and then when they realize it's 2, they look to go for the 2 and they get run out by a couple inches.
Yeah.
And if they had taken that first run a lot quicker, they would have been home quite easily for the second run.
160 for 4.
Well, this time he's hustling. No. Oh my goodness, Django has left his wicket. Well.
Not out. I think Django was responding to Hamilton. I think they got to be on the same wavelength here, because even though Hamilton is looking for 2, I think he is just needling the fieldsman. Let them think. Look at it. They've gone for 1. Oh, well, we just turned it away from the 2. But look at Hamilton where he was. He was quarter way up.
He was looking as though he was coming for the 2. That's why Django reached so far down.
But from the
That's
time...
what I said. If 2 would be difficult here.
Yeah, he turned looking for the second, and then he looked up quarter way up, he looked up and he saw the fieldsman was almost to the ball.
Well, the fieldsmen in the deep, they are aware as well that Jamal Hamilton is really hustling out there, so they are getting to the ball a lot quicker as well. He's putting them under a lot of pressure. You know for sure if they should fumble in the deep, that he's going to take that second round
there's no
quite
doubt
easily.
about it. And he's quick, eh? He's
Yeah,
quick.
he's quick. He's very quick.
.322 the lead. Still got about maybe 18 minutes or so to lunch.
This time he trots a signal.
Yeah.
Because he realizes that he can get himself run out here trying to force 2 runs when it is 1.
There's absolutely, it's a good approach because,
yeah.
you know,
This is what I coach the youngsters. That's how you have to run.
Yeah, that's right.
If the 2 run is not on, well, no problem. But
Because with that type of approach, Anil, as I said, it puts the fieldsman under pressure. And you could never tell.
Yeah, they can fumble.
Because it's easy for them to just take their eyes off the ball. Because you tend to sometimes look at the guy hustling the first run and looking at him to see if he's going to turn for the second.
Yeah, take your eye off the ball and you misfield.
That's right. And then the second becomes very easy. Another single here for Django. It's the end of the over from Thomas. He's now completed his 11 overs, 1 for 46. It's 164 for 4. The lead now 324. Demba is going to continue. It's going to be bowling to Django.
So we are just about 20 minutes away from the luncheon interval. Leeward Islands 164 for the loss of 4 wickets. They also have a lead of 160. But here's Demba, driven through the offside. That's going to be an easy single.
$165 for 4. Django is on to 15. From 23 deliveries. Hamilton, he's on 10 from just 7. He's been getting a runner ball, except when he struck the 4. That's how he's now 10 from 7.
Overall lead of 325, Colin. We are just about 18 minutes away from the lunch interval. So if they can reach up to 360 by the luncheon interval, they would have to assess the situation then and decide where they want to go. But we have already made our assessment, Colin. I'm going to stick by that.
Okay. Nothing is wrong with that. I think they're gonna come back out after lunch for just about 1 hour, and real fireworks at that point in time. I would expect to see the Archibalds, the Louis, and those kind of guys coming out to bat. Cornwall.
I think we should be seeing the fireworks all now.
Yeah, well, I think they're just consolidating. When I say consolidating, just if they get the bad ball, they're gonna strike it like that. But he's only going to pick up 2 here. No, Hamilton decided against going back for the second. That's good fielding in the deep by Ogies. Really good bit of fielding because he attacked the ball, sent a good long throw in. Yeah, I'm suggesting that they're going to just, and when I use the word consolidate, pick up the runs, get the singles off of almost every ball to keep that scoreboard ticking. And whatever happens and they reach for lunch, then the loud appeal goes up. Not out. They're going to pick up a leg by because that ball came off to where off the pad and went towards where a slip would be. So
watch this. Was that outside off?
Might have been.
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't see any part of the pad outside the line of the off stump. So obviously it would have been in front. Well, it's easy to sit here in the the commentators share
and get the
Colin
replay?
and say say let's see some fireworks. I mean the bowling isn't all that bad and it's a very defensively set field. So we probably are asking too much to see fireworks from Hamilton and Django.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying just the bat out this luncheon period until lunch, and whatever your score is, that's fine. But really take the bowlers to task after lunch. You know, at that point in time, say, okay, guys, we're just batting for 1 hour, and you know, whatever happens, happens. But go after the bowling in a big way.
Yeah. I hope that they're thinking in terms of the 250 and if they want to go to 300.
Yeah.
And why they want to go there. I hope they have
you're
thought
still,
about all of that.
You're still on with that batting point that they need.
It might count in the end, Colin. This race
No, I'm
is
not
so
saying
tight.
no. I'm not.
Remember,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay,
No.
remember this. The game with the Barbados Pride, they are not too sure to bat in the second innings, Barbados.
Well, even if the batting is second,
They
they're not
wouldn't
going to
get
get
any
300.
batting points. They wouldn't get any batting points. So the Leeward Island obviously would have had to look at this.
Thomas continues.
Well, you can't rule out the Harpy Eagles as well.
Yeah, they.
Wonder if
I don't think they're going to be an outright decision in that game unless Jamaica bats badly in the second innings. But you know, they are on 41 points, so they would need an outright victory somehow, because Barbados and Leewards, once they win outright, they will go into 60-something points. We don't know yet until we work out all the bonus points, etc. They will go on to 60-something, and Guyana would only be close to 50. So I would say that unless they beat Jamaica outright, that they're out of the running.
Well, you can't rule out an outright there, because if they should bat out today, Colin, they would have a fairly decent lead. Yeah. And you never can tell what can happen in the final day.
I'm not saying no to that either. I think they can try to force an outright. But in my view, based on the pitch, the pitch seems to be really a belter down at Diego Martin Sports Complex. When you look at the scores, 396. Jamaica and we're gonna get an update after lunch, but Guyana 213 for 1, so you're talking close to 600 runs for just the fall of 11 wickets in that game. So I can't see, unless Jamaica bats badly or Guyana bowl very well in the second innings, that we're heading for a very tame draw.
Yeah, more than likely. Wicket played extremely well. Remember Leeward Islands as well. They got a big score down there against the Red Force in the first innings. Yeah. 357 or somewhere there. So a big 100 there from Kieran Powell. He followed it up with an 83 in the second innings, so 86 really. But he didn't get off here in this game really. Thomas, 1 for 49. And he has kept Hamilton very quiet for this delivery. A good line. Coming back into the right-handed Jamal Hamilton. Lovely sunshine here now at the Queen's Park Oval. We had a fairly dull morning. There was a slight delay because there were threats of rain and the covers had come on, but they didn't actually put it on the pitch because it's cleared up quite nicely. And now we are bathed in brilliant sunshine as Hamilton steers this down to the man at, on the point boundary for a single. He moves to 14 off 12 deliveries. Just to update you on the batsman out, Monson Hodge, he was caught of the bowling of Thomas for 24. Kieran Powell caught of the bowling of Mark Sween for 18. Ross Powell caught wicketkeeper Smith of the bowling of Denver for 40. But here is Thomas. Amir Django, he is not out on 19. Jamal Hamilton on 14. 173.44. Just about 10 minutes away from the luncheon interval.
And Thomas just completed his 12th over, 1 for 50. Must be a very tired man now because he's had a long spell. But I think Windward Islands will probably just bowl him and Denver out to the luncheon interval. And after that, they will look and see after lunch, maybe Martin and McSween, or McSween and Denver. I think McSween has to come back. He's had a long rest. And then with the luncheon interval as well, he may very well be back after lunch.
Yeah. Denver, 2 for 34. This is his 11th over. He has a hop, skip and jump, you say, Colin?
Yeah, I'm not. It's an interesting action.
Yeah, he has two short steps, then he takes a hop, and then he moves off.
Have you looked at? Were you looking at the Women's World Cup at all, Anil? The Women's World Cup that was just held in New Zealand.
Colin,
that Australia won.
Yeah, well, it had so many things going on these days. I mean,
well, no, I was the only reason I'm asking. The only reason I'm asking you that is that I was. He reminds me a little bit, or maybe I should say, Anisa Mohammed reminds me of Demba, because she has this little skip, a little skip and a hop before she delivers. Of course, Anisa Mohammed, the Trinidad and Tobago West Indies off spinner. And she's got that same type of little hop on her.
It resembles Demba's, right? yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen. That's why I was asking if you saw.
But I lot of sport on the television.
Yeah,
I can't even
so
watch the IPL because we have been doing a lot. Besides this regional 4 days, most of the zonals under 13, under 15, under 17, and under 19 were covered by Cricket 360, and I was doing a lot of games, so I didn't really get time to look at the Women's World Cup.
I tell you what,
now I'm missing the IPL as well. Sometimes I have to watch it back in the night and I fall asleep within 10 minutes.
I was actually looking at the Women's World. I was very intrigued by it. Some of the batting by the Australians in particular, the South Africans, the Indians. The Indians didn't qualify for the last 4, but the Australian, even the English, some of the batting, Anil, was absolutely brilliant. You know, the Healy, the Alicia Healy, opening the batting for Australia. I mean, she was brilliant. There's no other way but to describe it. You know, and I think she's married to Mitchell Stark. But you know, I can't recall some of the names. Some of the South Africans, for example, they were absolutely brilliant as well. It was on very. I tell you, that World Cup was a great advertisement for women's cricket.
Well, also we would be having the women's IPL. I think it is supposed to start shortly. If it hasn't already started, I'm not too sure. Yeah. But that would be exposing a lot of women cricketers as well. There are some really good women cricketers, Colin. I mean, I've been looking at some of them in those one-day international, women one-day international, and you've seen some good stroke play, good technique, everything.
Yeah, I mean, Alicia Healy, for example, she was playing some shots. As we say, some big man shots.
Yeah, Danielle Wyatt from England.
That's another one.
Another stroke player.
Wyatt. She was good. She got 139 in one game.
Yeah.
She was absolutely brilliant.
Shot.
And then there was also a girl, a woman from South Africa who was really good as well. I mean, the cricket was good. I thought was excellent. And of course, I was following it because after the West Indies won their first 2 games against New Zealand, they beat New Zealand New Zealand needed 6 runs to win and had maybe about 5 wickets intact or 4 wickets intact. And DeAndre Doughton said, "Give me the ball." And West Indies won by 2 runs or something like that.
Last wicket being a run out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I looked at the England game too, where they put England under some pressure, and Anisa Mohammed came and picked up the last wicket with England needing about 5 or 6 runs to win. You know, so it was really, and so I kept following it. And from that, Hayley Matthews batted extremely well from the West Indies. I was disappointed in Stephanie Taylor. I thought, you know, she's such a good player that I thought her returns wasn't as good as her ability, you know?
Yeah.
It's a slower delivery that Hamilton picked it up early, pushes it out to that long off. So one more to him. He's on to what, 16 now? Or 17, sorry. He's on to 17, 177 for 4. The lead goes up to 337. Just about
a couple overs.
6 minutes or so to lunch. 6 minutes to lunch, and we'll have to wait and see what happens after lunch. Just how long will the Hurricanes bat? That's a good shot. Bring it straight back past the bowler down towards long arm, picking up a single. The skipper back in strike, Jamar Hamilton. Of course, the Hamilton name, very much a worldwide name in terms of Lewis Hamilton, the race car driver. The speeds those guys go around the track at, Anil, unbelievable.
Not much of a fan of motor car racing.
Well, I've
but
looked
I
at
do
it.
follow the international stars, really.
Yeah, I've
know?
looked at it. But I went to when Trinidad and Tobago played in the World Cup qualifier against Bahrain. I went across to see the track. There's the Bahrain Grand Prix is held there, and I just had a look at the track. It's incredible. So Django is going to face up to Denver. May very well be the last over before the luncheon interval. Denver now coming from over the wicket, deciding to maybe try to spin that ball across the body of Django. He's on 21 at the moment. Pushing that one straight to Hodge, who's at that short extra cover. It's going to pick up a single here because man has to come in from off the boundary. Is that Milius to do the fielding? So one more to the total. Denver in his 12th over, 2 for 36. He's had a good game. Got 2 for 77 in the first innings and now 2 for 36.
Yeah, he's in his 12th over. So not bad economy rate considering the situation of the game. Denver has kept it fairly quiet. 3:39 is the lead call in. So an hour after lunch. Still would have liked to see them a little closer to 200 now. Could have looked to score a very quick 100 after lunch. They've got enough batting for that. But they should have been close to 200 by now.
See Hodge having a word with Denver. Not too sure. Maybe they are all trying to make this the last over before lunch.
Well, 115 scored in the session.
That's not bad.
No. So
You would have preferred maybe a little more than that, Anil, because of the position of the game.
Yeah, because the situation of the championship, really. Not so much the position of the game. I think that the Leeward Islands have the game under total
Wrapped up,
control.
yeah.
They have it wrapped up, but they've got to look in terms of the championship standings and these bonus batting points and all of that stuff.
Lead of 340, 180 for 4. And they probably can get to 120 after lunch to get up to the 300. But they will have to do that, I would think, within no more than, say, 75 minutes of batting after lunch.
Yeah. But they got enough power hitters on the team still to come. They've got Jamal Hamilton out there as well.
Another 120, though, and it would take the lead to 460. As the final delivery there before lunch, as the umpire comes up, takes the bails off, Jamal Hamilton turns, walks back towards the pavilion, and the players are all following. So we've come to the end of play for this session between the start of play and lunch, and the Leeward Islands, 180 for 4. The lead is 340. The lead now 340. So they started this morning on 64 for 2, the Leeward Islands, with Thomas on 3, and Powell was on 14 and 64 for 2. A lead there of just 224, and that is the batting card here for the Leeward Islands. Of course, yesterday, Hodge and Karen Powell, they went for 24 and 18. And today, Ross Powell, he went Court Smith bowled Denver for 40. Devon Thomas, he went bowled Denver for 51. Amir Jangu is not out on 22. Jamar Hamilton is with him. He's not out on 18. There have been 7 extras, and the total 180 for 4, which means that they've got a lead of 340. Let's have a look at the bowling. There is the bowling at the moment. Preston McSween, just 4 bowlers used. McSween, he's had 10 overs, 1 for 32. Martin, he has had 11 overs, none for 51. Thomas, 13 overs, 1 for 54. And Denver, Kenneth Denver, 12 overs, 2 for 37. And it's 180 for 4 at the luncheon interval. The lead, as I said, is 340. We should see some fireworks right after lunch, as there is the summary so far of this game. It's certainly all Leeward Islands thus far, and we will wait to see what happens after lunch. When will the declaration come? And just how much will the Windward Islands be set to win this game? So we're going to take a break here and come back right after the luncheon interval for more on this game at the Queen's Park Oval between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. Just about getting ready to start play after the luncheon interval. Jamar Hamilton is on strike, and the field is like a T20 field, because the only two men in terms of run-saving positions is one is at, when I say run-saving, I mean like a single, which is Hodge, the skipper, is at cover, and Devon Smith is at mid-wicket. Everybody else is on the boundary ropes. As the first ball after lunch from Martin to Hamilton, he plays defensive. So they lead, of course, 340 at the moment. And Martin in his 12th over. Good afternoon to you, Anil Raja. What's happening with you?
Yeah, very good afternoon to you as well, Colin Murray. And again, good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners as well. And to those of you who are just joining the game, Leeward Islands in an extremely strong position. They lead by 340 runs. They've got 6 wickets in hand, and they'd be looking to call the declaration anytime. They'd be looking to set the Windward Islands anywhere in the region of 400 to 450. We don't know what we'd be looking like, but it would be around there. So we expect that we should see some fireworks. As Colin Murray just said, the field looks like a T20 field. They're almost, there are 7 men on the boundary line. At least in a T20, Colin,
You only
allowed 5.
Yes.
So this is even worse than a T20.
A T10?
Yeah.
It's well, they expect that the Windward Island, the Leeward Islands expect that the Leeward Islands would be batsmen would be going after them. This one, he's playing it straight out to cover where Hodge is there. He's the one of the 2 fieldsmen in saving a single. He's at cover. And then Devon Smith is at mid-wicket. Not even sure if they just push the ball gently, they probably take off for a single. 180 for 4. Hamilton is on 18. So we've had 3 deliveries after the luncheon interval, and all dot balls so far. Don't think anybody would have bet on that. So the first run after lunch, as Hamilton plays it out square on that deep backward point boundary. They pick up an easy single. He goes to 19. 181 for 4. Just some scores, lunchtime scores. Anil Raja, you'd be very interested.
Yeah.
Let's start with it. Let's start with the good news. Guyana, 285 for 1. Chanderpaul is 120 not out. Inlax is 78 not out. That's against Jamaica.
The score, what, that score?
285 for 1.
All right.
Chanderpaul 120 not out. And Inlax is on 78.
Well.
And they continue to battle on there. There's a lot. There's been this Inlax guy. He's a wicket keeper. But they tell me that he's a really outstanding young batsman. So he's playing in this game as just a batsman, as Bramble is keeping. And they were actually talking when I did that game with Guyana and the Leewards. They were actually talking about this Inlax guy should be playing as just a batsman. And they were I'm talking about the Guyanese commentator that I did the game with. There's Django playing this one out towards that deepish point position, and they pick up a single. End of the over, the end of the first over after lunch, just 2 runs added. Django goes from his 22 to 23. Hamilton from 18 to 19. And the lead now 342. Yeah, and he was telling me that Inlax is good enough to play on that Guyana team as a batsman. Well, he's proven it, because in the previous match he got 50-odd against Barbados. And then here, against Jamaica, he's on 78. So he seems to be a good prospect in terms of batting-wise. And then he's a wicket keeper. So we don't know how good his keeping is. I think he actually played for I think he got onto the West Indies youth team as a wicket keeper. So he's got some talent, there's no doubt. But Chanderpaul, there's no holding him back, is there?
Yes, Colin, that man is really making a name for himself. Very patient His
Yeah.
patience is a strong point, really.
Yeah,
He
there's no
can
doubt.
really stay long out in the wicket. But we spoke about him this morning, and if he's getting runs, which is the main criteria, he needs to be given the chance. Well, he had the oval.
There's no doubt you can ignore the man's scores. I mean, you know, whatever you think of him as a batsman or whatever, that's irrelevant. You have to look at his scores and you have to say, well, you gotta include him. So I would expect when the tests come around against Bangladesh, his name is going to be on that squad.
Well,
You know, as far as an opener goes, he's got to partner Craig Brathwaite. Anyway, that's for down the road, and that was the good news.
yeah.
But Ghana
You
285
have
for
some
one.
bad news?
Well, we're gonna come to that in a minute. Hamilton is he's looking for two. He's hustling the first one. He's not gonna come back for the second because it's certainly not on.
And why is the news out of Guyana good news, Colin?
Well, the score they've made 285 for one. I think that's great from a West Indian standpoint. That a big score is being, they're chasing a huge score of 396, and they're doing well. I mean, when you think of it, 285 for one in response to 396 scored against you, and it can be demoralizing. You can say, Lord, nearly 400 runs we've got to chase. This is a reverse sweep, and it's in Django looking for the reverse sweep. He's got it, but hit it straight into the hands there of the lone slip. And Django is making his way back. Kotoy is the man at slip, and he took a very easy catch as Django tried to play that reverse sweep and only succeeded in hitting it straight into the hands of Kotoy at slip. And he makes his way back to the pavilion out for 24. He faced 43 deliveries, and the total now is 184 for 5.
Well, Amir Django looking to improvise there. He knows that they got to get some quick runs here, so he was trying to play the reverse sweep because the field that he's got set, let's have a look at it here. He knows that one of the few places he can get the four is down at fine leg, but top edge with the reverse, simple catch to the man at slip. So Django goes, that's the fall of wicket number 5. Together with Hamilton, Django and Hamilton, they added 38. So Django goes for 24. So let's see who is coming out to join Captain Jama Hamilton.
It could very well be Terence Ward. I was thinking it might have been St. Louis or even Archibald, but it very well could be Terence Ward who is making his way out. You just have to wait and see. I think it is Terence Ward.
Well, the Leeward Islands, they started the day on 64 for 2. They added 116 runs in one session. Colin, that was pretty good.
That's right.
Took the total up to 180. Add that to 160 lead.
So I haven't given you the bad news yet. You're still waiting on it, are you?
Well, I was asking you about Guyana and why that is good news.
Yeah, well, I think
Some
I gave you-
connection
it
there?
was that a good explanation that chasing 400, nearly 400, and the response from Guyana from a West Indian perspective, that's good batting, etc., etc.
Okay, all right.
Oh, was that is
I
that
go with
is that plausible? My reasoning behind it.
Yeah,
Will you accept it?
yeah, why not?
Okay, I appreciate
Well,
that.
let's hear the bad news.
The end of the over, Demba has picked up another wicket. He's now picked up 3 wickets for 39 runs from his 13 overs. He's picked, that's what, 5 wickets so far in the game, which means that he's now got 15 wickets for the season, which is not bad. So,
Yeah.
the other game being played at the Brian Lara Academy, Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, 112 for 6. Yannick Carrier is on 29 not out, but it's been another very inept batting display from the Red Force.
And what's the lead there for Barbados Pride?
161, I believe, or let me just
So
think
we're
that's a
facing
good shot. That's 4 runs. He's hit that really hard. Hamilton, it was a half volley, and he absolutely smashed it. through the extra cover position. Even though there's a deep cover, he couldn't get around to his left in time, and the ball sped into the boundary for 4. Hamilton goes up to 24 now, 188 for 5. Yeah, the lead was 161, so Trinidad and Tobago still need 49 more runs to make Barbados bat again. And they've only got 4 wickets intact. Imran Khan is there with Carrier. This is edged. He was stood there and was looking just to dab the ball down to a backward point, got the outside edge, and it went into the gloves of Dennis Smith. So he accepts his second catch, and Hamilton goes back to the pavilion, caught Smith off the bowling of Martin. That's Martin's first wicket in the second innings. He picked up 1 in the first innings as well. And Hamilton, like Django, goes back to the pavilion for 24, but he faced 29 deliveries, and it's now 188 for 6.
Well, 2 quick wickets. Jamal Hamilton getting out 1 quick wicket here after the luncheon interval.
No, you're right. 2 quick wickets.
2 quick
Django
wickets.
and now
Yeah.
Hamilton.
Oh my!
Yeah,
What's happened
so-
to me, Colin?
Well,
Django and Hamilton, 2 quick wickets in just
so
4
change
added.
of plans, Anil?
Well, they probably would have to change plan, but basically they would look to set them 400. The other thing about trying to get 300, Colin, is that with the sort of field that the Windward Islands have employed, it would be really difficult to reach that figure.
milestone, yeah.
Yeah.
Well-
so they might just settle to reach 250. Yeah, in
and
this
plus,
innings.
plus
Plus
the
the
lead.
lead.
Plus the lead, maybe giving them 400 to win, 410.
Yeah.
Well, Colin Archibald, the left-hander, is at the crease. And remember, he had got to 106 not out in the first innings, facing just 109 balls.
They only need 62 more to get to 250, Colin, so I believe that might be more realistic because it might take too much time really to reach
get to the
300, yeah.
Yeah, well, nice sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's a beautiful day. It's turned out to be a really gorgeous day. Oh, that's a good delivery. Loud appeal goes up, and they're going to get a single because the ball goes past wicketkeeper Smith and goes down to the boundary for 4-leg byes. Well, that was a good delivery from Martin. Seemed to cut away from him, Anil, as he was pushing forward. May have struck the top of the pad. The appeal went up, but umpire Gustav said not out and signals 4-leg byes.
Yeah, but it obviously had hit something. Let's look at it
I think
again
he may
here.
have hit the top of his pad. Let's have a look.
Yeah,
Just outside the line of the off stump.
yeah, it probably would have beaten off as well. So that's a very good delivery there from Martin after just getting the wicket of Jamal Hamilton. He now has 1 for 57. He's in his 13th over.
When you think of it, it was a right hand to left hand line he had to change, and he did it well because I thought that was a good delivery, just beating the off stump. But there was after bowling to the right hander, and Archibald came in, and the very first delivery beat him outside that line of the off stump, struck the top of the pad, went away for 4-leg byes, which was unfortunate, but still a good delivery from Martin. He's going to be bowling to Terence Ward, who's going to face his first delivery of the innings. Doesn't give me the impression that Ward is a big hitter. Seems to be more
more
pushing the ball
orthodox,
around. Yeah.
Well, 2 new batsmen at the wicket. Ward is yet to score. And, he does that now. Archibald is on 1. Remember, Archibald scored that record-breaking 100, batting at number 10 in the first innings.
But that was a safe shot because the man is all the way down at long off. It was in the air, but he deliberately played it in the air because he knew that it wasn't a full-blooded off drive to say that he was trying to clear the man at long off.
So Leewards losing 2 quick wickets here after lunch, and those were 2 batsmen who were pretty well set. You would expect that they would have come out here and just started playing a lot of shots, as Hamilton did with that extra cover drive. That was a delightful shot. But these 2 would have to take a while now to probably get themselves set, Colin, get the pace, get the bounce, and get the rhythm going. So a good little period here for the Windward Islands. Picking up 2 wickets and making it 194 for 6. 2 new batsmen at the wickets, so the run rate should slow down a bit.
Yeah, well, the current run rate is just about 4, and one would think that with these 2 new batsmen, even though they want to score quickly, still got to be very mindful. As that current run rate has gone down to 3.96 now. Yeah, they've got to be mindful of the fieldsmen out on the boundary if they're going to look for big shots. So one expects that they're just going to be, for the moment, just getting the singles and maybe waiting for a bad ball.
They would have to put a lot more emphasis now in the running between the wickets and the urgency as well. They've got to put pressure on the fieldsmen because the boundaries would be hard to come by.
That's
a lot of
single.
fieldsmen on the boundary mark and the onside, there are 4 men guarding the boundaries, and on the offside, you got 2 a deep extra cover and a long off. A lot of singles and possibly 2s available. And they've got to really work the field, work the outfield.
So the left-handed Archibald, who's on 1, is going to take strike from Demba. This should be interesting. He's gone after him, hits him straight back overhead. It's not going to go into the boundary because it's not going to hit the boundary rope simply because he was reaching for that. And he more or less swatted it back over the bowler's head for a single.
That was so wide, outside off, he had to actually drag it across. He played with a horizontal bat.
That's right. Well, he picks up a single. So his intention is clear, whereas, as we said, Ward is going to be a little bit more orthodox, Anil, as we see. He's playing the off drive. He's even defending. I don't think Archibald has come out here to defend any ball. That's coming off the bottom of the bat.
Well, they still have Jeremiah Louis and Rakeem Cornwall. So they would be playing pretty freely. Thought that the Windward Islands played good cricket this morning, Colin.
Yeah, they have. It's the end of the over from Demba. So he's now 3 for 41 from 14. Current run rate just about 3.92. 196 for 6. The lead now 356.
Yeah,
So
Demba has pegged them back a bit. Since he came on the ball, he was fairly tight. He was conceding just about 3 runs and over, which was pretty good going when you take into consideration the strong position that the Hurricanes were in and still in. So he kept it fairly quiet. But they know that they would have to bat really, really well to escape the Windward Islands. So much time left in the game.
There's Archibald smashing it through the cover region. They're just going to pick up 2 runs because Thomas had to run about 10 meters or so, 12 meters to his left from a cover, a deep cover to a deep extra cover to field that ball, and they pick up 2 more runs. Archibald on to 4 from 5 deliveries, 198 for 6.
Well, that's the challenge here, really, to be running 2s in the deep, because there's just one man who is trying to save the single.
That's too wide of the off stump, but umpire Gustav says it's okay. It's not wide enough to be signaled wide, so Martin obviously going wide of the off stump and says to Archibald, well, if you want runs, you've got to come after me.
Even though they are playing shots, they have to hit it in the gap between the men on the boundary and see if they can pick up 2, because boundaries would be hard to come by unless you really hit it well and find the gap.
And Archibald can do that.
Yeah,
let me just advise you. He can also go beyond the boundary
Big,
if he
yeah,
gets
can
hold
go
of
big
it.
too. Oh, that's a wide. That has to be a wide umpire.
So
Can we have another look at that?
Martin, you're very upset about that not being called a wide.
That's a wide. That's a wide. I mean, it was it started wide. It
And
went,
went
further
further.
wide.
I thought though, in fairness,
And it was outside the pitch really when it was passing the batsman.
I thought that it may have just gone wider after it passed the batsman, but then again, I'm
Well,
not going to
okay,
argue with you.
Okay. Oh,
He's had a swing at it and he's gone too. So the batsman now, this is some good bowling by Martin. He took this one up to Archibald, moved it away from him. He stood there, Archibald, trying to hit it high over the long off position. Didn't hit it in the middle of the bat. It came off the edge of the bat. And the Leeward Islands lose their 7th wicket now with a total on 198 for 7. Archibald goes, caught by wicketkeeper Smith.
That's another good strike by the Windward Islands because Archibald certainly can hit the ball around. Yeah, let's have a look at that previous delivery. Yeah, getting an outside edge. Looking to go big, looking to go straight back overhead or even wide long off. That one moved away from him enough to take the outside edge. It was a good catch as well by wicketkeeper Dennis Smith.
What a difference a day makes. 106 not out in the first innings and out for 4, in the second innings.
So that's now the 7th wicket call in. So they possibly might get bowled out before they can get to 250.
Well, the possibility exists. But they still lead by 358, a very good lead.
One of the things about the Barbados Pride, Colin, they've gotten a lot of fast bowling points. Most of the wickets that they took is because of the fast bowlers. So that is one of the reasons as well they are ahead. They gain a lot more fast bowling points. But they would be set back in their second innings because they wouldn't be having to go at too many runs if they have any to go at, depending on if TNT Red Force get bowled out or not. But Leeward Islands had been set back here since lunch. They have now lost 3 quick wickets and they have only added 18 runs. So here's the big man, Rakeem Cornwall,
facing up to Martin, his first delivery. And well, that was very strange because he just stood there and opened the face of the bat, and I thought he had made contact because he looked so much in control of that shot, only to see the ball beat the bat and go through to wicketkeeper Smith.
Was it Cornwall who hit 43 in an over in a T20 or T10 game somewhere in the United States, Colin? Or was it the opening batsman who played for one of the franchise teams?
I don't
Can't
think
remember
it was
the name
Cornwall,
exactly.
but
I know somebody scored 43 in a game, and it was against Jelani Seals, I think it was the bowler. There was a no ball, and he was hit for 7 sixes plus the no ball.
Okay, I can't. Where was that? In the States?
It happened in
I can remember that.
a T20 in the United. Only this year that happened.
Okay.
I want to believe it was Rakeem Cornwall.
I know.
I'm trying to remember the big hard-hitting batsman from the Leewards. Plays a bit of franchise cricket. He played in the CPL. He hits the ball a mile. Big guy. Can't really, name doesn't really strike.
I'm trying to think of who you're talking about. But Demba is going to continue in the meantime while we trying to find the name of that individual. Plays for the Leewards. I can't think of the name now, Anil. But I might try and do some research.
Yeah, I'll remember before the day's over. Well, it's Demba. He's got some good-looking figures now. 3 for 41, and this is over number 15, so that's very good going by the off-spinner. He has put the screws on the Leeward Islands' effort to try and score quickly. And not only has he kept the scoring rate down, he's removed 3 of the batsmen.
Yeah, and he's got Thomas, Jangu, and Ross Powell. Those were his 3 victims. That brings Cornwall, however, is on strike now. And he's playing the reverse sweep. And easy as Sunday morning, or should I say easy as Friday morning afternoon, because it was a delivery from Denver, just tossed up, and Rakeem Cornwall just played the reverse sweep. And there's There's a man at a square cover point, but this one went towards a backward point or more of a fine leg. And Josh Thomas, who is down there, Thomas couldn't get around in time and went into the boundary for 4. The 200 is now up, 200 for 203 for 7, and he gets an easy single, Cornwall. So the score goes up by 1 to 204 now for 7. So Cornwall quickly on to 5. Brings Terence Ward into strike. He's on 3 from 9 deliveries. He's been just pushing the ball around, getting his singles. There again, he's thinking of a single, but that had to be well past the fieldsman for Cornwall to think of running.
Well, they might have to just curb that aggressive instinct of it, Colin, because now that they are in some trouble here, in the sense that to get to 250, it looks a bit risky. So they might want to take their time a bit here, might slow it down a bit and ensure that they get to 250. That batting point is crucial.
Well, it's the end of the over from Denver. 6 runs coming from it. And his figures now read 3 for 47 from 15. And also means that Cornwall is going to be on strike. And the bowler is Darius Martin, who has 2 for 61 from his 14 overs.
Jeremiah Louis has not arrived at the crease just yet, but he can be the man to do what the Leeward Islands need. But you've got Raheem Cornwall on strike, very capable. It's the first time I see the big man Jimbo play the reverse sweep, Colin.
Yeah, I can't.
He took He took all the time in the world to actually play it. I thought it was in slow motion, but he really did time it well.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, these are big boundaries here because of the fact that they're using the middle pitch. All the boundaries are fairly big on the side. And I beat the man who was at the point boundary. It went behind point.
I'm sure he's played it before.
Yeah, you got to practice that shot a lot.
Outside the line of the off stump, and Ward just allowing it to go through. He's very much a steadying influence in this team, Terence Ward. I've seen him play and I've seen the batsmen bat around him.
He's a good prospect.
Yeah.
Terence Ward. Bowls a bit of off spin as well. So
single for him. So he goes up to 4. They total to 206 now for 7, and they lead on to 366.
Yeah, those 3 quick wickets after lunch. Leeward Islands would be forced to change the plan a bit. You've got to consolidate here a bit. They would want to reach 250, I suspect. So they would have to bat properly. They've lost 7 wickets.
Yeah, 250 gives them a lead of 410. I think they would be satisfied with that.
Well, under normal circumstances, Colin, I thought 410 would probably be just a bit too much. But in the situation that we have described with the championship and the points and all of that, it's important that they get to 250. And even though they should reach 210, there's still enough time in the game to really dismiss the Windward Islands twice. So I think a victory really is more or less assured. That's barring rain.
Well, that can never tell with that. If this goes into tomorrow, that's a slower delivery from Martin. And Cornwall played it well in the end. He had to wait on it and just played it square towards the man at that deep point position, and they pick up a single. 207 for 7. Cornwall is on to 7. Ward back in strike. He's on 4. Really a good conditions here now at the Queen's Park Oval. It's beautiful, it's hot, it's sunny. As they say, a lovely day for cricket. Martin running away from us. Ward plays it nicely, gets on top of it, and then getting on top of it, and then just opening the face of the bat and guiding it out to that deep point position, and they pick up a single. The end of the over from Martin. He's now completed 15 overs, 2 for 65. Ward is on 5. Cornwall is on 7. And no doubt it will be Demba continuing. He's bowled 15 overs, 3 for 47. And
yeah, he's the leading wicket taker in this inning so far. He has 3, Martin with 2, McSween and Thomas 1 each.
He's going to be bowling to Terence Ward.
Impressive bowling there at that game between the Red Force and the Barbados Pride, Colin, even though Pride batted and they got a fairly good total of 290 for Terence Hines. He put in a fairly good performance there with the ball, 5 for 32. In the context of that score, that's an excellent performance.
Right, definitely, there's no doubt about it.
He's a bit pacey at times. He can generate a bit of pace. Yeah.
He's not a bad all-rounder.
Yeah.
He's
not really getting the chances.
Yeah, he hits the ball very hard.
Yeah, he hits it a long way. And he's a decent batsman as well. He's technically very sound. I was a bit taken back, surprised a bit, but with that performance, I thought with 294 he probably would have gone for some more runs. Not wrong in getting the 5 wickets, but he was very, very miserly with the runs.
With the runs, yeah. 5 for 32, right?
Yeah, 5 for 32. That's outstanding. He was not out overnight, but apparently, like they had gone with him early.
Demba plugging away still in his 16th over.
Might have flighted a bit there for Ward. He's not the most powerfully built guy on the Leeward Islands team, and he's got a big side on the onside. You've got 4 fieldsmen as well patrolling there, so I think Demba should take the chance to flight it a bit more to Terence Ward, but not to Rakeem Cornwall.
Let's see what he does with Cornwall. You're suggesting he's going to push it through. Cornwall plays that nicely down to long off. And they're going to get an easy single.
We'll be having a holiday weekend, Colin. Any plans?
Not really. Just
breezing?
Maybe relaxing myself.
Okay.
Just not going to do anything strenuous. Are you heading to the beach or something?
Well, I'd want to do something because when you're taken up for 4 consecutive days with this, doing the commentary, you feel for a little relaxation when the game is over. And I really do enjoy those couple days in between the matches. So certainly Monday would be a public holiday. I might be just chilling a bit.
I think the beaches are going to be
packed,
well occupied by the citizens.
I don't mind going to the beach, but that traffic jam there.
That's the other problem. Martin is going to continue 2 for 65 and 15. It's a little too wide, and Cornwall reaching for it and played it well eventually, got on top of it and guided it down towards the deep, one more of a deep backward point rather than a third man. Single to Cornwall. He's into double figures on 10, 213 for 7. Score on the lead now on to 373. Another single, but Cornwall had to hustle a little bit there because Hodge moved around quickly to his left to do the fielding, sent the return in, and Cornwall had to get there quickly. Thought at one stage he thought it might have been an easy single, but Hodge did well. Let's have a look. Hodge running, look at Cornwall. All of a sudden he threw in a little bit of A gear and a half. I don't think it's a second gear he's throwing.
Wicketkeeper Dennis Smith has got to be careful. He's running into
Coulda-
Cornwall.
Yeah. You don't want to do that every day.
Looks a bit lethargic out there, Raheem Cornwall. Doesn't seem to be in stride, really. Still trying to warm up. That's a big unit.
Well, I think he's just. They're just looking for the singles and pushing the ball around. I think they're going to be pretty contented if they get to 250, and I don't think it's a situation where they're going to hustle to get to that 250.
No.
I think they
they're
think
7
got
wickets
enough.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why I said they're going to probably slow it down and try to ensure that they get 250. And Cornwall is batting in that mood. He's not ultra aggressive by any means.
Yeah, they give me the impression that they're going to knock it around, pick up the singles, and maybe after about 15, 20 minutes, then try to launch an attack against the Windward bowlers. But having lost those 3 wickets for 14 runs, 3 wickets going down for the addition of 14 runs, I think they've decided just to get things back on track with this partnership, which is just worth 17. Slower delivery, make that partnership now worth 18. And once they can, this partnership can carry it up to maybe 235 or thereabouts, then they could probably launch an assault with about a 10-minute assault before declaration.
Well, they've added 36 in the 45 minutes. The 35 minutes they've been out there for, so it's around a minute short.
Yeah, and you could see the way
Well, the thing about Cornwall is hardly like he's going to be running 2 out here.
Well, that's a fact. So,
Yeah.
but having said that, the way he's batting, he's just caressing. He hasn't really looked for a big shot. You know, you watch at him. He's on 12 from 14 deliveries, and it shows that he's just pushing the ball around, getting the singles, and does not seem to be in a haste to maybe get a 6 or try to get the ball over the boundary. I think he's quite content at the moment to knock the ball around, pick up the singles, maybe if they can get an odd 2, but he's certainly not looking, in my view, to go yet beyond the boundary.
No. I think too he would probably forfeit the idea of trying to get to 300, and just to ensure that he gets to 250. This is the impression he's given me in the manner in which he's batting. I don't see anything wrong with that, really. Goes big.
And that's a good hit because there's no one at cover.
Well, you could see him actually pull into the leg side to open up and hit it wide of the man at long off. That was a good shot.
It
Skillfully
was.
played by Raheem Cornwall.
Yeah, and it was a good shot.
I might get a replay on it.
The thing about it was, let's have a look. Yeah, he backed away and actually was looking to hit it over cover.
Yeah,
there
he
he
opened
is.
up and...
So his first real shot of aggression, but it was well played.
yeah, that was a good shot.
He's back on track, just pushing the ball around. 23-run partnership from 29 deliveries. Very interesting innings from Raheem Cornwall. You're not too sure. Since he backed away and stroked that 4, you thought, well, maybe the fireworks are coming. But then in the next 2 deliveries, and this one, he's just working the ball around. It's a very interesting approach. He picks up a single, he goes to 17, and the total now, all the 2s, 2 for 7. Double Nelson.
Yeah, double Nelson. Number 3 for 56. He's having a pretty long ball. It's been on for a while now. This is his 17th over. Well spread field here.
That's the end of the over. Denver going for, 6 runs in the over. It's now completed 17 overs, 3 for 56. The lead 382 as the Leeward Islands are battling here on 222 for 7. Martin is going to continue 2 for 70 from 16 overs. He's going to be bowling to the big man, Jimbo, as Rakeem Cornwall looks around at the field. Bat is like a toothpick in his hand. He's a big, big man.
Yeah.
But here goes Martin. Easy as Sunday morning. He waited on that and then just opened the face of the bat and guided it down to third man, and they pick up a single.
Well, he's even content to come out of strike as well, Cornwall. I thought he would be looking to take more of the strike. But like I said, he seems to be settled to get to 250. Give you the feel on the offside. Well, there are 3 men in the deep. 4 actually. There's a third man, a point on the boundary. There's also a cover on the boundary, a long off. Short, pulled around.
That's a very good shot from Ward. He's only going to pick up 2. No, they're not even going to come back for the second. Well, I thought that would have been a comfortable 2. But obviously I'm very wrong. Cornwall decided...
I told you Cornwall is not going to be running a lot of
Cornwall,
twos.
no, he's not going to run 2 for that.
Well, that possibly was 3, Colin.
Well, anybody else, they would have been turning and looking for the third. Cornwall wasn't even interested in the second.
Well, the thing is, he's back on strike. This is what you would want, that Cornwall gets most of the strike. That should have been another one as well. Non-striker should be called in there. He would have reached up there quite easily.
Yeah, but I don't think Cornwall was going to move. That's the problem. Ward would have reached up by Cornwall, and he would have suddenly seen Cornwall staying where he is. He's on 18 from 21 deliveries, Rakeem Cornwall.
The lead is now 384.
A big one. It's in the air. It's gone high. It's going to drop safely before it reaches Melias, who is at long off. There was Cornwall looking for a big heave, trying to maybe, I thought he was aiming maybe for a wideish mid-on. And the ball, let's have a look. The ball, yeah, he was aiming for a wideish mid-on. The ball went straight up in the air, but no one could have got under it. And Melias had to come in to do the fielding from a long off position. So 1 to Cornwall. This goes to 19.
Miscue by the big man there. He got off because it dropped well short of the man who was running in from long off. But a complete miscued shot there by Rakeem Cornwall. Ward punching it square or just behind square.
And he's quite content to do that.
Yeah.
He's going to bat like that all afternoon. He's going to work it around, pick up the single. So he goes to 11, brings the big man, Jimbo, back into strike.
So they are 14 runs away from a 400 lead and 24 away from getting to 250. You don't know which one they're going to settle for. A lot of time in the game, so most than likely they're going to look to push it up to 250. That's the total when they're batting ready, not the overall score.
Oh, he gets an outside edge, and Smith can't hold on to it. As a matter of fact, it's just stopped before the ropes, and they can only run a single. Well, he got the outside edge, and it was going down all the time. And Dennis Smith, even though he was flinging his body to the right, couldn't get to it. Let's have a look.
Dropping well short, I thought, of the keeper. It was wide too. Yeah, it dropped a bit short. He got a glove to it on the bounce. That probably saved it from going from 4, Colin, that piece of glove that he got to it. So that's the end of Martin's 17th over.
Yeah, 2 for 75.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of hard work out there today.
Haven't seen Preston McSween for a little while.
Well, he had a torrid time in this game, Colin. He sent down 28 overs in that first innings as a fast bowler. And how many has he bowled so far for today? McSween, is it 11? Yeah.
It's 11, I think, at this point in time.
Oh. He got the wicket of Kieran Powell. Very good wicket. He got out pretty early for 18. Had Powell stayed around any length of time, I'm sure they would have already called that declaration here. The Leeward Island Hurricanes. It's been a very long while as well. They have not won the regional championship. So this would be a welcome win if they can really pull it off, Colin.
No, it certainly will be. But we still got a long way to go. We've got 5 more days of cricket, 1 here, and then the next round of 4 days. So there's a lot more cricket to be played. We could very well see a little twist and turn in the tail. Ward using his feet nicely, getting to the pitch. Found the man there at that short fine leg position, Devon Smith, who has come out of the slip area, is doing duty at that short backward point, that short fine leg, as Cornwall looking to heave this one, doesn't get hold of it, and it goes all along the ground to the man at a deep mid wicket, and they pick up a single.
Line of attack basically is middle and leg, because there are 4 boundary riders on the leg side, just 2 on the offside, a long off at a cover point. Demba bowling just middle and leg. It's a biggish outfield here at the Queen's Park Oval because of the fact that they're using the middle pitch, so the side boundaries are fairly big. So it's not a bad idea for Demba to be attacking middle and leg and bowling to the bigger side of the ground here. Not really much bigger, just about the width of a pitch.
It's well stopped there by Hodge.
Such a huge difference, Colin, with the size of the boundaries when compared to playing in the T20 games. It always puzzles me, why do they have to bring in the boundaries so close for the T20 matches? I mean, that to me it spoils cricket. You can't get more than a 2 in these 220 boundaries. 3 is out of the question. You don't ever see a 3. The bowlers are under so much pressure. Men can miscue and still hit you for 6.
Top edge for 6.
The bats are so big. A guy told me that they don't make bats with edges anymore. Even the edges is a face.
No, you're right. The bats now are totally different.
I think that spoiled the cricket, because even the running between the wicket, it doesn't challenge the batsman, neither the fieldsman. The ball goes to the fieldsman pretty quickly, so hardly a chance of 2. And some batsmen get a false sense of accomplishment with the small boundaries as well. I'd like to see it normal size, and this is one of the things that make the IPL so interesting. The boundaries are basically normal size. They're not those are ridiculously small boundaries that we're seeing, and I don't know what's the reason for it.
Well, I think it's the excitement of hitting 6s and that type of thing.
That could be spoiling players a lot. Those small boundaries.
The smaller boundaries, and you get more 6s, more 4s. And that creates the excitement for the spectators.
Well, it doesn't produce good cricket to me. I prefer to see the fieldsmen put on more challenge, and the batsmen are more challenged in their running between the wickets. The batsmen also are challenged with clearing the boundaries properly. You can't mistime a ball and really expect to hit a 6 on normal size boundaries. I think that would make the game might be more exciting in terms of boundary hitting, but it would make the game much more competitive, and it would lift the standard of cricket Players would improve with that, the bigger side boundaries. I think they're overlooking that fact.
Well, you know, when you think of those games, the T20, etc., it's just excitement. It's just entertainment for the crowd, you know, and the crowd has come out to see people hit fours and people hit sixes. So, you know, it's...
Not too much of the cricket connoisseurs.
No, forget about that. When it comes to T20 cricket, forget that.
Excitement.
It's just excitement and entertainment. That's all it is. If you're looking for the purest in terms of the techniques, forget that. Oh no, he's picking that ball hit and spun. He did well in the end.
Yeah, but he should have been expecting that. When a guy hits a ball with you and it spews off the bat and spinning, you obviously know when it drops.
Yeah, that's right.
You look very awkward if you're going the other way.
Awkward?
Yeah, you look like you're...
I think that's a kind word, awkward.
Yeah.
You look downright stupid.
Yeah, you really look like you don't have any ball sense when you allow that
to happen. Yeah, you don't have a clue.
Yeah.
But you know, the thing about it, you hear players actually shouting, watch it spin, watch the turn, watch it bounce, all sorts of things. But sometimes you just... The thing about it is sometimes you don't hear that. That's a good shot, is it? There, down to... I thought it was bisecting the man at that deep point and the third man, but it actually went straight to third man, and they picked up just an easy single.
The fact that Cornwall is not running the twos, putting some pressure back on the Leewards because the boundaries are not coming. The last boundary he had was a while ago.
Yes,
4 men on the leg side boundary as well for Cornwall, is it? Yep,
4 on the leg side. So 4 on the onside as well.
Yeah, just one man cutting a single. This is why it's a problem here for Leewards, because with this sort of field, you have to be putting pressure on the men in the deep to be running too. But Cornwall, it's either a single or a boundary.
It's the end of the over, however, and the total 236 for 7. Ward is on 16. Cornwall is on 24. And Kenneth Demba, his marathon spell continues.
Demba is back. He's now in over number 19, 3 for 60. Trying to tighten the screws a bit in terms of the run scoring for the Leeward Islands. He knows that they want to get some quick runs, so he's really done a fantastic job under the circumstances. Some problems here. Ward wanted the single. He played it wide at the man at mid-on, short mid-on. The single was on, but Raheem Cornwall wasn't really on. Jimbo not taking a single there. He's not running the twos as well. This time it's a very easy single, so he trots up to the other end, Raheem Cornwall. 237 now, 4-7. Wonder if he may just try to bat on, if he should reach 250. If the Leewards would want to bat on, if they should reach 250 and Cornwall is still there and they still got Jeremiah Louis, and see if they can reach the 300 as quickly as they can. Can't rule that out. Look for an extra batting point. This is in the air for a while, but perfectly safe. No one really in any position in the infield to take the catches. Just a couple of guys looking to stop that single. He worked that down to deepish straight mid-wicket. picks up a single there. Cornwall, he now goes to 25, brings Ward on strike. Tight line, flat, quick delivery there from Demba.
Yeah, the end of his over, 19 overs now, 3 for 62. Let's have a look at Demba bowling there to Cornwall. Comes down the track, was in the air, but away from the fieldsman. Picks up a single.
Yep.
So 2 runs needed for the lead to be extended to 400. Surprise we haven't seen Preston McSween.
Not particularly. I thought that he's put in quite a lot of work. The wickets really, it's not too much of a problem for Windward Islands. I think their main reason is really to try and keep the scoring rate down. And Demba has done a fine job at the other end. And Martin as well is bowling pretty well. So not too surprised because he would be a tired man. This is a big hit here by Cornwall. Man is getting on it. No, he's not going to get that. That is way over the straight long on boundary. That's a good hit by Rakim Cornwall, Colin.
That's an excellent hit. He cleared the man. So Martin being roughed up here by Cornwall. And the 400 lead is now up. It's a 404. With that 6, and how will Martin respond? No fast bowler likes to be roughed up like that. It's a slow delivery on the pads, and Cornwall is just pushing it out towards the deep mid wicket. They pick up a single, 245 for 7.
I thought he was ready to go again, Colin, the way he was standing with that bat not touching the ground. Look
but
at
it seemed to be a slower delivery.
Yeah.
There it is, taking it from outside the line of the off stump. He banged it high and hard, and he cleared the man at long on. It was in the slot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was there to be hit. But a good comeback delivery from Martin.
Yeah, it was a slow one. Because
slow
you're right,
one.
he was about to go, and then it just wasn't there for him, was it?
Yeah, well, he had to check the shot because of the slower delivery. So that was well bowled by Martin.
246 for 7. Oh, he's gone again, and that's 6 more. From the time that left the bat, you knew that was going way over long on. And that's another huge blow. The 250 is now up, and Rakim Cornwall has changed gears because he's taken Darius Martin to task in this over. Look, he got out, he stood up outside the line of the off stump. He waited in it, and he absolutely hammered it high over long on. That's 6 runs. I wonder if they got that ball back. They're still waiting on it.
Yeah, they got it. It didn't go over the stands, Colin.
But it certainly went in the stands.
Yeah, it went a couple rows up the stand, over long on again.
So, Martin, 2 sixes so far in this over. The lead all of a sudden has gone to 412. And it's 252 for 7. Could very well... They can bat on maybe Anil for another 20 minutes and try to get that your magical figure of 300.
Well, that seems to be the plan because we were saying that they might call the declaration an hour after the luncheon interval. It is exactly an hour after the luncheon interval, Colin. So
well, the way Cornwall is going, a couple more lusty blows.
Yeah, well, if he can, and he still has Jeremy Louis there, I don't think it's a bad idea because there's still a lot of time in the game.
Cornwall is going after him again. He's straight to the man this time. He didn't connect that as he would. He got outside the line of the off stump to really crush it high over long on. This time, he didn't get hold of it. It didn't have the, how should I say, the height in which to clear the man at long on. And as a matter of fact, Kotoy had to run in to take the catch, and Cornwall's enterprising innings comes to an end. He goes for 38 from 36 deliveries, caught Kotoy off the bowling of Martin. So even though Martin was roughed up, he's come back nicely and he's got the wicket of Cornwall. The pair put on 54 runs, and of that 54, Cornwall had 38 of them, and the lead is 412 at the moment, and it appears that the Leeward Islands are batting on, Anil.
Well,
Because it's a refreshment break at the moment.
well, they have a lot of time in the game, Colin. They're still in with a chance to get to 300. I don't know if they're not going to call the declaration. I don't know. I see that the other batsman has walked
Terence
off the
Ward?
field. Yeah,
Yeah, actually they have.
yeah. They
They've
probably have
caught
called the declaration.
They've caught the declaration because Terence Ward has walked off. So they just 1 hour after, as we had suggested, they would want to declare here 1 hour after the luncheon interval, and that's exactly what they have done. They have decided enough is enough, and with the fall of Raheem Cornwall's wicket, they have called it a day on 252 for 8, which means that it's 412 is the lead. Let's look at the Leeward Island scorecard. Of course, Hodge, he went for 24. Powell, 18. That's Kieran Powell. Ross Powell, 40. Devon Thomas, 51. Amir Jangu, 24. Jamar Hamilton, 24. Terence Ward, he remained on 18, not out. Colin Archibald, he failed this time, went for 4. And Raheem Cornwall, as I said, very enterprising knock, 38 out of 36 deliveries before he was dismissed. Just 60.5 overs, 252 for 8. The declaration came, meaning that the Leeward Islands, they have a lead of 412. For the Windward Islands to win this game, they've got to get to 413. Let's look at the bowling figures. Just 4 bowlers used all told. McSween had 10 overs, 1 for 32. Martin, 18.5 overs, 3 for 94. Josh Thomas, 13 overs, 1 for 54. And Kenneth Demba, 19 overs, 3 for 62. So 252 for 8 declared. A victory target set by the Leewards for the Windwards. They've got to score 413 for them to win this game. So while the pitch is being rolled and the creases are being marked, we're going to take a break. And when we come back here, it's going to be the Windward Islands trying to get to 413 to win this game. It could be very interesting. Well, back here, we're just about getting ready for the resumption of play after the declaration by the Leeward Islands of 252 for 8 means the target for the Windward Islands 413, and the opening pair of Melius and Smith is back at the crease, and the first ball, lots of swing for Jeremy Louis, but it was pitching wide of that, the pop-in crease, or the return crease, and it went even further towards where first slip would have been, and Jamar Hamilton had to dive to his right to partially stop it. Luckily for him, it didn't go past the slip cordon, and signal a wide by the umpire. That's a swinging, big in-swinger from Louis, and Melius played it well. Started to come on the front foot as if to play it through the offside, and realizing that there was a big inducker, he just waited on it and then just adjusted his movement of his feet and pushed it out on the onside. But Jeremy Louis really swinging this ball. The first one was the away swinger, going wide of that off stump and going even further wide. Then the second delivery coming into the right-hander. This one, another one coming into him and driven sweetly. Oh, that's a sweet shot from Kamani Melius. That is beautiful. It was a half volley, but swinging into him. He got that left foot to the pitch, and he drove it sweetly to the right of mid-off, down to the boundary for 4. That's a good-looking shot from this young man. So he's off the mark. It's 5 without loss. That is really a cracking shot. 3 slips in a gully. As Louis, how will he respond? Another inducker, and Melius had to come down on that quickly. He was, Ken, looking for maybe that one swinging away, but it came back at Melius, and he pushed it out in front of him, came down on it, and pushed it out towards the cover. But this is a great start from Louis in terms of the movement he is generating from that new ball. But so far, Melius has been equal to the task. He's handled it well. Bonks, oh, this is everything in this over from Jeremiah Louis. That was short, it was quick, and Melius had to get out of the way. That was a real snorter. Let's have a look at it again. From really nothing, Jeremiah Louis, all of a sudden, he banged it into the pitch, and that came off quickly. And Melius got out of the way. He did well. Kimani Melius did very well to get out of the way. So this over so far is done everything. As Louis, and that's the one that swings the other way. More or less pitched, straightened a little bit with some slight movement away from Melius. So we've seen the away swinger, we've seen the in swinger, we've seen the bouncer. My, this has been an interesting over from Jeremiah Louis. Of course, he's very fresh, didn't bat in the second innings. So he's had his feet up since the dismissal of the Windwards yesterday. That's a good delivery. Again, pitched up to Melius, seemed to have just come back at him, took a bit of an inside edge and went out on the leg side. There is no run. So the end of the over from Jeremiah Louis, a very good over indeed, except for the one shot, a half volley that was in swinging to Melius, and he drove it through mid-off. Here we are looking at that final delivery, the ball just swinging back slightly, not much movement, but it took the inside edge as Melius was playing long forward, took the inside edge and went towards a leg slip. Could so easily have gone into the stumps, but there was Melius looking to cover everything. He was bat and pad close together, and that delivery didn't swing as much as the others in the over, but he watched it very carefully onto the bat. 413 is the target for the Windward Islands. Colin Archibald is going to take up the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. It's going to be bowling to the veteran Devon Smith. Devon Smith, who got to 35 in the first innings. And have a look at him as he faces up to Archibald. That's much too wide. Signal the wide. So both bowlers starting with wide deliveries. A lot of swing as well for Archibald, but started very much wide of the batsman, going towards first slip, and the movement of the ball as well started wide of that, very wide, and as I said, it ended up maybe Hamilton taking it in front of Cornwall. This is Archibald again. This is driven by Smith. Looks confident. That's going to run away. As the ball pitched up to Devon Smith, he went into the drive. He loves to play those shots. And when you pitch it up to him like that, there's no doubt he's going to get onto that front foot. And he hits it sweetly, timed it nicely. And it races across the outfield down to the cover boundary for 4. So Devon Smith is off and running. Both batsmen now on 4. But that was a good shot. No change in the field. Still that 3 slips and a gully. 7 men in the offside. There's a point cover mid-off. And just on the onside, there's that wideish mid-on almost, or straight mid-wicket. And then you've got the man at fine leg. Archibald. Smith drives again, but more of a check drive. Wasn't a fluent off drive. He was just pushing it out to mid-off. And there's no run. Score remains on 10 without loss. Good conditions here now at the Oval. The pitch has stood up well. It's been playing very, very well indeed. If you bend your back, you're going to get something out of it. And if you want to settle down and stay and bat for long, you can also do that. It's a really an excellent pitch here at the Queen's Park Oval. That's a good delivery from Archibald. Hustled Devon Smith into a forward defensive. Devon Smith, of course, trying to get a big score. Still got one more game to play, but by his high standards, he's only got 150 in this tournament and has scored 150 runs before this innings. So you just have to think that Devon Smith, somewhere along the line before the end of this tournament, he's got to come big. Sun is out here in all its glory at the Queen's Park Oval. It's really sunny and bright here. This is the second over of the innings. Colin Archibald bowling to Devon Smith. Jeremiah Louis opened the bowling from the northern or Willie Rodriguez end. And he was struck for one beautiful 4 by Kimani Melias. That's another good shot. He's just going to get the single because it's well fielded at mid-off. The man diving away to his left. And was, it looks like Terence Ward. The man diving away there, was it to his left? Yes, it was. Good bit of fielding on his part. And limited the scoring just to a single. But that was a good shot again by Devon Smith. Went into the off drive. He timed it. But not sure if he got it as well as he would have liked. This is Melias. That's another good shot. Well. They are not going to push and prod these two openers. They're getting the bad deliveries and they're going to put it away. That was an excellent shot from Melias. Got onto that front foot and he hit it square to on the offside, down to the boundary for 4. So even though Archibald has had a good match with the bat he certainly is not having a great match with the ball. In the first innings, he went none for 55. In his first over here, he's gone for 10 runs. We see Jamar Hamilton walking down and having a word with him, telling him maybe he's just bowling a little too full and he needs to carry back his length slightly. So 15 for none after 2 overs. The Windward Islands, so the target has come now below 400, 398 to win. And I tell you, if the Windward Islands were to get to these 413 runs, it would be a phenomenal achievement. As Jeremiah Louis is going to continue, it's first time he's going to be bowling to Devon Smith. 3 slips and a gully. And Devon Smith on 5 at the moment. He settles down, got to 35 in the first innings. That's a good delivery. A little bit of bounce, but came back at Devon Smith. He played it well, removed the bottom hand, and then allowed it to come off the bat and go out towards a short backward square leg, and they pick up a single. So Smith is on to 6. It's a good delivery from Louis. He's been getting the ball to move both ways. And he's also bowling with a bit of pace as well. So he's young Kimani Melius back in strike. That's wide of the off stump. And that's the one that goes away from the right-hander. Pitches, hits the seam, and just deviates away from Melius. Anil Raja, a good start from these two. They're very aggressive. And when I say very aggressive, if the ball is there to be hit, they're certainly going after it.
Well, they've got to stay aggressive. I mean, if a ball is there to be hit, you've got to hit it, even though you have a pretty large target to overhaul, 413. You got to stay positive. So it's a good positive start from both openers. Nice to see Melius looking to get into stride.
And this one he's flicking down to fine leg. Now, I didn't see much wrong with the shot, even though some of the wicketkeeper and the slip, some of the hands went up. He probably took it from middle and leg, maybe, and was flicking it. And I would have thought they must have figured, well, if he missed it, he could have been in trouble. Whereas he should have maybe been playing it straight towards mid-on.
He picked up the swing, I thought. Yeah, he picked up the swing, Colin.
Yeah.
It's a good shot.
Good shot, safe shot. Because that ball was swinging into him.
Yeah, he knew it was going down the legs.
That's
so
correct.
Pretty good shot by Melius.
There's Devon Smith going after a wide delivery. Didn't make contact. Thought a little bit more bounce from Louis.
That was a bit too wide for Devon Smith. He wasn't close to it as well. He was standing right where he was. And the bat way away from the body looking to go over the infield. He knows that everyone is close in except the man down at fine leg. Any contact there would have been a boundary. Very tight offside field here. 3 men on the offside, a man just behind square. There's a cover on the mid-off. 3 slips a gully. Here's Louis.
It's an outside edge. It's going to go down to the boundary for 4. But there was Devon Smith looking. I thought he went to on drive and may have just got a leading edge. And it was in there again. Durham away just to his right. When he goes to the left, it goes to his right. When he goes to the right, it goes to his left. He's not been lucky here in this game that catches come straight into his lap. But that one, Devon Smith seemed to be looking more of an on-drive Anil than anything else.
Probably was turning the wrist just on contact. But I don't think the line there was for him to play on the onside. And the fact that Louis is slanting a ball across him as well.
Exactly.
He's got 3 slips and a goal. He's got to be careful how he's playing outside off some. The previous delivery played that a very wide one and missed. He's got to battle on if they are to have any chance in this game, Devon Smith.
That's much too wide. Started wide of the off stump and went even further. And Smith picked it up early and allowed it to go through to the keeper. The end of the over from Louis. He's now bowled 2 overs, none for 11. And Colin Archibald, no doubt, will continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion. end. He's just bowled 1 over for 10 runs. It's going to be bowling to Melius. Both batsmen, well, Melius is on 9, Smith on 10, and both batsmen have faced 9 deliveries.
Yeah, good positive batting here by this pair. I'd like to see Melius get some runs, Colin,
Yes, I
because
would.
I haven't really seen him in full flow, and we've heard so much about him. He's so talented. So
You know,
it-
some
it'd
of
be
the
nice.
shots, the shots he's played so far, Anil, has been excellent shots.
Yeah.
The off drive off of Louis, then the square drive off of Archibald. You know, you can see he's got some talent. And
Aye,
then
that was a wide shot.
Yep. Seems to like, you know, and I'm basing it now on this shot he just played. He seems to like to get on with it. You know, he seems to like to want to play shots at deliveries that sometimes are best, like that one, sometimes best just left alone.
Yeah, nothing wrong in wanting to play our shots, but the shot should be on, really, because I thought that ball dropped far too ahead of him for him to be looking to drive at that ball. It passed him just over the height of the stump. So he was nowhere close to the pitch of delivery. Moved away as well. Lucky he didn't get the edge.
That's much better.
That's much better by Melios.
It's a wide-ish delivery. Picked it up early. He allowed it to go through.
I don't know if you pick up this, Collins. He seems to be getting out of the batting stance just a split second too early, raising his head and standing upright by the time the ball reaches him. He can have a little problem if the ball is up to him and he needs to play on the front foot. Getting up just a bit too early gives you the momentum to play on the back foot. Should be peeping a little more, keeping the head down and really looking at the ball. It's a good hit.
He's hit that over the point position down to the boundary for 4. Oh, it's gone for 6.
Yeah, that's a
My
good hit.
word. I lost sight of it and I thought it dropped maybe 1 bounce. That was a tremendous hit. It was pitched up to him and he went for the square drive. He got the middle of the bat. I was going to say the full blade on that, and he did. And it's gone high and it's gone for 6. Amir Jangu has to go somewhere down that side and fetch that delivery. He's even going down the steps.
Well, he knows the area pretty good, Colin. He lives in the Diego Martin St. James area, so he shouldn't have any problems in finding that ball. But that was a tremendous shot. That was deliberate as well. He got under it was wide, and he lifted it deliberately over the point, and he went with a lot of power as well.
Well, I think Django is having some problems finding that ball. I don't think it'll be buried under the rubble. I know some construction work is going on in the back there. Queen's Park doing some construction work. And he's having problems finding the ball.
Yeah, he needs some help.
I think he's
Oh,
just
he got
found
it,
it.
he
He's
got it,
just
yeah.
found it. Come on, Amir, you got to look for it. You can't, it's just not going to pop out at you. Yes, so he's got it. So,
Good shot. That was an impressive shot.
oh,
Colin.
very much so. I tell you, the off drive I thought he played as well in the first over off of Louis was an exceptional shot. Was a delivery that was coming back into him, and he was just playing it sweetly off the front foot to the right of mid-off. Mid-off had absolutely no chance. And even the bowler, by the time he was in his follow-through, that ball was going past him. Excellent shot. And here again, a delivery pitched up to him, and he hit it square and went after it. He timed it so well.
But the previous boundary as well, the one that he whipped down behind square, the one that he thought he
Yeah.
took from the wicket, it was a good shot because it really was pitched in line with the stump. But he detected the swing quite early, and he whipped that quite nicely behind square for 4 as well. So some good stroke play here from Kimani Melios. 15 and 12. Devon Smith is 10 and 9. It's a
And
good
the-
positive start here by the Windward Islands.
Yeah, because it's 27 for none and just 3.3 overs. 21 balls have been bowled and it's 27 for none. Who would have thought that? Archibald none for 16 from 1.3 overs.
Well, it's a very
That's
attacking
well left.
field, Colin, so not a lot of people stopping the boundaries. Even though it's an attacking field, they've got still 3 men posted on the offside. There's the man's square cover. There's a normal cover and a mid-off. There's a normal mid-on and the fine leg on the boundary. Just two men on the onside. Pretty strong attacking offside field. Well, the batsmen are giving them the idea that chances could come any time because they are playing some attacking shots.
He's flashing at one. That's too wide. That was too wide for him to go after that. Lucky he didn't get the edge. Seems to be on a very aggressive move.
Ultra aggressive.
Yeah, and
I don't think it's called for.
Yeah, he's looking to take on everything. Jamar Hamilton walking down the wicket. I'm sure he's mumbling a couple things, words for Melius to hear. Yeah, I don't think it's called for now. I mean,
No.
you've already got 6 runs in the over. Wait for the bad ball, but he's going after anything that seems to be just wide of the off stump.
That's twice he has missed outside off. He's riding his luck, really, Melius. Oh, this time,
that's a good
genuinely
delivery.
beaten. What
Yeah.
a beauty.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. You can't fault him for that. It pitched and it just left him, and he was feeling for it. And that was a really good delivery from Archibald to end the over.
Ooh,
It was
my
pitched up to him and it was leaving him, and he was pushing at it. Can't fault him for that. It was an excellent delivery.
The almost perfect delivery. The only thing wrong there, he didn't get the outside edge.
Yeah.
But what it was well bowled.
The end of the over from Archibald. He's completed 2 overs for 16 runs. And it's going to be Jeremiah Lewis going to continue. He's going to be bowling to Devon Smith, who is on 10 from 9 deliveries. 27 for none after 4 overs. It's been a really terrific start by the Windward Islands openers.
Yes. Exciting cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval. I thought Melius played a bit too loosely there in that last over.
You know, the thing is, let's just look at Louis with his first delivery of his third over to Smith, and this is just outside the line of the off stump. Cornwall was giving, the ball wasn't fielded cleanly or wasn't stopped cleanly by Hamilton. It went just behind him, and Cornwall trotted behind it, and I thought they would have gone for at least a run, but they decided against it. Yeah, the thing is, he started off, and this is the thing, he started off very aggressive. This is Melius. But you've got to know when to curb that aggression with some deliveries. Oh, that's luckily just dropping in front of the man at second slip. It's a good delivery from Louis. And there was Devon Smith just feeling for it.
See if he took his bottom hand off the bat, that probably saved him. Yeah, he played with a pretty loose bottom hand there.
But he was again feeling for that ball.
He realized that he could have been in trouble and quickly took the bottom hand off the bat, ensuring that the ball did not travel to the slip.
It was a good delivery
Catching
from
height.
Louis. It was a good delivery, pitching just on a wrong off some. He had to play at it. That's one much better. He's right behind that, but that one was just back of a length. And he just stood there and pushed it out in front of him. But just getting back to Melius, I think he's got this, and you've got to be careful. Yes, you can go out there with an aggressive mentality that you're going to hit everything, for 4, but you've got to pick the right balls. I mean, there was one outside the off stump that he went after, was a wide delivery, and that could have gone, had he connected, it could have gone anywhere. Let's look at Louis. It's too wide.
And Colin, again, have a look at the slip cordon. I mean, 1, 2, and 3. I mean, they're not covering more than 2 yards amongst them. I think they should have been covering a lot more area than that. They're so closely bunched together there that they're in touching distance, really. Look at the distance between first slip Cornwall and the third slip. They're not covering a lot of ground.
What has since happened, though, after Smith edged that ball? I noticed, if you notice, the second and third slip, they've come up.
Yeah, they
And
realize
Cornwall,
it's not carrying. Well, nothing wrong in coming forward if the ball is dropping short, but you still have to try and cover as much area as you could in the 3 slip. I mean, if the ball should get the edge and go just wide of third slip, or even wide of the man at gully, you'd realize that if they were more evenly spread, that they would have been covering that ball.
Yeah, they would have had a better
So
chance of which to
I've
take
seen
the
it
catch.
happen on quite a few occasions where they slip cordon. Well, they usually, the second slip is ahead of first slip and third slip is ahead of second slip. But they should be a little more spread. Look at that second slip. He's almost in front of Raheem Cornwall.
It's a good over from Louis, a maiden over. So it's the first maiden over we've seen as Louis settles much better now in a good line and a good length. This was a good over. He attacked Devon Smith just on or around the off stump. Just maybe one or two he bowled a little wide. But in general, I thought he bowled a good line and a good length to Devon Smith.
Yeah.
And give Devon Smith credit. He was very watchful. He didn't try to get after Louis. I think he tried to play every ball on its merit. And he didn't do badly.
Well, Melius should take a little hint from that. And I saw that Devon Smith just walked down the wicket there at the end of the over and had a little word with Melius. I'm sure that he's probably warning him about playing so loosely outside the off stump. He got off on 3 occasions just now.
That's too wide. So Archibald starting to settle down to get that ball just out. Because when you look at his field, the 3 slips and a gully, then the point cover on mid-off. So he's got a predominantly offside field. So you expect him to be bowling to Melius outside the line of the off stump. But there, it was a little too wide of the off stump. He's got to come closer and make Melius play. Beautiful sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Again, too wide. And Melius is not going to be tempted by those wide deliveries. I think if he gets it closer to the off stump, who knows? Melius may really try to go after him.
But he should try to bring it a little closer to the wicket because he's getting it to go away from the right-hander to the offside. He doesn't have a strong onside field, just the 2 men. So this is probably forcing him to bowl it just a little too wide off stump. But since he's getting it to move away from the right-handed batsman, he should be starting it just a little more on the stumps.
Another wide delivery?
No, that was too wide.
You know, the thing is, when you look at the field, Anil, he's got 4, the 3 slips and the gully, the point cover mid-off. Surely, you've got 413 runs that these guys have got to make to win. You can take the chance, move the man at cover, put him to a forward square leg, let's say, and bowl at the stumps, bowl on the off stump, bowl middle and off, make him play. And even if you stray in length and you got driven through the cover region for 4, so what? Now, Melius was tempted at that. It was a full-length delivery, and again, he should have left it. But just being full-length, he tried just to uppercut it somewhere, trying to get it over the point position. But in so doing, he could also find the edge of the bat.
So you're saying, Colin, remove the cover and encourage the drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got 3 slips and a gully.
I'm with you on that. I am with you on that. You don't need to really stop a 4-through cover at the cost of a wicket.
I could understand if the score, if you were chasing 180 to win, or something like that. But it's 413 runs.
Yeah, you should be encouraging that cover drive. And Melius has shown you that he wants to play it.
But listen to me, he's left alone 4 deliveries out of 5.
Well, Devon Smith just had a word with him because the previous over, he flashed 3 times and almost got the edge. So he has decided to listen to his senior partner. And he's allowing to pass now.
But Anil,
yeah, but I am with you on that. I am on you with that.
You want him to play.
I would have put him probably sitting mid-on or forward short leg just to create a bit of psychological
anything
pressure.
Anything like that. But give Archibald the opportunity to attack the stumps. Look at there again. So 5 deliveries out of 6, Melius has left alone. That doesn't make sense to me. Now, the next over, the first ball he can edge. He might edge it and it go to slip. But my point is, the way it's going, Archibald just needs to get that closer to the off stump to make Melius play. Either look for him to drive or at least get him to play. That's it. Here, when he's bowling that wide of the off stump, Melius, if he's sensible enough and listened to the advice that Devon Smith gave him, he can leave alone all day long.
Well, I didn't see anybody go and have a word with Archibald. Someone senior needed to go and tell him how he needs to adjust the line and get the batsman to play a bit more. The bit of ball is new.
Yeah, but Anil, if he's bowling to that type of field, he must be under instructions to bowl outside the line of the off stump. And he's got no protection at a square leg position. So why would he bowl that ball on the stumps?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Colin. I would have moved the man from cover. Let him see a big gap there. Let him go for the drive.
And he's the way Melius is batting, he wants to drive. He wants to play shots. Give him the opening.
Here's Louis. This is not too bad, and didn't stop it cleanly. Wicketkeeper Smith, and they trod through for a bye. Yes, it's a bye.
Seemed to be dropping just in front of him. I didn't pick it up if it was a slower delivery, but it was certainly dropping in front of wicketkeeper Hamilton, who didn't hold on to it cleanly. So the score goes on to 28 for none. This pair, they're doing well again. In the first innings, they put on 36 before Melius was dismissed.
What a perfect picture here, Colin. Beautiful sunshine, and have a look at the field placing. It really looks attractive. Jeremiah Louis. Oh, that's a good line. Oh, and Melius wanted to go for a singler. Thought it was on. It was in the gap.
Had they run as he played the shot, had they gone for it, they would have got it.
He was a little late in the call. But this is why it's important for batsmen to have a look at the field placing before they receive strike. So you have a mental idea as to where the men are placed, especially those who are trying to cut the single. And if he had looked at the field before, he would have realized there's a big gap between the man at square cover and the mid-off. And he played it exactly between them, but it took a while to really call for the ball, for the run. No runner, Devon Smith turned it down.
Is Melius going to be a little more comfortable playing against Louis Anil than Archibald with the ball coming into him?
Well, he has handled those two deliveries pretty well. Against the other bowler, Archibald, he wasn't too comfortable with the ball going away from him. Seems to be a little more comfortable there. But he was playing a bit too loosely against Archibald in the previous over Archibald bowled. The last over, he let a lot of balls pass outside off stump, so he seems to have tightened up his defense a bit. This is good. I'm sure that Devon Smith spoke to him about that. A leading edge.
Yep, he was looking to turn that ball on the onside. Did get the leading edge, but luckily for him, it was away from the fieldsman. That's Django, who is at a point, and they're able to pick up that single. But he did get that leading edge. He was looking to turn it. Don't think that ball swung as much as he anticipated. May have just straightened on him as he was looking to turn it, and they were able to pick up a single. Brings the veteran back into strike, Devon Smith. He's on 10. Runs in it here for him. They've gone for one. I don't think they'll come back for the second. No, they won't. That's good fielding by Archibald. He attacked that ball from a fine leg position. Had to run maybe towards a backward square leg. And the batsman just went through for the single. So 30 now without loss. Melius back in strike. One delivery left in Louis' fourth over, the seventh of the innings. Remember the target, 413. That's whittled down so far to 383.
Are you satisfied with the declaration when it came, Colin, and the amount, the target set?
Yeah, I think it was fair enough. They batted an hour after the luncheon interval. That's badly lined. So it's the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 30 for none. Yeah, I thought they were looking to bat an hour after lunch, but they would have wanted maybe about 30 more runs. Unfortunately, when Django, Hamilton, and Archibald all went quickly, the plan sort of changed, because what they did not want to happen, they went from 180 for 4 to 198 for 7. what they did not want to happen was them getting bowled out for, say, 210
Less
or
than
something like that.
250,
Yeah. Or 210 or 220. They wouldn't want to have been bowled out for that.
This is why Cornwall batted the way he did early on in
That's
his
right.
innings.
That's right. So only in the end he started to hit some lusty blows.
Yeah.
But when he first came in, he was pushing the ball around, getting the singles.
Yeah.
Now, let's see. Now, for Archibald, I thought they were going with a 6-3 field, but they've now gone with a similar type field, 7-2. 3 slips a gully, point cover mid-off, and then just 2 men on the onside. So I expect Archibald will be bowling this ball wide of the off stump.
That's a good line.
Yeah, that's a good line. And Devon Smith couldn't do very much with it. Devon Smith, so experienced is this man, Devon Smith.
He's not faced a lot of deliveries from Archibald. He batted more on the other end most of the time. So now he's facing Archibald, who is bringing the ball back into the left-hander against Louis. The bowler drifting the ball across the body, going away to the slip. Now he's got the left-handed Archibald, left arm over, and bowling it into Devon Smith. No catching fieldsman close on the leg side. 3 slips a gully, 3 men saving the single on the offside. That's a good line. That's well played as well by Devon Smith.
This is much better from Archibald. He settled down nicely. I thought he bowled badly in the first innings. He was maybe he was so elated getting that century that his bowling was a little bit wayward. I thought he was too short. His line wasn't good. Even in the first over here, his line wasn't all that good. But he's since settled down nicely. He's now in his 4th over. And even to the left-hander now, he's not too wide of the off-stump, and that's what you need. He's just on or around the off-stump. He's making Devon Smith play.
Yeah, after going for 16 in the 2 overs, he came back with a maiden.
That's right.
And now
3 dot balls.
Yeah, pretty good. Another case calling for not putting the man at cover. You got the left-hander getting the ball to swing into the left-handed batsman. I'm not seeing anybody in the leg side, leg gully, leg slip area looking for a catch with the in-swing.
Yeah.
And removing the man at cover again would be inviting Devon Smith to want to play the drive through cover.
There's just a wideish mid-wicket, a wideish mid-on, almost a straight mid-wicket. That's the only man in front of the bat on the leg side.
Yeah, should be looking to attack just a bit more. Even though you've got a fairly attacking field, I mean, the target you have set, the Windward Islands, you can afford to have some more men in close catching positions. Oh my.
That's going to be out. No, it drops just short. That seemed to have a little bit more bounce on Devon Smith. He was going to turn it. Now he's giving the impression, Anil, that hit him somewhere on the forearm. Let's have a look and see if we can pick that up.
You were shaping to pull or turn it. Watch it out.
Not sure if it came off the forearm. Or
it hit the bat. The bat. Just looking at the effort that was made by the man at cover point, he knew that it came off the bat. But Devon Smith was getting a position to play the pull shot, but that ball wasn't short enough.
No,
and he was cramped for room, so he tried to adjust the shot, but it had already taken the leading edge. It ballooned in the air, but the man at point was a bit on the back foot. Couldn't really get there. So that's a good delivery there by Archibald.
Excellent delivery.
Almost had the wicket of Devon Smith.
Yeah, I was saying if it didn't take the leading edge, it might have. But when you get hit on your forearm, you'd be rubbing away.
Yeah,
he sort of pointed, and that's why I made the suggestion that it could have hit the forearm, because he sort of pointed towards the forearm. But you know, all batsmen, when you tend to rub your forearm when you flick it, what comes off your glove, you rub your thigh pad, all sorts of things. So those are batsmen's
like
tricks.
Mr. Robert Neptune.
Your poor Robert Neptune. Leave Robert Neptune alone. Hello, Robert. Robert Neptune.
We used to have a ball with Robert Neptune every time we played against the police cricket team.
Yes, and the thing is, he would take your basket.
Yeah,
he would answer back, and yes, he was. What about Roland Sampath? He as well always had some comment to make. former TNT manager, is he? Was the manager, I think, of the Red Force up to last year.
Well, manager, selector, coach, you name it. And he's been there for a while as well, while he was there.
30 for none. Devon Smith, just on 11 from 22 deliveries. Drives that, but straight to the man at cover. Terrence Ward there doing the fielding. So even though Devon Smith is, he's settling in because he realizes the runs are not coming as easily as the first couple of overs. And right now he's trying to consolidate, trying to battle it out, which these two, they've got to do. The longer you stay at the crease and the longer you get acclimatized to the bounce of this pitch, it's the best thing. Now we see somebody has come out to Devon Smith. Not sure if it's maybe just a change of gloves. And there's going to be a change in the bowling as well, because it could very well be Devon Thomas is going to come into the attack. But let's see. Jeremiah Louis has come out of the attack and could very well, I think it's Devon Thomas. Yes, it is. So Devon Thomas, the man who picked up the wicket of Devon Smith in the first innings when he bowled Smith for 35, he's come back in the second innings now, just trying to break this partnership. So he's going to come in for his first ball as Louis is out of the attack, having bowled 4 overs. That's a lot of swing, but wide. It started wide of the crease and went even further away, ending up somewhere in front of first slip. And umpire Gustav had no hesitation in signaling a wide.
More defensive field here for Devon Smith. One of the slip has been removed. There are 3 men now on the offside, saving the single, as Melius pulls away from this delivery.
Devon Thomas tends to just turn and start to run in. He doesn't look up and see if the batsman is ready or not. And Melius did the right thing. He was now settling in, and all of a sudden he saw Thomas nearly approaching the umpire. Full toss. That's put away. When you get a gift, you accept it. And this was a full toss. Just a real sweet, juicy full toss outside the line of the off stump. You could see the intention of Devon Thomas. He's trying to get some movement. He's looking for a way movement. So he's trying to carry that ball right up to Melius. But when you do that, sometimes you can lose the control you have. And he certainly lost it there and bowled a sweet full toss to Melius. And Melius says, thank you very much. Those sometimes... You look at that and Melius and you say, okay, great, sweet full toss, and he's put it away. But sometimes those full tosses, that you hit it straight to the fieldsman, you get over anxious. And I thought he played it well. This one he's driving. That's another good shot. But they go through for a quick single. He'll have to hurry. And he gets home. That's good running on the part of Melius. But it was also another good shot. Another fine shot where he was driving. He's looking good, I must say. If he tends not to get carried away and overexcited with those balls just outside the line of the off stump, he certainly, if he just settles in, he can be in for a good score.
Yeah, he just got to tighten up that looseness around the off stump. Tighten his defense a bit. Be a little more selective. He looks like he can play short sculling, and he looks like a quite capable batsman. But
I thought he put away that full toss. Good. Yeah, I mean, when I say put it away, good. He found the gap.
He didn't look to overhit it. He made sure that he didn't hit it in the air and he hit it in the gap. As you say, full tosses, sometimes batsmen get carried away and hit it straight to a fieldsman's hand. But that happens more or less off a spinner. When a spinner bowls you a full toss, you have a bit of time to really hit it straight down someone's throat. But with the fast bowler, more or less, it doesn't travel in the air too much.
I like that.
It hits the ground pretty quickly.
Gets the outside edge. Melius is going to go through for the single, and they get it in the end comfortably. As Durham wasn't stopping that. So a little bit ragged in the field because he should have stopped that Durham as it came off the outside edge, and it went just beyond Durham. He sort of half stopped it, and they were able to pick up a single. Brings Melius back in strike. That's too wide of the off stump and swinging further away. It's not bad bowling at all. He just needs to get that line. When I say not bad bowling, he's getting the ball to swing. He's getting a lot of swing, but he just can't control it at the moment.
Well, if you go in too wide outside off stump, Colin, I don't know where he's aiming really. Just shift the target a little more to the batsman body and see what would happen. That's a better line.
That's better. Well played by Melius. He's not being tempted. When you look at Devon Thomas, he's just about medium pace, and you can sometimes get carried away with him in terms of trying to get after him. I think in the first innings, that was the downfall of Devon Smith. He bowled him one just about middle and leg, and Devon Thomas was just trying to whip it through the onside rather than play it straight back up towards a mid-on, a straightish mid-on.
Yeah, he ended up playing completely across the ball.
Yeah.
Just looking at it, that too square on the onside. The bottom man came into play. But going across the ball, there's always the chance of you missing it instead of playing with a straight bat and using the full face of the bat.
So it was just a matter of time before we saw Rakeem Cornwall into the attack. And he's going to be operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, or the southern end. And it's going to be bowling to the left-handed Devon Smith. Immediately, however, based on the first innings when Devon Smith was using his feet and hitting him over mid-on, they've started with a long on. So there is a long on in place. And you look at the offside, in addition to the long on, there's a mid-wicket and a man just behind square and a leg and a forward short leg.
I would have gotten a man in at silly mid-off or silly point, if you prefer, just to be in the batsman's face, create a bit of a psychological pressure on him. He knows that if he's playing defensively, there's always the chance of getting a bat pad catch offered to the men close in.
Just a few minutes away from tea, and these two will be looking to stay here until the tea interval, which would be excellent for them because they would have batted for just about 50 minutes or thereabouts if they can stick around until tea. And it would give the Windward Islands team a little bit of a lift if they don't lose a wicket until before the tea interval.
Well, they've got to take on Rakeem Cornwall. I mean, he had a pretty good spell of bowling in the first innings. He got 4 wickets, and I think he's going to continue to bowl exactly as he did in that first inning. He's going to bowl at the stumps. He's bowling wicket to wicket. He's using a lot of flat cricket deliveries. That's his stock ball, really. And then he's going to mix it with one slightly flighted and a bit slower. But he's going to be bowling at the wicket continuously, and it worked for him in the first innings. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't work here as well. That looks to be tea interval.
Yep,
Colin?
That's the tea interval as the final over was negotiated here by Devon Smith, and Kimani Melius is with him. Melius is on 21, Smith is on 12, and these two have defied the Leeward Islands for 50 minutes after they declared and set a target of 413. They declared a 252 for 8, the Leeward Islands, and setting the Windward Islands a target of 413. And the two openers batted extremely well. They faced 10 overs with not much alarms. Melius is 21 not out from 29 deliveries. Devon Smith is a little slower. He's just on 12 from 31 deliveries. It's 37 for none. They chasing 413, And let's just quickly run through the 4 bowlers that have been used by the Leeward Islands. The 2 opening bowlers, Jeremiah Louis and Colin Archibald, they bowled 4 overs each. Louis went for 13 runs, Archibald for 16, and then we had just 1 over from Thomas for 7 and a maiden over from Raheem Cornwall. So that's the situation at tea time here. We've got another session. We've got something like 37 overs remaining in the day's play. It should be a very interesting 37 overs. The question is, how can the Windward Islands keep the Leeward Islands at bay, maybe getting the score up to 120 or thereabouts with a loss of maybe no wicket, or who knows, or 1 wicket, and then it should become a very interesting game. On the other hand, if the Leeward Islands make some quick inroads into the Windward Islands batting after tea, well, it could all be over by this afternoon. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's the Windward Islands in their second turn trying to get to 413 for victory. They are 37 without loss. We're going to take a break and come back after the tea interval. Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. Good sunny conditions as we resume play after the tea interval. It's Jeremiah Louis. He's back in the attack and is bowling to the right-handed Melius. Oh, he's gone right down with that short delivery. So Louis started aggressively. He's bowled 4 overs before the tea interval for 13 runs. And the first delivery short, lifting to Melius. And Melius just went down on his haunches and allowed that to go through, getting his head out of the way and taken by the keeper.
Good
so
surprise
interesting.
delivery.
Sorry, Anil.
Good surprise first delivery.
Yeah.
Quick bouncer.
I was about to say that very interesting. He's just gone with 2 slips and a gully. I thought he might have gone with the third slip as well.
Yeah. It's a little surprised he was taken off after just 4 overs, but no doubt they would want to use him sparingly. The fact that they have just the 2 specialist fast bowlers in himself and Archibald. Devon Thomas does a bit with the ball as well. As we saw there, he was used for just the 1 over before they went to tea. So a further 376 runs required for a Windward Islands victory. Looks pretty unlikely, but they have not lost any wickets, and this is a glorious shot here from Kimani Malias. What a shot. He was not to the pitch, he was hitting it on the up, and he hit it square cover. Beautiful shot, Colin Murray. All
absolutely magnificent, wasn't it? This young man, you know, thankfully I'm very neutral, of course, when it comes to this game, but I would just love to see this guy get some runs. He looks so exciting.
Yeah, that was a delightful shot.
He looks, when he's playing shots, he looks so elegant. He's such a talent. But when you look at his tally in terms of his aggregate, he's really not got the kind of runs his talent suggests. He's had 3 innings so far, Anil, before this game. Well, even let's count the first innings. He's had 4 innings for 46 runs before this innings. So, you know, you look at a young man with that kind of talent, and you wonder to yourself, well, what is he not doing right? Because he's played 4 innings for 46 runs, and he's got some talent. So is he not concentrating enough? Is he trying to play shots too early in his innings? Is he going across the line? Does he have a weakness outside the line of the off stump? So you try to look at these things and say, well, something is wrong. Well, Guyana, 351 for 2. Chanda Paul, 158 not out. And he keeps going. Well, I think that may have come off the gloves, did it?
Well, it appeared so from the reaction of the men at the slip cordon.
Was a difficult chance, though, for Hamilton.
We'd like to see that again. Have a look at this. See if you can detect whether
if it came off the glove. Let's have a look.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
it
did.
Bat and hand alone out there.
That was a good delivery, though. It was short, it was lifting. I thought Melius was more or less trying to get out of the way rather than turning the delivery. Maybe when he couldn't get out of the way, he tried to turn the ball. But again, another sharp, short delivery from Jeremiah Louis. He's completed 5 overs, none for 17.
Yeah, very good delivery. It cut back as well. Kimani Melius was taking evasive action, and in the end, he lined it up pretty well and was getting in line with it and realized it was cutting back very sharply and making height as well. He ended up flinching. It brushed the glove on the way through to the wicket keeper, but it was very wide down leg side. It was a good attempt as well there by Jama Hamilton. So we are back with Rakeem Cornwall.
So that was the good news. Guyana 351 for 2. Chanda Paul 158 not out. My. He can get a double, can he? if he settles down, he'll get a double.
Well, I don't know if Guyana are really trying to win that game outright.
Well, 351 for 2. they've got another session. If they can get, say, 120 in the session and
What's
they
the
have a
lead there?
lead.
How many did
396. They're still 45 behind.
All right, well,
So
Colin, that certainly
It
would be a
seems to
draw
be.
match.
There's no doubt. I shouldn't say there's no doubt, but it seems
Yeah, that's
destined
heading
for a draw.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Right,
it seems
so
really destined for a draw.
can't see them giving.
They'll have to bowl exceedingly well, or Jamaica will have to bat badly and fall away in the second innings.
Oh my
He's-
goodness!
Yeah, he's looking to turn a delivery, but that was angled into him, it seemed, and certainly going down the leg side.
Yeah, I wonder why he played it on the back foot there. I thought he should have been on the front foot. It was more or less close to him.
Well, the other bit of bad news: if you live in South, you have a free day tomorrow. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say there.
Yeah,
I don't want to read and spell.
I read you clearly, Colin.
You do.
Yeah, I read you clearly.
Innings and 22 runs. Trinidad and Tobago lost by.
Well, those are two very poor results they've had in the
innings
last
and
two
22
matches.
runs. Yannick Carrier, I think he got to 35. Not sure if he ended up not out. But everything fell away around him.
How many all out?
100, and they lost by an innings and 22 runs, so they got to 139. They did just slightly better than they did in the first innings. But a really, really poor
Very
display.
disappointing.
Yeah,
really,
very disappointing.
Really disappointing
And,
when we started on such a high after winning two outright
you just have to
matches.
wonder, Anil, what went wrong? Okay, we know they didn't bat well, but why? Is it that they didn't work hard enough? What? After you came into this wrong on 43 points. Well, before that, lost the Leeward Islands. They were second in the table to Barbados.
Yeah, well,
As it stands now, they're fourth, just slightly ahead of Jamaica.
yeah, I think that I don't know, the Trinidad Cricket Board needs to do a thorough introspection into the last two performances in those two matches. I mean, it's a bit shocking, really, when you're poised to probably win the championship and
you
just
fall away
after
badly,
one
so
match you have no chance, absolutely. And the performances in those last two matches was really nothing short of horrible.
Yeah, it's been bad. I mean, you look at the scores: 140 all out, 133 all out, 139 all out. It's not good. They got the 273 in the second innings against the Leewards, mainly due to 100 from Yannick Carrier. But outside of that, it's been not. You just wonder what is the problem. Why have they fallen away so badly? Let me rephrase that. Why has the batting fallen away so badly?
Well, there's so much to say, Colin. I mean, this is probably not the right forum for me, for what I want to say, but...
no, this is not the right forum
it's
for
not.
you, so...
I can't really speak much.
But they've got to, as you rightly said, they've got to sit down and look at the performances. The individuals themselves have got to look at their own performances and said, look, what did we do wrong? What can we do better? How can we make it right? And that's what they've got to do. And it may very well be a situation where they've got to look at new faces, or because you can't continue with the same personnel and expect a different result. And I'm not there. I didn't see the game against Barbados. I'm not sure what went wrong. I'm not sure why the batting fell away so badly, because to get bowled out in both innings for under 140 doesn't augur well.
Well, I'd only make one comment, Colin, and I think I'd stop at that. I think that some heads need to roll, and not necessarily only the players. So I'd stop there.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, Anil, and we've got to be careful, because you just don't want to reach a stage where you make wholesale changes, or, as you rightly say, heads roll, because the first two rounds you had two good results. Now, as I say, this is short. That's pulled away by Melius. That's a good shot. It was short. This time it didn't have the pace on it, and Melius was pulling it. He got into position quickly, and he was waiting on that ball literally, and he pulled it down to deep mid-wicket for 4. That's a very good shot. Let's have a look at it. He was in position very early from Jeremiah Louis, and he pulled it there. That's a superb shot.
Yeah, it was a short up jam as well, because he didn't have a lot of time to extend for a high back lift, and from right there he was able to whip it down through mid-wicket. So again, another demonstration of the class of Kimani Melius, if that's the word to use.
He's on 29 from 41 deliveries. And Rakeem Cornwall, who's had 2 maiden overs, he's going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, bowling to Devon Smith. Now, Devon Smith is on 12 from 37 deliveries. And he must not lose his cool. He must just stay there. He's struggling a little bit at Cornwall, and he's just got to bide his time, wait for the bad ball, or wait for Cornwall to try something different. Because if he continues just to plug away at Cornwall, there's no doubt Cornwall may try to shift his line, try and do something different, and Smith can then capitalize on it. Oh, he's hit it over. The man said, no! Well, just as I was saying, bide your time, Devon Smith. You're too experienced for something like that. Bide your time. See Cornwall out. You got frustrated. Tried to go over the top of mid-off. You were not able to do that. And the ball went straight into the hands of the man at mid-off. And you've lost your cool. You've lost your wicket. And the Windward Islands, they've lost the first wicket with the total on 45 for 1 as Smith. Let's have a look at it. I thought he might have cleared the man there at mid-off. That is Jeremiah Louis, who took the catch. He just didn't get enough under it to get it over him, and he's lost his wicket. Anil.
Yeah, a little disappointed there with Devon Smith. He's far too experienced to be tricked by Rakeem Cornwall. Rakeem is basically bowling 2 types of deliveries. The flat, quick ball angle into the left-hander, and then he slows one up with a little bit of flight and changes the pace. And Devon Smith, he was defensive to the quicker deliveries, and he was really fooled by Rakeem Cornwall. He thought that he probably could have gotten to this ball and hit it over the top. He was not to the pitch. It was just a bit slower, and he mistimed it, and he held out to the man at mid-off. Disappointed there with Devon Smith.
Yeah, patience. Just ran out of patience, and he's really given his wicket away. And the Windward Islands lose their first wicket with a total on 45. Still another 33 overs remaining in the day's play. And it's now 45 for 1 as the skipper, Kavim Hodge, has made his way out to the wicket. And we'll have to wait and see just how he handles the bowling of Cornwall. And I was just finishing my point. What I was saying is, so if you've got, a team that has won their first 2 games and now has come back in the next 2, and they're struggling to get 150 in an innings, you got to look and see, well, what's gone wrong? Why is this is happening? Good players don't get bad overnight. So it's, you're right. I think you made your initial point, which I accept thoroughly, is they've got to do some kind of introspection and decide what went wrong.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of chatter going around as well. I mean, if you on social media, Colin, you'd have seen a lot of people are making a lot of comments regarding the TNT Red Force, especially after that last game at the Diego Martin complex, and now today, where they have really, more or less put the nail on their own coffins. People are going to talk.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, there's a lot of chatter going around. So the cricket board needs to really probably, if there are things that are being said, they need to look into it
And I agree.
and
I
see what
agree.
is really affecting the Trinidad and Tobago cricket team and the Trinidad and Tobago cricket as a matter of fact. They need to look at that because it didn't happen overnight. I can tell you that. It didn't happen overnight. This is something that is more or less has been brewing.
But you see, again, my point to you there, Anil, as Cornwall just completed his third over, 3 maidens, and he's picked up 1 wicket. Hodge, the new batsman there, just keeping out the 3 deliveries, 45 for 1. How can they win their first 2 games so convincingly? Is it the question of the teams? Did the teams that played in the first 2 rounds, Jamaica and Windward Islands, were they that weak?
Yeah, that is a consideration. I mean, they played 2 of probably the weakest teams in the tournament this year. And they probably were a bit more confident at the start of the tournament, you know.
So it could also be a matter of confidence after losing so heavily to the Leeward Islands.
That game against the Leewards would certainly have shaken the team.
Yeah.
And the technical staff and all of that, and all the guys who failed in that game, they would not have had a lot of confidence going into this game. And now that they've failed again, I mean, you got to try something. Probably there's no chance again of winning the tournament.
No, I don't think there is.
So I think they need to give other people the opportunity as well. I mean, if these guys are feeling so consistently, if you check the aggregate of the top line,
That's a bit of a loose shot from Melius there. He gets 4 runs because he was looking. It seemed at one point he was looking to drive it straight. The bottom hand came off of the bat, and eventually it squeezed between mid wicket and mid on down to the boundary for 4. But I don't think he was in full control of this shot. He picked up 4 runs, but don't think he was in full control.
It was in the air?
No, it was on the ground.
Well,
Luckily for him.
Well, he did well to keep it on the ground.
He did.
And that probably by taking the bottom hand off the bat as well.
That's a good delivery. Beauty. Pitching and leaving Melius. He was just having a little bit of a nibble at it. Luckily, he didn't get the edge.
Yeah, that was a beauty. Have a look at this. In slightly with the angle, pitches.
And left him, yeah.
Held its line with, left him. Oh, my God.
It's a good delivery.
Almost turned him around.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, Anil, you're making the point that...
Remind me?
You were talking about, let's just have a look at Louis. That's down the leg side. It's flicked away by Melius. They're going to come back for 2. He's got to hurry. Gets home easily in the end. Let's see if there's a signal. Yes, there is. So 2 leg buys. The total goes up to 49 for 1. No, we were talking about the
Red Force.
Playing maybe the weaker teams, and then the confidence going against since the loss of against the Leewards. Maybe the confidence has gone, and some of the players, that type of thing.
But surprising, they started the game against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and they were in. I thought their confidence would have been sky high, because the training that they were doing was intensive training. Have a look at Louis.
That's not a good shot
this
from
is
Melius.
what I don't like about Melius.
Yeah.
He looks so good, and then all of a sudden
he plays these rash shots.
Such a loose shot like that, and that's not the first time. So this is an area that he's got to improve on, because he can play shots, we know that, but he has to pick the appropriate deliveries. Two slip a gully, man just backward at on the offside. There's a cover, a mid off. On the onside, a short mid on, a short mid wicket, and a man down on the fine leg boundary. Here is Louis.
Yeah, again, he goes for that drive, and the ball just Louis stands there with hands on hip, and if to say, well, I don't know what else to do, because he pitched it up to him, and he was going into the drive. That ball again, just moving away from the right-hander.
You think probably he's taking his eyes off the ball just a split second too early, Colin?
Yeah,
because
looking to see.
He's picking
Yeah,
up the line. He's judging the length more or less, but I don't think he is keeping his eyes on the ball all the way. And probably the slightest movement, he probably is not seeing that, but playing just a bit too loose. That ball's supposed to be just a bit closer to you to be playing that big expansive drive. And Louis is swinging the ball as well.
Well, Cornwall is starting a new over, and the skipper, Kavim Hodge, who was LBW to Cornwall in the first innings, he batted he faced 61 deliveries for his 9, and doesn't seem to be very confident against the right arm off spin of Rakeem Cornwall.
Yeah, he struggled a bit in the first innings. He took a very long while in scoring 9 runs. So
He's not gonna get a run for that. Yeah,
I
he
was
did.
making the point as well, Colin, when he was batting in that first inning, that he seems not to be in form. He was really struggling and feeling his way out there, and then eventually he got out. He was LBW to Cornwall. Well, when Rakim takes the ball, Colin, he really got to get it out of his hands. He doesn't give up the ball so easily. And why should he? He puts a lot of pressure on the batsman. He gets wickets. So, bowl on Rakim.
I read a report in the paper today where they said Captain Cornwall, because the way he keeps the ball and doesn't give it up, you really think he's the captain. But Jamar Hamilton is the captain.
Yeah.
You thought that was close, that LBW shout?
Well, I don't know if it passed over the stump, but he was beating all ends up, and I thought it passed between bat and pad, so I was wondering if it passed over the stump.
It's well played from Hodge. Hodge gives me the impression, Anil, that he's really just trying to survive rather than looking for runs.
Yeah, he's out of form really, because as I said, he struggled a lot for a long while in the first inning and scoring 9. You can tell immediately when a batsman comes to the wicket, the first couple of deliveries he faces, you know what sort of form he is in.
Would you have promoted Kotoy or Athanaze and let Hodge just drop down the order a little bit?
Yeah, nothing wrong in that. I mean, the guys who have the form and they're scoring runs, you know, are looking better than you are, you know, allow them to go a slot or two ahead of you. I don't see anything wrong in that, really.
Well, Louis is going to continue. He's into his 8th over. None for 25. And every time Melius plays a shot to these deliveries coming back at him and he's driving, Jeremiah Louis puts his hand in the air because he somehow feels that he's going to break through, get it between maybe bat and pad, or strike Melius on the pad for the appeal to go up.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of inside edges and mistiming a couple of deliveries, missing some completely. So he's not really playing everything off the bat, even off the middle of the bat, even though he's playing a lot of attractive shots. He needs to really be playing the ball off the middle of the bat with a lot more regularity and be a little tighter in defense and not play so loosely. I don't see any reason for him not to go on and become a top-class batsman, Kimani Melios. He's very young as well. And he's only just started playing at the regional first-class level, so he's got to, you know, get accustomed to this level of cricket, and then look to keep improving and improve quickly as well. Oh, that's a good hit.
That's a lovely hit again. Just lifted it. Really a good shot.
So this is the thing. He's got to wait till the ball is up there to be hit. I mean, someone dropping probably a yard and a half before him, and he's still trying to play the same type of shots.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, this was really in the slot. Look at that. Deliberately lofting it over, wide, long off. That's a great shot there by Kimani Melius.
Excellent shot.
So don't come now and pelt a big drive outside off stump when you're not close to the ball, Kimani, please.
Well, let's see.
Let's be a little more consistent.
It's going to be important how Jeremiah Louis also produces this next delivery. Oh, he should have put that away. He missed out. A full toss going down the leg side, and all Kimani Melius had to do was to hit it square on the onside, and he would have picked up 4 runs. He missed it. I think he was caught a little bit by surprise at that delivery, because he seemed to be coming just around. Well, gave me the impression that he was starting to move towards the off stump, and then all of a sudden it passed down the leg side.
His front foot was in the wrong position for that shot.
He couldn't adjust quickly.
Yeah, so a little bit of premeditation there.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's better.
That's very well played.
Yeah, good delivery.
Yeah,
good line, good length.
You got to do. If it's a good length delivery and a good line as well, you got to defend against that.
So he's on 37. Target, remember the target, 413 for the Windward Islands to win this game. Seems near impossible. But they've got to bat and they've got to try.
They've lost a good man as well, Devon Smith.
And they've got to try and make a game of this. That's another good shot. He was backing away and he hit it uppishly, but over the man this time at square point. And down to the boundary for 4. He goes into the 40s now. This is his top score for the season. Let's have a look at this delivery. Was short. He backed away. And he sort of uppercutted, didn't he? Over the backward point position. That's another very, very good shot. And he is batting really well. He's on 41 now. And the total 59 for 1 at the end of the over from Jeremiah Louis.
A very strong bottom hand by Kimani Melius, and he's not afraid as well to hit the ball in the air over the infield. He knows he's got the power, he's got the timing. That was a difficult shot to play because it was another short arm jab, and he did well to punch it and loft it as well.
Yeah, and I was going to mention, and he's got the confidence in which to do it. So kudos to him.
And even though he has played and missed on a few occasions, he still is not afraid to play shots.
That's right. Well, Hodge is facing up to Cornwall. He's getting onto that back foot and then turning the delivery.
Giving the batsman no room whatsoever, Rakeem Cornwall. I wonder if he ever bowls a wide, Cornwall. Probably in the white ball format. Man, that's what you call muscle memory, Colin.
What's that, sorry?
Rakeem Cornwall. I wonder if he ever bowled a wide. The man is on the stumps every single delivery. Here again. So he's bringing in LBW to play. He's bringing in bold. He can get you caught around the bat at slip, forward short leg, even by the wicket keeper. So that's what happens when you bowl on the stumps. Well, almost got him LBW. Attacking middle stump and middle stump alone, Rakeem Cornwall.
Hey, the thing is, Anil, Hodge is really just trying to survive here. He's, you know, and I think it's just a matter of time before he plays either a loose shot. We saw it in the first innings when he had 9 off of 61 deliveries, and eventually he went LBW to Cornwall, was on the back foot and was trying to whip a ball or pull it, and it wasn't short enough. And here, he's already faced 15 deliveries, and he's still to get off the mark.
Well, reminds me of one D.M. Bravo. He took 30 deliveries to get off the mark in a game, where was it? That's Diego Martin?
Diego Martin, yeah. I think
and
he got
he more or less repeated that sort of performance at Brian Lara. So I don't know what has gone wrong.
He's lost confidence, I
don't know what went with him. What went wrong, Colin? I don't know if you saw the T20 and the 50 over.
Bits and pieces.
Yeah, but he looked like the Bravo of old when he played in those games, especially the 2 finals. So I was saying when I saw him at Diego Martin, well, the man is back to his usual self, only to struggle so much against Cornwall. Cornwall had bowled him 4 consecutive maidens.
Well, Devon Thomas is back into the attack, and Melius has hit this one over the point position for 4. So another very fine shot from him. It was outside the line of the off stump, and he just got that left leg across, and he lifted it over point down to the boundary for 4.
Well, this is something to look at. When you have a young batsman, a guy deliberately hitting the ball over the infield, he has to have some sort of talent. It looked as though it come out more of the outer half of the bat.
It did come off the outer half.
Wasn't in total control. He appeared to be aiming more of a cover.
Well, they've now taken the man at point, and they've put him right back on the boundary ropes to, if Melius is going to play those lofted type of shots. Well, they've got somebody. He's about 3/4 way to the back to the point boundary. So they're saying to Melius, well, if you want to play those type of uppercuts or those shots in the air, we're going to put a man out there for you.
I would have left the field as it were, Colin. I would not have put a man out there and stop him from playing that shot. You want him to play those type of shots. I mean, you want his wicket. You've got enough runs to defend.
Yeah, and if he miscues...
yeah, let him go. But Jama Hamilton has other ideas.
Well, Louis is out the attack. Anil, you're surprised? And not only is he out to bring in Devon Thomas. That's not out. I thought he was playing on the front foot. The ball did come back, but...
well, you don't really get away with that anymore, Colin. Look at this. Oh, well, he actually chipped down the wicket.
I thought he might have been hit outside as well.
Well, yeah, he came a couple of paces down the wicket. I don't know if he was struck outside or didn't actually see where the ball struck him. So I couldn't really tell.
That's another lofted drive for 4. That's for 6, my word. Well, I didn't realize that carried all the way to the extra cover boundary. That's 6. What a shot. I really didn't realize that. I thought it may have gone one bounce. But he smashed it hard, and this time he went straighter towards extra cover. And that's his 50. He's now on to 51 because that was 6.
Yeah, he's
what
got a half
a shot.
century. Well, Colin, that shot certainly has
We have
convinced me.
Some schoolboys inside. Loud up, this time he's gone. He's come right across, and that's the thing. You've just got your 50. You're looking good. You're playing your shots, and you've come straight across. You seem to come right across to work that ball on the leg side, and he's been given out LBW.
Yeah, that's a sad way to really get out Kimani Melius. After looking so good, the umpire decided that that was going to hit the stump. I don't know if he was really struck in front, the wicket actually. But umpire is in the closest position, and he decided that was going on to hit the wicket. So Kimani Melius goals. He was impressive at times, but other times he was disappointing in that he gave them far too many chances in that innings, Colin.
You know what I like about him? He plays his shots. He's not afraid to attack the bowling. I just think he needs to tighten up a little more on his defense.
Yeah.
If he can just tighten up on his defense, not playing across the line, not playing at some of those deliveries wide of the off stump, those are the things he needs to tighten up on. Attacking wise, he is full of promise, full of good shots. There's nothing lacking there. My only complaint of him is that he needs to tighten up on his defense. If he can do that, he certainly can be a force to reckon with in the next few seasons.
Yeah, I think he needs to keep his eyes on the ball just a bit longer. I think when he's actually making contact with the ball, his head is thrown back a bit and not really looking at
over
the ball.
Yeah,
head not over the ball. So he needs to tighten up in a couple areas. But it's nice to see a young batsman so enterprising. That shot over square cover for 6.
Yes.
I mean, none of us thought that was going to travel for 6 because that is a big boundary on the eastern side, and he didn't appear to look
No,
to play with a big high back cliff or a
That's
big
right.
follow through. So we thought it was in the air for a while and just dropped
I
a
thought
few
that,
meters,
yeah.
but it traveled all the way.
I didn't realize it, I must
But
admit.
that one shot convinced me that he has got something.
He's
Kimani
got talent.
Mendes,
There's no
yes.
doubt about it. I
He's
mean,
got a
this
lot
the
of
50 this guy made out there. He's got all the shots. Here's the new batsman though, Athenaeus. Appeal goes up, and again, you know, you've got to also look at your bowlers. Devon Thomas is not a frontline bowler. He's a backup bowler. He's a partnership breaker. And when you're playing against those guys, in my view, they shouldn't get you out. You've got to be extra careful against the Thomases of this world rather than the Louis and the Archibalds. They are frontline bowlers. But when you come up against the Thomases, you've got to be even more circumspect. You've got to be even more watchful because you tend to just drop your guard. And he's just hit this man for a 4 and a 6. And then you get out to him. That's just not on.
Yeah, well, his 50 came in pretty quick time, you know, almost an equal number of balls. And they're under so much pressure, and for him to be scoring at that rate. And chance of a run out here, but a misfield as well. The new batsman Hodge had played that on the onside. The man at short mid-wicket went to his left and tried to pick up and knock the stump out, but he failed in collecting that ball, and they were able to come back for 2 as well because the long on had to run around at 10-15 meters. And this is a sweep shot at top edge. There's a man at short fine leg. It balloons over his head and it's going to go into the fence now. It does. So Cornwall for once drifting down leg slightly, and well played by Hodge. He picked up the line pretty easy and the spin as well. And he was sweeping. He didn't time it well. Got the top edge. It was in the air, but there was enough bat in it. It went over the man at short fine leg by about 15 meters down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And this time, Hodge on the back foot. Hodge, he just got a 4 calling. He swept a ball that was wide, and that would give him a bit of confidence.
Let's hope so, because he's been really digging in against Cornwall.
But it's a completely different scenario now because you've got 2 new men at the wicket. Athenaeus is still to get off the mark. Hodge is on 6. He only just got a boundary. So it's going to be a really tough task here for the Volcanoes. Well, it looks like it's going to be a fight, a straight fight between the Barbados Pride and the Leewards
Islands, yeah.
Hurricanes.
I don't think Ghana, unless they can win outright.
I think all the other teams can say, well, probably goodbye to try to win the league.
Yeah. If Ghana somehow pull off a miracle and beat Jamaica, and when I say a miracle, unless they bowl very well, Jamaica bat badly, and they go on to win that game outright, I think they'll also be out of contention. And there'll be a straight fight between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Of course, Barbados, they play Windward Islands in the last game. And the Leeward Islands, they come up against Jamaica.
Guyana
Play Trinidad and Tobago here at the Oval.
Yeah.
And Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana here at the Oval.
There
I
must
think
be
Barbados Pride plays Windwards at the Diego Martin Complex. And Leewards, they play Jamaica at the Brian Lara.
Yeah, that confirmed that.
I think that is the schedule from next week, Wednesday.
I try to confirm that for you, Colin. Let's see, June 1st to 4th, yes. Windward Islands against Barbados. That's Diego Martin. TNT versus Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval. And yes, you're right. Leeward Islands against Jamaica at the BLC. So we want to suggest that Guyana would be licking their lips too. For that last round match.
No, I'm not going to suggest that. What I'm going to
Just
suggest,
kidding, just kidding.
what I'm going, that's a good bit of fielding, but he's lost it. Is that, let's see, that is Jeremiah Louis giving chase, and they were able to pick up 2. Now this is another young man, and he'll have some time for Alec Athenes. He's a good timer of the ball, plays his shots, but then he's another one who gives his wicket away. We saw in the first innings. Let's just look at Devon Thomas bowling to him. Yeah, he had just was playing against Louis, and Louis decided to just attack him outside the line of the off stump. 3 slips and a gully, and he was pushing at it, pushing at the delivery where he could have easily left alone. He got a 68 in the first game against Guyana. That is in fact his top score. He's had two half centuries, but that 68 he scored against Guyana. It was really a good innings. It's a good shot, well stopped. Yeah, it was a good innings, and I looked at him. I looked how he timed the ball. His timing was impeccable. His placement was good, and I thought this young man has some talent. He got selected on the West Indies President's 11 against England, but he hasn't come back into this tournament and has lit it up. And this is the problem. You have some of these guys with the talent. That's a good delivery. You have some of these guys with the talent, but they just, how should I put it? They get loose at times. Instead of them tightening up on their defense, working on their game, they sometimes just, they play their shots, they look good, the timing is nice, they find the gaps, and you sometimes in awe at some of the shots they play, and then they get out for 20, or they get out caught at slip or at mid-off and things like that. And that's my problem with a lot of the regional batsmen that have talent. They're just too loose at times.
Well, Colin, after this delivery, would you suggest that at this stage in these youngsters' career who show all this potential, that they should be exposed to probably more internationally recognized coaches instead of the normal Windward Islands coach, or the Leeward Islands, or the TNT coach, or the Barbados Pride coach? That at this stage, once you know the guys have got the potential to play at the highest level, why not bring some internationally recognized coaches, and they can probably impart what is probably missing in these youngsters' game for them to really blossom and realize their fullest potential?
I am not saying that at all, and I don't think so. What I would like to see is that these guys somehow playing more first-class cricket, because I just don't think we play enough first-class cricket. This is a good shot. It stopped by the big boot of Cornwall. He's not even bending down and rubbing it. Yeah, I just think we need more first-class cricket. Somehow these guys need to play more first-class cricket. When the first-class season is ended here, I think they need to be exposed overseas to some type of other first-class cricket if they can get into England and play, more first-class cricket. And I'm not only talking county cricket here. I'm talking maybe league cricket, and expose themselves and keep playing cricket. Because that's the problem. When the first 2 rounds had ended, that's the end of Cornwall's over. Sorry, he's bowled 7 overs. Look at that. 7 overs, 1 for 6. He's bowled 6 maidens, and it's 77 for 2. Yeah, when the 2 rounds had ended, what happened to these guys? What happened to the Meliuses and the Athenes and all of these guys?
Well, you're saying 2 rounds of matches. That used to happen in the last few years before the pandemic, but they've reverted to 1 round of matches here because of the pandemic all the while, and they just decided to have 1 round of matches. But certainly, I couldn't agree with you more that we are playing far too little first-class cricket. I was wondering just recently, whatever happened to the West Indies A team? Don't they go on tours anymore? Are they recruiting the reserve players? Aren't they recruiting them to really get exposed and let them have a lot of tours, or let have other international teams send their A teams as well to play against the West Indies A team? They haven't played for the longest while. I haven't heard the West Indies A team play.
Yeah, you're right. And then what has happened? And even the Meliuses and the Athenes of this world, can't we look at? I mean,
what about the cricket academy?
Yeah.
Has that gone through?
Well,
remember the CWI used to have a cricket academy for
I think it's
blossoming players.
No, it's still there. It's still functioning.
There, but I don't know if it's functioning.
Yeah, no, it's still functioning. And
but even we play a lot more first-class cricket. I think we need the intervention of more knowledgeable and internationally recognized coaches. It doesn't have to be full-time, but they need to come and make an input.
I'm not sure.
I'm not knocking the local or regional coaches.
I hear you. But I just think if it's a situation that our coaches, our regional coaches, need more knowledge, then let's get them that knowledge. So I'm not sure if honestly I don't know if that is the answer. And
well, they can help as well to upgrade our coaches. They can certainly help to upgrade. Once we get exposed to these sort of more knowledgeable, more recognized coaches, I'm sure that we're going to learn a thing or two from them.
Devon Thomas attacking Athenes just outside the line of the off stump. He's not being tempted at the moment. Just 2 slips in a gully. 1 delivery left in over number 4 for Devon Thomas. 77 for 2. We've got another 24 overs left in the day's play. That's a nice looking shot. It's gone for the boundary. It went through the man at mid-off.
That was Django.
And that's Django. But it was a pleasant shot. Again, look at the timing. He's just on the front foot and he pushed it more than a fluent drive. He was just pushing that. And Django was diving to his right?
Yeah. He was stumbling over.
I didn't see it at the moment. I was blocked by the monitor. And it went for 4.
Yeah.
So Athenes joins Hodge on 6. It's 81 for 2 now.
It's a good shot by Alec Athenes, getting that front foot out to the pitch of the ball, and the bat flew in lovely through the line of the ball, and a delightful shot. A bit of a misfield there by Amir Django. Oh, he's dropped him.
He's dropped it. That's a tough catch. I think he took one in the first innings.
No, Django. Yes, it was Django.
Yeah, it was Django. He took Dennis Smith in a similar position, and it flew off the bat, and he took it off Dennis Smith. But this one he's put down but I've always found that those type of catches are a little difficult because he's really there for the ball hitting the bat onto the pad and looping up. When it flicks off the bat, he's so close there. His reflexes have got to be spot on.
Yeah, it's probably the most difficult fielding position in the game. Forward short leg. I mean, there's a lot of danger in it as well.
It should be called silly forward short leg.
Well, he took a blinder in the first innings, Amir Django. It was a much more difficult than this one. And he got both hands to this one, but as you say, Colin, these catches really have to stick. You don't have a lot of time to react.
Your good friend, Anthony Glenn Dawson, in a game many moons ago, playing against Presal, a gentleman called Remy Manbeau. I don't know if you remember the name. Short guy. He was batting and he was just pushing and pushing and pushing and blocking, and I was getting really frustrated with him. And I just wanted to put him under pressure. So I asked your friend to go up to forward short leg. And he said, but Skip, I need a helmet. It's the end of the over from Cornwall. Let me say it like him. Skip, I need a helmet. And I said to him, you don't need any helmet. This man is just poking prodding. I just want to put him under some pressure so he can play a shot. Anyway, he calls for the helmet and we say, okay, you want a helmet? Let's get the helmet. So he went and he put on this helmet at forward short leg, and I was bowling. And halfway through my delivery, I decided to bowl a slower one. I'm already slow, so let me say a very slower one.
Oh, that might be stop.
Yeah. And it just slipped out of my hand. And Remy Manbo played the most vicious pull shot you would ever see. And it hit Mr. Dawson flush in the helmet, and he keeled over. Thankfully, there was no concussion or anything like that. But he moved out of the position, never to field there again. It's a really difficult position, though. You've got to be brave, and of course you've got to trust the bowler who is bowling, and you always got to be on the lookout. It's a position where you've got to be concentrating all the time.
Well, he's playing golf now, you know.
Yes, so he sent me a nice picture of him.
He posted
off.
something on social media this week, I thought
Yes,
it was.
I saw it.
Where he was teeing off somewhere.
Yeah.
But he plays golf right-handed.
No, left-handed.
Left-handed?
That's a good delivery from Thomas. Pitched and left him. He was just nibbling at that and beat him outside the line of the off stump. That's a good ball.
But he teed off.
No, he teed off
it looked pretty good. It looked pretty good.
Actually.
Yeah, he hit it.
I was shocked.
Yeah, I mean, that traveled some distance, that ball.
Yeah, but it is left-handed. He does play because that's what I looked to see if he was playing right-handed. But he did, in fact, hit it left-handed, and it looked good. It was a good shot.
Yeah,
I didn't know he played golf. I thought he got the edge because it traveled. Look at where it ended up between first and second slip. A good take by Hamilton, but I thought he may have got the edge. A little bit loose from Athanaze. He stood there and was trying to square cut it.
Well,
Luckily, he didn't get the edge.
He got the leverage to play the cut shot. The bounce just a bit too high and passed over the edge of the bat. It was swinging as well after it passed the batsman. And the wicketkeeper had a very long way to travel, almost the second slip. Ooh.
It's just a little bit too wide this time. You can see the movement of the ball just swinging away from the left-hander. Pitch is still playing very good, Anil.
Yeah, quite good. We expected that it would hold up for the duration of the match, Colin, because on the first day we knew that it was very well prepared, very well rolled in. It was very hard indeed. And it's holding up pretty good. Impressed with the pitch down at the new venue for first class cricket down at Diego Martin as well.
Yeah, I just think it's. I would like to see a little bit more for the bowler. I just think it's a little bit too heavily weighted in favor of the batsman.
Yeah, we could use a bit of grass on these pitches now, man. It's becoming monotonous coming to look at cricket pitches, and it's devoid of grass.
Well, here I don't know if you looked at it, but the grass is sort of rolled in.
Well, that's not live grass, really.
Right,
That's dead, dry grass.
Yeah.
That's not going to help the seamers and the quickies.
They're going to go through for a couple of runs here because that ball bisected the backward point and cover. I think it, not sure if the fieldsman, Ward, left it for Athanaze, if Ward left it for the man at cover in Ross Powell, and Powell left it for Ward. In the end, neither went across the field. It went between them, and they were able to pick up 2 runs. So Athanaze goes to what, 8? It's 83 for 2. 22 overs left in the day's play. Somehow I don't think, Anil, that somehow I think we've got to come back tomorrow unless there's a major collapse. But just 2 wickets down, 22 overs. I think a lot depends on these two. If they can stick around for another 10, 12 overs, they would be happy. The Windwards would be happy with their work. As it is, they've done well at 83 for 2. The 2 openers back in the pavilion, Melius for 51. Devon Smith, disappointingly, he got out for 12. Lost his patience against Cornwall.
Yeah, I thought the Windward Islands did a pretty good job in trying to restrict the Leeward Islands in their second innings because they had an entire you can send an entire batting lineup. They started the morning on 64 for 2. And they had the pair at the wicket plus the remaining batsmen, and they had such a huge lead. You thought probably they would have reached, something like 450 in quicker time, but Windward did a good job, especially Demba. Demba was pretty economical under the circumstances. Picked up three wickets as well. And they looked fairly tidy on the field. They didn't really drop their shoulders at no time, even though they were under so much pressure.
Cornwall continues here. He's in his 9th over, 1 for 6. Hodge, 6 from 38 deliveries. Really batted both times with a lot of patience. He's going to get a single. So he's beating Ward there, that short mid-on, and they pick up a run. The end of the over from Cornwall, so he's now bowled what? 9 overs, 1 for 7, and of those 9 overs, 6 have been maidens. Hodges 7, Athena's is 8. It's 84 for 2. Remember, the target is 413. So it looks like if Devon Thomas is going to continue. Haven't seen the left arm spinner in Daniel Durham. So the Jamar Hamilton is just maybe giving Thomas another over or two and see if anything happens, and who knows. We very well see the left arm spinner coming on from the Willie Rodriguez end or southern end as
Well,
Thomas shines away.
It's the ideal position to expose the young left arm orthodox spinner Durham. I mean, there's no way really you could possibly lose this game. You've got so much runs to play with, so you don't mind if he goes for a couple of runs, but the thing is he's be getting the exposure. He's already showed with the bat that he's pretty capable. So if his bowling can come along, he's very young as well, he can turn out to be a fairly good all-rounder.
That's well played by Hodge. Delivery just angled into him. He was pushing it out on the onside. Thomas, 1 for 25 so far. Picked up the wicket of Kamani Melius, who was looking so good for 51. That's a good shot from Hodge. That's going to run away. Excellent shot. Badly lined from Thomas, just on the pads, and he just whipped it past the square leg. He seems much more confident and comfortable playing against the medium pace of Thomas, and he played that exquisitely past the square leg position down to the boundary for 4. He's into double figures now, Hodge. He's on to 11. It's 88 for 2.
That was over pitched there by Devon Thomas on the legs, and a delightful shot there from Kaveem Hodge. Look how close that second slip is to the first slip, Colin. Give the man some room, man.
This one he's pulling. That's another good shot. That's a brilliant stop there by Archibald. My word, that went quickly to him. And I was thinking that it was going to beat him onto the boundary ropes. And he was just sprawling to his left. He is left-handed, but he was just sprawling to stop it. That's what you talk of commitment. That's what you talk of fighting. Let them fight for every run, because you've got 413 to win. He could easily have allowed that to pass through, or just not dive for it, try and stop it. But he was sprawling across the outfield to stop it, and he did it very well indeed, because that was a good shot from Hodge. He pulled it hard and just to the left of Archibald. He's done so well.
Well done by Archibald. He held it cleanly with one hand as well. It was a stronger hand, but you still got to hold it, and he held on to it. Didn't fumble whatsoever, even though he was sprawled off on the ground, as you were saying. Great commitment.
89 for 2. Thomas, one delivery left. for him to complete 6 overs, 1 for 30. Oh, that's exquisite as well. That's a lovely timing. Pure timing from Athanaze. And that's what we talk about with this man. He times the ball so sweetly. All he did was to get across, open the face, got it away from the man at point to his right. He never moved. And the ball sped across this outfield down to the boundary for 4. Lovely looking shot from Athanaze. He goes to 12. Hodge is on 12. It's 93 for 2. 413 is the target. So another 320 runs needed by the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. They need 8 wickets. There is the scorecard so far. Melias 51, Smith 12, Hodges 12 not out, Athanaze is 12 not out, 93 for 2. As the players are just getting a refreshment break. The bowling figures, Louis, he's had 8 overs, none for 33. Archibald, 4 overs, none for 16. Thomas, 6 overs, 1 for 34. And Cornwall, look at those figures. 9 overs, 6 maidens, 7 runs, 1 wicket. So as the players getting themselves refreshed, we're going to take a break here at the Queen's Park Oval. Well, here's Rakim Cornwall with the first delivery after the refreshment break. Bowling to Hodge. He's just pushing it out on the offside. Kaveem Hodge needs a big score. He hasn't had the best of tournaments. He's got one score of 63 before this game. But outside of that, he's really struggled. Again, he's concentrating. You look at 45, 46 deliveries for 12. He's been very watchful and really just in survival mode against Cornwall.
More
Just-
runs, more overs than runs for Cornwall.
Yep, he's in his 10th over.
Conceded
1
just
for 7.
Yeah.
Yes, and
I'd like to
If-
see his overall economy rate after the tournament, Cornwall.
yeah, well, I can tell you that before this game, and it's probably improved, but before this game, his economy rate was just 2.85.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. But would you believe that Shino Berridge, who has been left out, we saw him against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but he's left out of this game. He's got an economy rate of 1.97.
How many overs?
He's just had 26 overs, whereas Cornwall has had 100 overs before the tournament started. But yes, Berridge has just had 26 overs. Louis, an economy rate of 3.16 from 74 overs.
It's a
But,
slight hold up in proceedings here as the batsman Hodges it or Artenes receiving some attention there. Seems to
Athanase,
be
is
okay.
it? Yes,
Yeah,
Athanase was
Artenes.
receiving some sort of attention. Now the left-arm spinner is into the attack.
Well, you asked for him, Colin.
Yep, Daniel Durham. And, just have to wait and see what impact he has on this game. He's going to be bowling to the left hand, and he's bowling over the wicket, Durham. Giving it a little bit of air and turning it slightly. He's a big man, isn't he? 6 foot, well built, and he's bowling spin.
Artenes has gotten rid of the helmet. He is now capless. It's a good line again by... he bowled a pretty good line when he bowled in the first
Yeah.
inning, the Ram. He didn't bowl a lot of overs. Guess the fast bowlers did most of the damage together with Cornwall. So there wasn't a lot of need for him, really.
I wonder if he always bowled spin, even as a youngster growing up. Durham, or he bowled any fast or medium fast or whatever, or always was a spinner. Because it's unbelievable. If I had a coach in school and he come to me and tell me he's bowling spin, I'd say, find a new coach in school. Look at the size of that guy, and 6 foot plenty. It's well played by Athanase. It's good line and a good length. He's not doing very much with the ball. I think he's, at this point in time, he's getting a slight amount of turn, but nothing
Yeah.
untoward in terms of
Spin.
any purchase on this pitch that he's going to get a lot of spin. That's a good over. So he starts with a maiden, and these two batsmen now just, I wouldn't say they're in survival mode, but they're playing each ball on its merit and not allowing the spinners to, or not playing any rash shots, I should say, against the spinners. Very watchful. Both batsmen now in caps in the Windward Islands Hurricanes green cap. And the battle is going to continue between Cornwall and Hodge. Well, he hit that beautifully. He took the chance, because when I say he hit it beautifully, there is that man looking for that catch at a shortish mid-on, but he's slightly wide, and Hodge picked the spot where he wanted to hit it. He knew he was going to hit it in the air, but he hit it straight and away from Devon Thomas at that short mid-on position. So he picks up a single, but a little bit risky, Anil.
I thought he was to the pitch. I didn't see it travel in the air for too long. And then he hit it straighter than the man who was standing at short mid-on. If the mid-on was normal instead of a long on there, I thought I would have traveled for 4 because he really timed it well. It was a good shot for a single though.
Well, Cornwall is time bowling to Athenes. Athenes on 12 from 28 deliveries. Hodge has gone to 13 from 50. That's well played. Is he looking to whip this one through the onside? So Athenes just on 12 from 30 deliveries. He, in fact, is the leading run scorer for the Windward Islands Hurricanes. And not only is he the leading scorer, he's got the best average. Started this game averaging 31 with 2 half centuries. The only Leeward Islands player to have 2 half centuries behind his name before this game started. Kotoy, of course, with his 73 not out, is also now the only other Windward Islands player to score 2 half centuries in the tournament. The end of the over from Cornwall. At the end of it, he's had what? 11 overs, 1 for 8. It's 94 for 2. Durham is going to continue, but this time he's going to be bowling to the right-handed. Yes, the right-handed Kavim Hodge.
Very cool conditions now here at the Queen's Park Oval. Very similar to the first 2 days that we had. We had bright sunshine in the morning, then intermittently we had some cloud cover, but coming to after the tea interval, Colin, it usually gets very cool and very overcast. Not heavy dark clouds, but high light grey clouds. And it's given a cooling effect. Nice bit of breeze as well blowing across. I'm sure the players are going to love the conditions out there.
You sound as if you can advertise for a job in weather forecasting at one of the stations. I like it. Intermittent showers or intermittent something you said, and you lost me halfway through it. And then you went in cool conditions, and you sounded very impressive with that forecast, I must admit.
Well, you should try to Google and improve your meteorological knowledge, Colin.
Okay, I will take your advice going forward. I remember doing commentary. With Colin Croft. And Colin Croft is, well, let me be careful how I choose my words here.
Yeah, he listens in, you know.
You know he's a pilot, right?
Yeah.
He's a pilot. So he's very much aware. That's a good delivery, came back at Hodge. He's very much aware of the atmospheric conditions, you know, and he calls all these clouds cumulus. And
his geography would be good being a pilot.
Oh, excellent. And he started to tell me all about these cumulus clouds that were forming. and there was me saying, yes,
just not in your head.
Sound good, sounding good. But
pretending that you understood.
Of course. I agreed with him with whatever he said, but I didn't have a clue as to what he was talking about. It's Colin Croft, of course, one of the 4 fast bowlers at the time that struck fear into batsmen all over the world. The quartet of Roberts, Holden, Croft, and Garner.
Well, I saw the test match that he really announced himself internationally right here at the Queen's Park Oval. He got 8 for, 20 odd somewhere there. 8 wickets for 29, yeah.
And
boy, was he really charging in that day.
Yeah. And then after, then along came Marshall, and then you had people like Wayne Daniel, Sylvester Clark, who couldn't get into the team. Ezra
Yeah.
Mosley, Franklin Stee, all of those guys were on the fringes.
Yeah.
I
Winston
mean,
Davis as well, he was there around that time.
a couple of runs here for Athenaeus was turning this delivery backward of square. Ross Powell gives chase, pick up 2 runs, yeah. And they were really striking fear into batsmen all over the world. Wayne Daniel, who played youth cricket with me and went on that West Indies youth tour, and he had these English youths, because they never saw pace like that as a youngster, because, you know, most of them would, they're swinging the ball and moving when they concentrated on movement. He was just raw pace. And it was really amazing. And then he eventually went to play for Middlesex, but couldn't command a regular place in the West Indies team. And these guys would have made any other team in the world, bar the West Indies, these fast bowlers like Sylvester Clark, and he was quick. You never played against him, did you?
Yeah.
Sylvester Clark.
Yeah, my debut game for TNT was in a 50
Barbados?
over, no, a 50 over match right at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah.
And Sylvester Clark and Wayne Daniel were 2 of the bowlers on that attack.
Yes.
And I was opening the batting with Richard Gabriel.
Well, you probably wish you didn't get picked in that game, would you? No, I'm just kidding you. Of course, you were very proud to make your debut.
Yeah, but
for
it
Trinidad.
it was a testing time, really,
I
to
could
be
well
honest.
imagine.
Well, we chased a small score in that game because we had skittled out Barbados fairly cheaply.
Yeah.
And I think I second top scored with 15. Would you believe that?
And Richard Gabriel, he was another classic, wasn't he?
Well, I had opened the batting with Richard Gabriel, as a matter of fact, and he used to be giving Wayne Daniel and Sylvester Clark a lot of talk.
Yeah,
a lot of talk.
That
and
was him.
you
That
know,
was
and
him.
I was pretty timid at the other end.
Yes.
You know, very quiet because I was making my debut. I was up against 2 of the fast.
Oh, that's unlucky. That's very unlucky for Alec Athenaeus. The ball, he played the ball, it came off the bat and rolled right back onto the stumps. The leg bail has been removed, and he still stands there as he just can't believe it. He now walks away. That is so unfortunate for Athenaeus, a very unfortunate way to be dismissed. But he goes ball by Cornwall for 14. He survived 37 balls, but it's now, let's have a look at that. He played back, went back, and the ball came off the inside edge and just trickled onto the stump, and the leg bail alone was removed.
Yeah, well, when it hit the inside edge, it deflected onto his boot, the right boot, and then went on the stump. He couldn't really see where it was going because it hit the heel of his boot and just rolled back onto the stump. Very unfortunate indeed. But that's the pressure that Raheem Cornwall exerts on batsmen. That one was with the arm, and instead of hitting it in the middle, it hit the inside edge and deflected onto his boot, then onto the stump.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate, because he was batting well. He didn't look perturbed. He didn't look in trouble, and it's unfortunate dismissal. But it was the final delivery of Cornwall's 12th over, so he's now bowled 12 overs, 2 for 10. What figures that man's got? 2 for 10 from 12. So Hodge is going to take strike, and Daniel Durham is going to continue. Yes,
Well,
Richard Gabriel was one who used to give bowlers talks, didn't fear them. But as at the non-strikers end, you always would figure, look, this man is geeing up these bowlers. He's getting them annoyed.
Yeah,
And you say to
he used to
yourself,
like to rile them up, really.
yeah, and you sort of say to yourself, I might be the unlucky one to get hit.
Well, he had very good technique for fast
Oh,
bowling
yes,
as
he
well,
did,
Richard
he did.
Gabriel.
And he was fearless, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was
He was really
fearless.
fearless.
He used to hook a lot,
Yeah.
and he used to line up the ball fairly early, Gabriel.
A lot of the critics feel that he didn't get enough of an opportunity to play for the West Indies. But in those days, you had some cracking openers, didn't you?
Yeah, that was a very tough side for Richard Gabriel to really break through.
Yeah.
And that's the side of the 80s, probably one
Yeah.
of the better
Well-
Test cricket sides for more than a decade. Unbeatable, more or less.
Well, the
Good.
talk was, I remember there was a game, he was playing a one-day game against Australia, and Viv was the captain, and it appeared from the TV that Viv put him off the field. He denied it, Gabriel. He said he said he had pulled some hamstring or he had a calf problem and he asked to go off the field. But this was just after he misfielded. A ball trickled down to him, went through his leg and went for 4. And shortly after that, Viv's hand was pointing to the pavilion.
Probably wanted him to go around a bit finer.
I think the talk was that Viv put him off the field. Gabriel said he asked to come off the field, and the reason Viv was pointing was saying, well, go ahead, go off. This is short, and that's a good shot from Hodge. It asked to be put away because it was short from the time I saw that. A short delivery, one of the few bad deliveries that Durham bowled, that Hodge was on the back foot and he spanked it beautifully to the left of cover. It goes down to the boundary for 4. He goes to 17. That was a gift for him. More importantly, the 100 is up for the Windward Islands. It's now 100 for 3.
Well, since you've spoken about that, about Richard Gabriel and Sir Viv Richards, I want to just bring back something similar to that happened when Trinidad and Tobago was playing, and that was a long time. Joey Carew was the captain of the Trinidad team, and Joey's probably the most respected captain in the Caribbean at that time. Imtiaz Ali, the former leg spin googly bowler, he had just come on to the Trinidad team, but when they were going out back after an interval, I thought it was the tea interval, Imtiaz had a habit of always, what we would say, lag behind. Yes, he was always late
coming out the dressing room.
coming out very late from the dressing room. And Joey had almost completed setting the field, only to see that Imtiaz was now crossing the boundary line and coming on. So he signaled to him with an upraised hand, okay, right there. And Imtiaz stood just inside the field at the edge of the boundary line thinking, well, that was his fielding position. And then Joey signaled to him, go a little further back. And he was indicating to Joey, well, I'm right behind the boundary rope. Where do you want me to go? And Joey said, yes, go further back in the dressing room.
I tell you.
And that one was a fact, right?
Yeah. So he eventually he didn't take the field eventually. Well, that's amazing. But I would expect that of Joey Carew because Joey was a no nonsense captain as well. He upset a lot of players, but you're right. He had a lot of respect. He was well respected.
He was a very great tactician
Yeah.
too. I mean, I saw him win some matches here at the Queen's Park Oval from nowhere.
Yeah.
And he had a real trump card in Inshanali.
That's
I mean,
right.
at that
Inshan-
time.
Yeah.
Most
And
of the-
even on Jumadine.
Yeah, but
the
Inshan
spin
was
twins.
a handful.
Inshan was also great.
Yeah,
100 for 3. Cornwall is going to come back to bowl his 13 over, and he's bowling to the man who's just come in, Ogis.
Good stop by Django there.
Yep, this is Achi Ogis.
Yeah,
ACHWE, Achi Ogis. So he needs some runs because he's
he didn't get any in the first innings.
no, and he's had a pretty bad tournament. He's 3 innings and he's only scored 14 runs. So he badly needs some runs here. Loud appeal goes up. Not out, says umpire Blaze. That ball seemed to be heading down the leg side based on Jamar Hamilton's position. Surprised Kotoy didn't come before Ogis.
Yeah, we have not heard a lot about Ogis. Very attacking field now, Colin. He has brought in the silly point in Ross Powell. Is a forward short leg as well, and a slip, a very short extra cover also.
Some pressure being
So Rakim Cornwall going for the kill.
pressure being put on Ogis.
13 overs, one ball less 13 overs, and he conceded just 10 runs. Cornwall picked up 2 wickets. Remember, he had 4 in the first innings as well. It's a very useful player at this level, Raheem Cornwall.
And he's picked up 16 wickets so far in the tournament. And you rightly said, he's bowled well over 100 overs. And before this game had started, he's actually bowled 100 overs. He's picked up 10 wickets and an economy rate of 2.85. Durham is going to continue. 13 overs left after this. Sun trying to peep out here at the Queen's Park Oval. Yes. Had some ding-dong battles with Maple at club cricket with Joey. They didn't. When I came in just leaving school, I didn't realize the 2 clubs hated each other so much. Well, I shouldn't say 2 clubs, but
rivalry.
Individuals, yeah. I mean, the rivalry was almost a war, you know. And I mean, yes, I've came from school where we had our school rivalry, but it certainly wasn't that intense. You know, you didn't want to lose to St. Mary's or QRC and that type of thing.
Well, I guess in those days between Queen's Park and Maple,
yeah.
They would have known each other pretty well because
right.
they're 2 clubs from the very same area in North Trinidad here in Port of Spain.
And the thing is, Anil, they played for one another for Trinidad as well, you know. So, but when it came to club v club, it was a totally different.
But Maple would have been a powerhouse as well in
Yeah.
those days because they had guys like the Furlong brothers, Kenny Furlong,
That's
Carl
right,
Furlong,
Carl,
and Alvin Cornell.
Alvin Cornell played. Then there was Kelvin Ford. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah,
Kelvin
fast
Ford,
bowler.
Fast
The
bowler.
late Kelvin
Yeah,
Ford.
the
I
late
don't know
Kelvin
if you know
Ford.
if
Yeah.
you know that he died.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
Yes,
he died.
He was quick, you know.
Yeah, he had some pace, Kelvin Ford. Yeah, that was real keen rivalry in those days, and those days as well had a lot more Division 1 cricket clubs in Port of Spain, Trinidad,
That's right,
Crumpton,
that's
Harvard,
right,
yeah, all these sort of club, Paragon,
that's right.
Maple in those days,
They were
Queen's
a real
Park.
force. Yeah.
Most of the National 1 teams used to come from Port of Spain.
Durham has completed his 4th over, maiden to Hodge. So he's bowled 4 overs, none for 4, 100 for 3. Remember the target for the Windward Islands, 413. So they still need 313 if they are to win this game. But they've only got 7 wickets left intact. Lost the wickets of Melius for 51, Smith for 12, and Athanase, who was very unlucky to be bowled by Cornwall for 14, a ball which he played back to, took the inside edge onto the pad and just removed the leg bail. Really unfortunate way to get out. Just didn't have enough time to kick that ball away from the stumps. But he never looked in trouble. He was batting very well. And unfortunately, he's back in the pavilion.
Cornwall continues to dart it into the left-hander with an angle.
Never really gives it air, does he?
Yeah,
Just gives
seldom.
it some, tosses it up in the air.
What he
and
does
says,
is
okay.
he changes the pace.
That's a good shot.
Oh my goodness.
That's an excellent shot. That one he gave slightly more air. It's gone for 6. Well, I would have never thought that because
it was flat.
Yeah, he timed it well. He picked it up early as well. It was a full toss that he picked up early, and boy, did he give this a swat.
Well, that forward short leg was in some danger there. Have a look at Django. He was taking evasive action.
He had to.
Luckily for him that it went a little wide and high because that was shot with such power. That could have caused some serious damage to the
Where
man
did
at
that come
forward
from,
short
though?
leg.
Even though it was a full toss, and I didn't expect it. He just.
Well, he saw it pretty early.
Yeah, he did. He was in position early, and he smashed it.
Yeah, that traveled very quickly and very flat as well.
I suppose if you're going to get a full toss and you're going to attack or hit a full toss, that's the way to do it. That was absolutely brilliant. So that should give him some confidence. He's off the mark with that 6.
It would have shaken up Django on the other hand. Django was at fault, short leg. He was in danger there.
I tell you what, though, Cornwall is not going to bowl those type of deliveries again. He's going to go back and, as you rightly said, darting it into the
Middle and off.
middle and off. That's well played. Jimbo, don't see him regularly being struck for a 6, especially by a relatively unknown man in Ogis.
Well, he has to have something to be selected on the team. Ogis, he hasn't shown it much, but that was a good, powerful hit, I tell you.
The end of the over from Cornwall. He's now completed 14 overs, 2 for 16. 14 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 16. What great figures by this man.
Yeah.
Durham is going to continue. 11 overs left after this. Anil, we may end this day on time.
Yeah, they're getting through the overs pretty quickly because 2 spinners have been in operation. And Rakeem Cornwall is a man, he gets through his overs very, very quickly indeed. Because if you're not scoring scoring runs off him, the ball is not going anywhere. It's right on the square.
That's right.
So you don't have to wait when someone retrieves the ball if a boundary is hit when Cornwall is bowling. The good thing about that is that he's not operating in tandem with a pacer because the pace bowler would not have been getting enough rest in between the overs. Smart bit of fielding at short extra cover there by
That's a good shot. He was on the back foot, punched it.
That's Louis.
Just didn't find the gap. Just needed to get it between the short extra cover and cover.
That's one with the arm.
How you rate Durham in terms of his bowling at the moment, Anil, and what you've seen this match?
Well, his line and length is pretty consistent. I haven't seen a lot of variations. I haven't seen the ball actually turn much. I don't think that the wicket is offering a lot of spin for him, but he's keeping a tight line and the length isn't bad as well. You need to learn to spin and loop it a bit more. But he looks fairly decent to me.
Yeah, he's
The thing with these finger spinners, Colin, you don't expect to do too much with the ball. You don't expect them to be doing a lot with the ball. If they have developed and they have good guile and good variation and could spin the ball, actually spin it and get it to turn, fine. But most of the finger spinners, they depend more or less on trying to keep things tight.
Tight,
and
that's
acting
right.
in the ball, you know.
definitely. The end of the over from Durham. So he's now completed 5 overs, none for 4. So he's keeping things tight as well at this end. I would just like to see him give the ball a little bit more air, you know, and tempt Hodge to play a couple shots.
Yeah, I mean, they got enough runs, so why not look to buy a wicket or two? Invite the batsman to play some more attacking shots, you know, try to lure him into a fall shot.
So Cornwall is going to continue, as I think you made the point. You're not going to get that ball off of him now. He's going to probably, I would expect, he's going to bowl another couple of overs, both himself and Durham, and maybe maybe in the next 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, if there's nothing, they may look to bring back Louis.
Well, that's
What's your
provided that a wicket doesn't fall. Once there's a wicket
Oh
going
yeah,
down,
yeah, that's provided a wicket doesn't fall. You're right.
Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious.
That was a mighty blow. I think Django has gone down for the count.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, he's getting up. He's limping. But
fortunate
he seems
is
to be
the
all right,
leg.
thankfully.
He was struck in the leg. I mean, that's the fleshier part of the body, but he had a close shave with the previous shot that Ogies hit for 6. I mean, that was so powerfully struck, and it was traveling head high as well. This one was hit with a lot of power also, but good that Django took evasive action and turned away quite quickly. Struck him in the back of the leg.
He saved 4 runs.
Yeah. Well, this guy is prepared to play the sweep shot. He doesn't mind calling.
And he's hitting it pretty hard, isn't he?
Yeah, once he picks it up going long leg, he's firing with a lot of power. Django took the count with that one.
That's well played. Actually, he's playing Cornwall pretty good.
Yeah.
He's getting right behind the line. He's probably getting a lot of torque from the fieldsman. That's well played. That's a good delivery from Cornwall. He's carrying it up to Ogies, and he's reaching out that right leg, getting to it, and just smothering whatever spin there might be.
Well, now that he sees that Ogies is prepared to go anything that is slightly loose, I think he should be flighting a bit more deliveries and looking to impart a little more spin just outside off stump, set the appropriate field, and let him go at it if he wants it. I mean, the quick flat deliveries, you won't get Ogies looking to go after that.
He's sweeping again.
Bad line.
That's going to run away. Bad line from Cornwall. He knows the man he favors that sweep shot. And if you're going to toss it up to him, you can't toss it just outside the line of the leg stump because he's going to sweep it away, which he did. So he's into double figures. He's batting quite well, actually. He's on to 10. 110 now for 3. And you would think Jamar Hamilton must very much be wondering now, Anil, just to give Cornwall a little bit of a rest. He's about 15 overs on the trot. Maybe it's just to pull him out. Let's have a look at that shot.
Just going down leg, yeah. Angle down leg. Good shot.
Good, excellent shot, no doubt.
The thing about Cornwall, he has not bowled a lot of bad deliveries, but the few that he has bowled, they all went to the boundary.
Yeah, so I was just saying that he may look to think of Louis from Cornwall End, try him a couple of overs.
Yeah, I don't think they're overly worried all day if a wicket is not coming. I mean, they've got so much time, and I think that how many overs we got left?
Well, we've got 8.5 overs left in the day's play.
Yeah, I'm almost certain that he'd want to get one of the pacers on back before they should go in. You know, change up things a bit. I think Jeremiah Lewis should be a bit fresh. He had just 4 overs. Yeah. No, he would have had more than 4 overs. Louis, I'd get those figures just now. Archibald as well should be fairly fresh.
Can't find the gap. Hodge. He's persevered on 17 from 78 deliveries. Must be thinking of coming back tomorrow now.
Quite a bit more cricket here left, really. 110 for 3 Windward Islands. The target is 413. As Colin Murray said, we got 8 overs remaining in the day's play. That's the delivery I'm talking about. Flight and spin. Impart a lot of spin. That pitch in line with middle and off. Have a look at this here. This one spun Colin. Comprehensively beaten. Have a look at this delivery. Oh yeah. That's what you need to do, Durham. Give it some flight, impart some spin, and see if you can get it to turn away from the right-hander. Yes, you called it right, Colin. Raheem Cornwall has been taken off. So Jimbo Very, very economical indeed. More overs. No, well, those last couple of boundaries, his runs column went up a bit. Cornwall.
Well, Powell. Now, yeah, I can understand giving Cornwall a bit of a rest, but for Powell, I'm not too sure.
He's a different type of spinner. He's very slow through the air, Powell.
Well, it is a matter of if you just get complacent against him, because he's not a big turner of the ball. I haven't seen enough of Powell really to comment, but he doesn't seem to be a big turner of the ball. He's very slow through the air.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the last game.
And if you're not careful, you can.
He can tempt you.
Yeah.
And you can play a fault shot.
And look at the field. There's a deep mid wicket. There's a long on. So if you decide to go over the top, that's a good shot from Hodge, backing away and just slapping it through the offside. That's 4 good-looking runs. It was short. May have been turning slightly into Hodge, but he was backing away, giving himself the room. Let's have a look to play the shot, Anil. He played it well in the end.
Yeah, he had the time as well, because Powell is a lot slower than Cornwall. So he was giving himself room, as you said, and finding the gap on the offside. Well timed.
115 for 3.
Why? He's now put out a point on the boundary. Why? You don't want to be hit for a 4? Or are you going to get wickets? I can't understand why he's put a man out on the point boundary. Let the man play the shot, Mr. Powell.
Yeah, because he backed away, didn't he? He backed away.
Yeah, he could have top edged that easy.
That's another good shot. Gets a single down to the long on.
Looking at different batsman now, Hodge, now that he's settling a bit and really timing the ball a lot better.
Yeah, he's on to, 22?
Of 84 deliveries. So he really took his time. Now seeing it a little better.
It's well played. They haven't batted badly, the Windward Islands, 116 for 3. I think they would have preferred to be maybe 116 for 2 to give themselves a chance tomorrow to maybe bat out the day. But at 116 for 3, I really can't see them surviving tomorrow.
It would be very difficult. It would be an uphill task, really. They've lost the 2 best batsmen in Melius and Devon Smith.
And they've not got much in the tank after. You've got Kotoy, of course. Dennis Smith is not a bad player. He can certainly get some runs. But outside of the 2 of them, it's just the bowlers after that.
Yeah. And even the recognized batsmen left. They have not done exceptionally well in the tournament.
That's right. I think Athenaeus in particular, when he got out, was a big blow. Because even though they lost the 2 openers, had he still been there would have been some hope.
Getting a bit of turn now, Durham.
That's a good run. Yeah, he's getting a bit of turn, so it should be interesting what will happen tomorrow. It's good figures, 6.2 overs, none for 5. He's been very steady, and I think you made the point. He's bowled a good line, he's bowled a good length. Yeah. And now he's getting some turn.
He's got a left-hander now to contend with.
This is going to be interesting because Ogies loves to sweep. And if that ball is going to be turning into him, is he going to play that sweep shot?
Well, he has a square leg on the boundary. There's a man at short, fine leg as well for the miscued sweep shot. Not a bad plan, really. A top edge there can balloon to the man at short, fine leg. Having said that, I think he's coming a bit too short there. It can balloon and go over his head. That's a couple of runs, or is that going to be 4?
No, that's just 2 runs. Powell was not really chasing it down. I thought he was just ambling behind the ball. And they pick up 2 runs. Or just running off the face of the bat as he was lunging forward. It's well played. Durham keeps things tight here. Interesting if he gives this one a little. If it'd be interesting if he gives this one a little bit more air. That's a good-looking shot by Ogis, just working it out towards mid-on. The end of the over from Durham. He's now completed 7 overs, none for 7. We still got 6 overs left in the day's play. It's 119 for 3. Hodges 23. He's on strike, and he's going to be facing Kieran Powell, who's just had 1 over thus far from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. So he's going to come in for his second over as Cornwall makes his way slowly but surely to the slip position.
He has a big smile on his face, Rakim. Slow progress being made by the Windward Island Volcanoes. They've got a very tough task trying to get a 4-13. They've lost 3 of their top batters. Here's Kieran Powell. Another attempted sweep shot. He makes good contact. Well fielded.
That's well stopped there at that short, fine leg. The Terence Ward, they're doing the fielding. I don't think they're thinking of the 413 runs target, but who knows?
Well,
294 runs still needed.
You shouldn't be thinking about that target, Colin. That can really demoralize you. What you should be thinking about is trying to bat as long as you possibly can and see where you reach at the end of the day. I mean, just thinking about 413, I mean, you can be probably the best batsman in the world. That certainly is going to hit you hard.
Oh, for sure. Powell giving it a generous amount of air, and Hodge not tempted. He came down the track, but not tempted to try to loft it high over the long on position. He was just playing it all along the ground, getting it out there to Archibald, and he was quite content in taking a single. Quicker delivery from Powell, but it was short, and luckily he's got away with it. Only a single for Ogis, and the total on now to what? 121 for 3 at the end of the over, and Powell has completed 2 overs for 8 runs. Hodge is on 24, but it's going to be Ogis who is going to take strike, as Durham is going to continue. Just got 5 overs left in the day's play.
A good time, Colin, to say hello to all the people who are locked on and looking at this match in the islands, the Windward Islands, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Grenada, Dominica, those in the Leewards, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts, Nevis. Hope you all are enjoying the coverage of the game and supporting your respective teams. Nice to have you locked on as we bring you greetings from the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad on behalf of myself and Colin Murray.
It's certainly overjoyed to have all our viewers out in the islands. Of course, Antigua, Barbuda, and St. Lucia, Grenada, as you rightly said, all the islands listening in. I want to say hello to everybody. As Auguste just pushing that one out on the onside. That's well played again. So they certainly have put their heads down against. You have to give them credit, the Windward Islands, because a lot of people were saying this game would have been ended by today, when the Windward Islands was able to get that mammoth score. But the Windward Islands, they're fighting back, and they're not just lying down and playing dead. They were dismissed for 173 in the first innings. Well, that kept a little low. And the man who got the runs, 73 not out, Kotoy, he's yet to bat. So the end of the 8th over from Durham, he's now completed 8 overs, 6 maidens, none for 7. So he's also very economical and bowling very tight. I thought we might have seen Terence Ward into the attack.
No, I would have preferred to see one of the quicker bowlers, St. Louis or Archibald.
I think with just 4 overs remaining in the day's play, Anil,
might be a bit too late now to bring them just to bowl 2 overs.
I think they're not worrying with that.
I thought he would have brought on a quickie when he came off the ball, but he brought on Powell.
I was thinking that myself. But I think they just decided, you know what, we're going to just bowl out the spinners. If we pick up a wicket, that's fine. If not, we come back tomorrow.
Yeah, your piece would be a lot fresher.
That's right. A single there for Hodge. Delivery just angled into him by Powell, and he was just turning it more towards backward square. The man, Ward, is at more of a short, fine leg, and so he had to run to his left. 122 for 3. Powell operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
They've gotten through the overs fairly quickly today, Colin. The last 2 days we had really to go till it was almost getting a bit darkish.
Yeah, I think it's obviously because of it says he's looking to sweep. Does he get hold of that? Yes, he does. That's another good shot. It was badly lined by Powell outside the line of the leg stump, and this is bread and butter for this guy. You can't bowl him there. Let's have a look. Powell just pitching it outside the leg stump, and he just swept it. He loves that shot, and he goes to 18. The total down to 126 for 3.
Sweeps with a lot of power. He's
That's
not really paddling. He's really putting the will on that. Well, why not? You pick up the line and you know that it's drifting down leg. So go with everything you have. There's a man down on the backward square leg boundary, but that was it very fine. It's a good sweep shot there by Auguste.
Runs in it here for him. Just probably a single. As he was looking to flick this ball away, came off the pad.
Might be a leg by, yeah.
Yes, leg by signal by the umpire. 127 for 3. Powell, just 2 deliveries left in his third over. And the 44th of this innings. It's well played. Didn't have enough power to beat the man at short mid-on. Django has gone out to that position. He's much safer. And this is short, and Hodge misses out because that was a short delivery, and he should have put it away. He pulled it, but hit it straight to Terence Ward there at that short, fine leg. So there is no run. The end of the over, I'm wondering if Cornwall is going to come into the attack now from the Willie Rodriguez end. Anil?
Well, so he has the ball in his hands.
Yeah, so yes, I think he's replaced Durham, and he's going to operate now from the Willie Rodriguez or northern end. Before he bowled all his overs from the southern end, the Brian Lara Pavilion end. We haven't seen him from this end, so he's going to just come back. 3 overs left in the day's play, so he could very well bowl 2 overs. And I think Hamilton was encouraged by the amount of spin Durham was getting, so it could very well be that is the reason they decided to bring Cornwall from this end.
Well, if he doesn't, going with the arm.
Yeah, that seemed to be going with the arm, heading down leg. Let's have a look again. It's certainly going with the arm and probably going down the legs
Oh, yeah. That would have beat the leg stump.
Yeah, I think it definitely would have beat the leg stump.
Tough luck, Jimbo. Well, I guess he was the best bet, Cornwall. If you're not bringing back the pacers, it makes no sense you bringing on the makeup bowlers. Why not come back on the ball?
And switch him ends, which is also good.
That's a bit of variety. Look at him from another end. Comes as a completely new bowler.
It's a quicker one. He cuts it. That's well fielded by Durham, who is at that backward point position. He had to get around quickly. We keep saying he's a big man, but he got down well.
Yeah, he had a long way to go to get down there. That's well played. No doubt these two, their efforts would be bent on trying to stay out there and make sure they don't lose any more wickets. Hodge 25. Ogis is on 18. And that's correctly paid. Bat and pad close together and getting right on top of it. Smothering whatever spin there was. Powell is at slip. Amir Django is at forward short leg. He's taken off the man from silly mid-off or silly point. And here he's pushing the batsman back on the back foot, just back of a length Cornwall, angling with that wide arm action coming from around the wicket. So that's the end of Cornwall's over. He now has 16 overs, 2 for 20. It's very economical indeed. Rakeem Cornwall. We've now completed 45 overs. Windward Islands 127 for 3. So they need a further 286 call-in. They've got a couple overs plus all of tomorrow, and they've got 7 wickets in hand. It's not entirely out of their hands, but it's a tough task.
Well, Durham he's replaced Powell, so the two spinners just switching ends now, because Durham operated from the Willie Rodriguez end, or northern end, and he's now up at the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
That's not a bad ploy, switching ends with the two spinners.
Just
see them from another angle, see them from another end.
Correct. Hodge, a picture of concentration. He's on 25 from 97 deliveries.
And what a lovely day it has turned out to be, Colin. It was so threatening this
morning. I thought we'd have had some rain.
Yeah, I thought we were going to lose some players. As a matter of fact, when I reached there, pitch was totally covered, the entire square, and it was very overcast. And as a matter of fact, it was drizzling as well. So I thought there was going to be a hold up, but they started on time.
Yeah, well, I am not. I think they started 5 minutes late, but I concede if you telling me this. I thought they started about 5 minutes late.
Yeah, that's because there was another threat of rain after they had removed the covers and the players had come on. They had to go back off.
And they were sometimes the umpires were just standing on the field because it was very, very slight drizzle, and then it just subsided. So that is the end of Durham's 9th over, none for 7. And depending on the umpire's watches, this could very well be the last over of the day. Depends how quickly he gets through it. Cornwall. But if he does get through it quickly, we may have another over.
And no one is showing any urgency out there, the batsmen. Well, they don't need to. But the fielding team, they are not really showing any urgency. They look as though they want to get in and get some rest as well.
I think so. I think they want to get in, get some rest, and come back fresh tomorrow and try and dismiss the 7 Windward Islands Volcanoes batsmen, unless, of course, they can pick up another wicket now, and then they will be really just have 6 batsmen to dismiss. But at 127 for 3, Windward Islands are fighting back here. Loud appeal again. I think that's heading down the leg side.
Ooh,
Anil.
I don't know. That looked a lot closer than the last one. He was struck more in front of the wicket. I didn't think it was going down.
Still think the angle.
Yeah, oh yeah, that would have gone down the leg side.
The angle is carrying it down the leg side.
I think he was actually struck outside leg as well, going further down. That's well played.
Interesting field because there are two men in one at short extra cover and one at short cover in catching positions, just in case Ogis looks to drive and doesn't get over the ball. So we could
more or less might be the last one.
Yeah, could very well be seeing the last over here. Just 3 deliveries left. So Ogie's just having a little bit of problems with Cornwall. See Hodge doing the right thing, going down to have a word with him. Just trying to, thought he would have spent a little more time trying to waste a few more minutes. Again, long forward he comes. And that ball seemed to have just, did it clip the pad on the way through or just beat the outside edge and went through to wicketkeeper Hamilton?
I think Cornwall should be bowling some of those dart balls a little wide off stump. Putting it on the stump, batsman is playing it fairly easy.
Well, that's it. It's the end of the day's play, end of day 3 here, and the Windward Islands have survived at 127 for 3. This was after the Leeward Islands had declared and set them a victory target of 413, and they have really warmed to the task. Yes, they've lost 3 wickets, but you can see a lot of concentration from all the batsmen who has batted here this afternoon, and they have decided that they're going to fight this game right down to the end. If they can't get the 413 for victory, they're not going to just lie down and play dead and lose this game. They're saying to themselves, well, if the Leeward Islands got to win it, they've got to bowl well and they've got to bowl us out if they have to win it. That's the scorecard at the moment. This is Kimani Milias. He opened the batting. He went LBW Thomas for 51. Batted really well. Faced 58 balls. Devon Smith was a little bit disappointing. Gave his wicket away in the end. Caught by Louis off of Cornwall for 12. He faced 40 deliveries. And the skipper, Kavim Hodge, he's been a wall out there. He's not out on 25 from 100 deliveries he's faced. Alec Athanaze, he was batting well, but he was very unfortunate. A ball came back at him, took the inside edge onto the pad, and it rolled onto the stump, and just the leg bail was removed, and he went bowled by Cornwall for 14. He faced 38 deliveries, and Achi Ogis came out to partner Hodge, and he's still there. He is not out on 18 from 46 deliveries. 47 overs have been bowled. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 127 for 3. The bowling for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Jeremy Louis, 8 overs, none for 33. Colin Archibald, 4 overs, none for 16. Devon Thomas, 6 overs, 1 for 34. Rakeem Cornwall, look at those figures, 17 overs, 2 for 20. And Durham, this is Daniel Durham, he had 9 overs, none for 7. And Kieran Powell, 3 overs, none for 13. The fall of wickets, 44 when they lost their first wicket. A good opening partnership. Then 68 and 95 when the third wicket fell. So these two now have added 32 runs unbroken for the fourth wicket. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. There is your summary. It means that the Windward Islands, they need 286 runs tomorrow to get a victory here against the Leeward Islands. They, in turn, they need 7 wickets to win this game. And if they do, depending on what happens, well, we already know the Barbados result. They have beaten Trinidad and Tobago by an innings, but the Leeward Islands can certainly join them at the top of the table if they were to win this game against the Windwards, and we will know more tomorrow. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's the Leeward Islands still in charge of this game because the Windward Islands, they need 286 runs to win. The scores there are on the board. The scores there are on the screen. And Windward Islands batting at the moment, 127 for 3, still in need of 286, and the Windward Islands need 7 wickets. So that's it from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage. On behalf of all of us from the Oval, it's goodbye until tomorrow when we come back here for day 4 of this West Indies Championship game between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.